Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Luck of the Devil by Joanna Blake, narrated by Troy Duran and Kendall Taylor. 8 months ago, Lucky, I rubbed my eyes and stretched, staring out the grimy bus window. It was dark, but I recognized the road. I was in familiar territory. I was nearly home. Home. I never thought I would actually make it back here. I was lucky to be walking out of there after some of the shit we'd seen. My last tour had been brutal. I was happy as hell just to be alive. I'd been traveling for almost 36 hours. I was tired, but I was used to it. When you are deployed across the globe, you get used to traveling. This crappy bus was actually a step up from the hard seats and cramped quarters they provided in the service. I turned feeling like I was being watched. A cute little white-haired lady sat across the aisle smiling at me. I nodded my head in greeting, and she took the opportunity to scoot into the seat next to me. "Thank you for your service," she said, holding out a Tupperware container. I opened it and got hit by the scent of freshly baked cookies. How they smelled fresh on that dingy old bus, I had no idea. That was some old lady magic right there. "Thank you, ma'am. My name's Shirley." I offered her my hand and she took it. "I'm lucky. You talk in your sleep, so I've been told." I smiled and chose a cookie. I took a bite and sighed. That was so damn good. Did I say anything good? "And something about the devil. Are you alright, son?" She put her hand on my arm. "Do you need to see a priest?" "Not a devil, a Devlin. He's one of my brothers. How many do you have?" "About 3, 4, 6 last time I checked." She giggled girlishly, clearly thinking I was joking. I was not. I counted the entire MCS family. She told me to take more cookies. I shook my head. I didn't want to take all her supplies. She held out a hanky and plopped 6 more cookies into it, leaving only 2 for herself. "I insist, young man, when was the last time you had home cooking?" "It's been a while, I admit it, and it had been a long damn time. Unless you counted some of the families that tried to feed us overseas. Some of the people had been grateful to us despite popular opinion. I'm getting off in about 10 minutes. You might get hungry," she leaned over. "That's all right, I have a whole other tin full of muffins." We shot the shit and ate cookies for the next few minutes. It wasn't long before the bus door opened with a groan. It was my stop, so Shirley went back to her seat and we said goodbye. I turned back and held up the hanky full of cookies at the door and saluted her. Then I hoisted my duffel bag over my shoulder and stepped out into the cool California night air. I inhaled deeply with my eyes closed. "Are you going to stand there like an idiot, or are you going to get in the car?" I opened my eyes to see Jack leaning against the hood of a massive truck. It had a flat bed like his old one, but this one also had 2.5 rows of seating. I readjusted my bag and strolled over to him. "You drive a family car?" My eyebrows shot up. "Family? Lots changed since you left. I can see that you could send a damn postcard once in a while, you know." He grunted. Jack was a man of few words, but then he surprised me, so could you. He gestured to the truck. "Get in." I tossed my bag in the back and climbed in, looking around. "Nice. Really damn nice." I ran my hand over the dash. "Want a cookie?" Jack just stared at me. I stared back. He was intimidating as hell, but he was my brother. I wasn't scared of him. I grinned, happy as hell to be off public transportation. "So, where are we going?" "Strip club, bar, poker game. I need alcohol and women and a bed eventually anyway." I grinned. "I can fuck standing up." Jack ignored my comments. "Clubhouse. You can shack up there. Dev said you can take his room." "No shit." "Yeah, he doesn't need it." I nodded. I'd expected to crash in one of the little spare rooms at the clubhouse, but I hadn't expected to get Dev's suite room. He had his own bathroom and a mini fridge, not to mention privacy. It was the only room upstairs, far from the stripper poles and pool tables that were usually going until dawn. I had put all my shit in boxes and let my lease expire. My bike was in Jack's shop, and I had a couple of boxes and maybe 2 pieces of furniture in Donnie's barn. Other than that, everything I had was in that beat-up duffel bag in the back of Jack's truck. "Sweet man, it's good to be back." Jack nodded and started the truck. He turned back to me. I was shocked as the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. Was that a smile? "It's good to have you back, you bastard." Chapter 1. Lucky. "Is that all you got?" I regretted my choice of words a minute later when my head snapped back from the force of the punch. Vincent was getting better at this, I thought. And he wasn't really that mad. I decided if he was, he'd use his left hand to hit me. The one with a giant gold ring. I was in an alley getting my ass handed to me by 3 guys. 2 were holding me while the third took pot shots. Not that I couldn't take them, I could. I wasn't struggling even a little bit. But if I beat them up, they wouldn't let me come back to the weekly high-stakes poker game. Not to mention, there would be a price on my head. It just wasn't worth it. I loved poker a hell of a lot more than I hated pain. I'd played well tonight. Too well, apparently. But I didn't fuck with the Margarelli family. They let me play, and that was enough for me. Every once in a while, they took it out of my hide if I played too well. Hell, at least they let me keep the money. It was well worth a couple of bruises to get a seat at that particular table. I'd made serious bank tonight, so I took my licks without complaining. Plus, I was so damn drunk, I barely felt a thing. Vincent hit me again, and I smiled at him, blood coursing out of my split lip. He stared at me, and then shook his head. It's no fun if you don't struggle. Sorry, you want me to pretend? Just let him go, he said with disgust. Serves me right for letting a guy named Lucky get a seat at the table. The two thugs holding my arms released me abruptly, and I swayed on my feet. I was hammered and a little lightheaded from the pummeling. But it was only 1 a.m. on a Wednesday night, and I had a wad of cash in my pocket. I was ready for more. I grinned and waved at them. See you next week. They waved me off, rolling their eyes. Yeah. Where you heading, Lucky? Asked one of the goons. The big one. Joey, I think his name was. Of course, there were about 50 Joeys in the Margarelli crew. I'm going to the garage. He shook his head. Sal's not as friendly as Vincent. I know Vince was the next in line to run the whole family along with his brother Antonio. I was affable for a mob boss. Sal was not as high up the food chain, but a much bigger pain in the ass. The man had no morals, he had a nasty temper too. Vincent and his brother were practically teddy bears next to Sal. They were scary, but they weren't insane. Sal was the kind of guy who looked like he enjoyed killing and kept trophies. I would money there was a collection of skin or fingers in his attic. Maybe both. It's your funeral, jackass, I grinned. Thanks, I appreciate the concern. I was always polite when dealing with the mafia. As a professional poker player, I came into contact with them a lot. As a devil's rider, I had a guarantee that they never actually hurt me that bad. Even the mafia didn't want to deal with 350 pissed-off bikers. Plus, I only showed up with bank. They were too smart to turn money away, even if I won more than I lost. So I was welcome at all the underground gambling places in the area. And there were quite a few. The biggest and the best was the garage. It was, you guessed it, in a defunct truck parking bay in the ass end of nowhere. The old industrial part of town that was deserted now. Half of it was owned by the mob. There wasn't much out there. Couple of chop shops and God knows what else. Bodies probably, lots of bodies. I pulled out my phone and called Mac. I need a ride. I'm busy. The place is packed. Get one of the new guys to cover the bar. I'm going to the garage. He groaned and hung up. I was pulling rank on him, but he was technically still in his probationary period. Even though everyone knew he'd get his patch soon. Being related to a core club member was part of that, but not all. Mac was Donahue's cousin, but he was also a really good guy. They always had your back in a fight. He was surprisingly good with his fists and always calm under pressure. Probably his martial arts background and time in the Navy, not like me. I was a fucking firecracker. Hot-tempered and hot-blooded, impulsive. Mac and the guys had to hold me back from getting my fists bloody at least once a week. Usually the other guy came out looking like hamburger meat. Mac pulled up in an SUV and I got in. It must be one of Donnie's cars. They had a couple now that they had a second kid coming. Mac, Drake, and I were the only ones not settled down at this point. I probably never would shack up. I didn't see the point. As much as I liked my brother's rugrats and wives and kids, I couldn't imagine a woman who could tempt me to settle down. I wrapped my cock tight every damn time I took a dip in some club girl. I might be exceptionally good looking, but I didn't feel the need to pass on my fucked up DNA. My family was nuts. Certifiable. Mom was a sweet lady, but she had two brothers. Both of them were in jail. My late father's side of the family wasn't much better. So, yeah, Mac was my only wingman these days. I could tell Mac was getting tired of my shit, but he showed up for me every single time. I lit up when I saw that he had brought me gifts. Mac handed me a bottle of vodka and a cold beer without saying a word. I took a swig and leaned back in the seat while he drove me to the outskirts of town. Should I wait? Nah, I took another swig of vodka and climbed out of the car. I'm good, seriously, Lucky. I don't want to be out of here at dawn scraping your ass off the pavements. I'll be careful. I promise. I held my hand up to salute him. I'd get a ride or walk it off. It was only about an hour back to town and south to the clubhouse if he didn't get lost. But Mac was right to worry, it was true. The roads back here were dangerous. And not just because people drove fast in the middle of nowhere. It was the degenerates around here who were the real threat, especially if anyone figured out how much cash I had on me. I finished the beer and belched as loud as possible, knowing it would annoy Mac. Don't walk it again, but it's so good for my girlish figure. I posed for him, but Mac wasn't amused. Who are you going to get a ride from? Maybe I'll call Drake. Drake was the best of the latest crop of recruits. I'd done my best to haze him with the rest, but he didn't even fucking blink. I like that about the guy. Plus, he worked construction, so he was always up early and therefore always available to pick my sorry ass up on the flip side. Mac shook his head. You are a jackass, you know that? Affirmative. He started the car and pulled out. I turned and headed for the secret entrance to the garage. I knew I had about a 50-50 chance of getting my ass handed to me again. The mob had eyes on me, and like I said, I was really damn good at poker. I played online too, but I preferred to play in the flesh. I was a skilled player, but that wasn't what gave me an edge. About 50% of my luck was not giving a fuck. The other half was balls. Big, hairy ones. I adjusted myself and took the stairs up to the loading dock that served as an entrance. After 3 knocks, a grate opened in the door. A beefy, altogether too familiar face peeked back at me. Oh, it's you, Joey. I hazarded a guess, figuring I had a 50-50 chance. He looked just like the other Joey, maybe a little older with gray hair at his temples. Joey's my cousin, you idiot. I'm Polly. I was tempted to make a smart remark, but I heard the welcoming sound of the lock being thrown and the creak of the heavy metal door being opened up. I'd heard that when someone really pissed them off, they'd put your hand in that door and slammed it shut more than once sometimes. Even I was not up for that kind of pain. Not voluntarily anyway. What you got there? I held up the vodka, and he stared, deciding if he would let me keep it. In the end, he just shrugged and waved me in. I walked down the short hallway with metal walls and into the garage. It was huge. Not airplane hangar huge, but close, big-ass trucks level huge. And in the center of the room, there were a bunch of tables. Not shitty ones either, even though this place was kind of a dive. These were old-school gambling tables, looking like they came straight out of 1950s Vegas. In fact, that's probably where they were from. Dealers stood inside each table, and all of them were women. They all wore a black dress and high heels with a gold belt around their waist. The uniform might be the same, but it looked vastly different on every woman in there. A bunch of older ladies wore loser versions of the same outfit. Every single one of them related to Joey and Polly, judging from the look of them, not to mention the matching mustaches. Then there was the talent. Sexy younger ladies, many of them with shorter, tighter uniforms that were otherwise identical. I was 100% sure that they were retired strippers, considering the mob ran those places too. I was also sure they made better tips at this place, all without having to put on a G-string. All these transient thoughts slipped through my drunken mind as I scanned the room, looking for the best table. I prefer to choose tables with mob guys, not sad sack gambling addicts who were here to get fleeced and run home to double down on their mortgages and raid their children's college funds. The smell of their desperation was damn depressing. Also, the mob guys always had more cash and better game, but all that fell away the moment I saw her. She was impossible to miss. The lighting was dim in there, but I knew a hot prospect when I saw one. Long legs, long hair, and an hourglass figure. Her posture was almost too good, making her look like she was all business, which I highly doubted was the case. Not in a place like this, anyway. Her table was packed, not surprisingly, with a crowd waiting to take a turn. I wondered if she put out if you won big enough. I certainly fucking hope so. I definitely was going to find out. I swaggered closer, thinking my night was about to get 1,000% better. I stopped about 10 feet away, standing like a dumb asshole in the center of the room. I had been so focused on the insane curves on the girl that I'd failed to look at her face. What I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. She's a fucking angel. Her face was perfect. Literally perfect, like she had been sculpted out of marble. She had high cheekbones and full perfectly shaped lips, an adorable little nose that turned up just the tiniest bit at the end, a heart-shaped face, and when she looked up, massive eyes of an indeterminate color. Gray, I thought, or a blue so cool it was gray. There was no way that girl was actually standing in this room dealing cards. She belonged on a movie screen, magazine covers, in fucking heaven with the rest of the angels. Fuck, she belonged in my bed, not just for one night either. I wanted her on lockdown. For a total knockout like her, I could actually see the appeal of sticking with one chick. In fact, I couldn't imagine wanting anyone else after going to Pound Town with her. I shook myself mentally and took a deep pull of my vodka. Don't get ahead of yourself, Lucky. She's just a girl. Knock her over like you do all the rest of them. I didn't stand there like the rest of the dumb assholes waiting for a seat at her table, though. I took a seat at a table nearby and watched her while I half paid attention to a lackluster game of blackjack. I had a good sense for cards and the ante was low, so I ended up breaking even after about an hour. In that time, I determined a few things. 1. She was turning down a lot of dick. 2. She did not want to be here, though she was keeping it hidden. 3. She was even more fucking flawless than I'd initially thought. As my eyes adjusted to the lights, I'd caught the spray of freckles across her nose. I'd never thought about freckles before, but these were so damn cute. It added a whole other level to her beauty. Her hair was dark, but it was more auburn than I thought at first. And her ass was every bit as perfect as those teats. Also, her eyes were a pale green, not pale blue. Fuck me. The crowd started to thin at around 2:30. I watched guys wander out, most of them with empty pockets. I shook my head, amateurs. By the time 3 a.m. rolled around, it was only the serious gamblers left. I was nursing my bottle of vodka and puffing on a cigar when I saw Polly come over and whisper in the supermodel's ear. The guys at her table groaned when he waved them off. This table's closed for now. Find another spot to take a hike. My eyes narrowed as he took the girl's arm in a way that suggested she did not want to go with him. Her face was impassive, but I could read displeasure in her stance. Displeasure and something else. Something that changed my whole perspective, which had been solely focused on getting the girl in my bed. Suddenly, I felt like a 500-pound gorilla, ready to go to battle to protect what was mine. I saw fear. Chapter 2. Kirsten. Come on, don't be a pain in the ass. Where are you taking me, Polly? In the back. Boss wants to talk to you. I would not let them see how scared I was. I could not. If I did, who knew what Sal would ask for next? It was only Vincent and his brother Antonio who kept Sal from making the kind of demands I couldn't stomach. The kind of demands that Sal clearly wanted to make. I waited as Polly knocked on the old industrial door. A voice called out to enter and I stepped into the room. This room did not look like the rest of the place. Yes, it was rusty and old and creaky, but in here it was a bit more comfy. The room had no windows. Sal was too paranoid for that, but it had a big desk with a comfortable-looking leather chair behind it. There was a less comfortable-looking wooden chair across from it. A small wood bar and the leather sofa completed the room. I glanced down at my feet. There was even a Persian rug. Sal was fond of his creature comforts, that was for sure. I forced myself to meet his small piggish eyes. He ran this place, but he wasn't the real boss. That was Vincent Sr., although he was poised to step down. His 2 sons ran the day-to-day operations. Sal answered to them, which was the only reason he hadn't forced himself on me yet. I shivered as his eyes slid over my body like greasy snakes. He had a different girl in here every night from what I could tell, but he always made sure to get a good look at me before he took them in the back. Come in, Cherise. Sit down. He gestured to the couch, but I ignored him, perching on the hard wooden chair. My name was not Cherise, but I didn't bother to correct him. They liked us to use fake names here to assume an identity. Mine was supposed to be Classy Broad from what I'd been told my first day. Apparently, that's what they thought a classy name was. Thank you, I waited. He leaned back in his chair and looked me over some more. I clenched my hands and forced a tight smile. People are winning at your table a lot, lots of high rollers. I didn't say a word, it's a catch-22 for me. You bring in a lot of repeat customers, but you also pay out too much. I don't cheat if that's what you were saying. You misunderstood me, sweetheart. He gave me an oily smile. We want you to cheat just in our favor. He made an expensive hand gesture and I noticed his jewelry. I was covered in it, necklace, bracelet, rings. It all looked like real gold. I could get enough medicine for Hassie for a year with that ring. Never mind the bracelet on his slimy wrist. I sat up straighter. I work here for you every night, isn't that enough? It's enough when I fucking say it's enough. I flinched and he smiled. Damn it, I knew I had to learn to hide my revulsion better. He rubbed his bottom lip, his gaze on my chest. You know, you could work off that debt of yours a lot faster. All I have to do is be a little more friendly. I didn't have to ask what that meant. From what he'd offered the first time we met, I knew it involved sitting on his lap and letting him touch me. No, thank you. So polite. You think you're too good for me, for this place? No. One of these days, Vincent is going to change his mind, or I'll catch Tony in a bad mood, and he'll give me the go-ahead. I swallowed, forcing down my fear. I didn't think the Margarelli brothers would do that, but who knew? They were criminals, even if they had been kind to me. Then we'll really have a party. I should get back out there fine, but toots. I stood and waited. Yes, stop letting them fucking win so much. I don't know how to do that. Go home, look it up. It's easy, I nodded. What else could I do? I had to try and cheat the system. Anywhere else that would get me arrested here. It would keep me safe. More importantly, it would keep my kid alive. I walked out of the room and turned to Polly. I need a drink of water. Sure, kid. Polly was a big guy and loyal to Sal, but he didn't make me feel like he was going to jump on me. It was weird. But there was honor here, even in the mafia. All you had to do is meet Vincent and Antonio to know it. But they weren't here and Sal was. And Polly would never stop his boss if he actually did something. That would be suicide for him, and we both knew it. Sal had a violent streak that I'd witnessed firsthand. It scared the hell out of me. I went to the locker that held my purse. I took a sip of water and surreptitiously checked my phone. We weren't allowed to use them on the floor. I sighed in relief. Mrs. Keeley had checked in every couple of hours like I asked. Hassie was in bed sleeping. All was well. Polly jerked his head and I put my phone away, taking another sip. Put on some lipstick. I nodded and pulled the drugstore lip stain out of my purse. I hadn't known much about makeup before I started here, other than the very basics. We were supposed to look sexy all the time. That meant smoky eyes that had taken me weeks to perfect and dark red lips. Sexy was the last thing I felt. I'd never been the sexy one. I was the good girl back home. The pure one. The least likely to get knocked up by her high school boyfriend, who turned out to be a total heel. And yet here I was. I walked back out to the floor to finish my shift. Chapter 3, Lucky. She was back. The angel was floating across the floor and back to her table. She was so graceful. She moved like she was underwater. I got up quickly, careful not to scrape my chair across the floor. I didn't need to draw too much attention to myself. I also didn't want to start a stampede for her table. There weren't that many people left at this point. It was nearly 4 a.m. I took a swig of my vodka and slid into a chair at her table just as she was opening a new deck of cards. I leaned back in my chair and watched her. I felt predatory. I usually just snapped my fingers and girls came running. But this girl, I had the feeling I was going to have to work for it. That didn't mean I wouldn't get what I was after. It just meant I had to be smart about it. And I wanted to make sure she was okay too. She was even more gorgeous up close. Her face was beautiful, sure, but she was also just pretty. Really fucking pretty. She looked like a good girl. She looked like she should be wearing a tiara and a Miss America sash instead of a tawdry cocktail waitress costume. Her eyes were wary when she looked up at the guys who had claimed seats at the table. 5-card stud. We all chucked our chips into the center of the table. She glanced at me, her hands momentarily still on the card she was shuffling. For a split second, it felt like I could see right into those gray-green eyes, past the stiff posture and the bright red lipstick, which looked gorgeous on her and yet somehow out of place. Then she looked past me, and the moment was broken. That's what it was. She looked broken. I leaned back in my seat, realizing there was a lot more here than met the eye. And for the first time in my life, I wanted to know more. More than just her measurements and how many positions I could get her into. I wanted to know everything. So I would bide my time. I would watch and wait. I lifted up one corner of my cards and glanced at them before tossing a few more chips in the pot. I had a stone-cold poker face, but something about her made me want to smile. The angel had dealt me an excellent hand. The gambling was not fast and furious at this point in the night, but there was still a sense of excitement. It was not even the money or the cards. It was her. We were all showing off for her, performing. Her beauty lent another level to the high-stakes nature of the game, almost as if we believed if we played well enough, we'd get a shot at winning her. I felt it humming through my veins. The night wore on. It was nearly 5 a.m. now. Our table was the only one still going. 5 men sat mostly slumped in their chairs. Except me, my eyes were on her, unwilling for the night to end. Despite my distraction, I was winning quite a bit. I'd yet to do more than thoroughly eye-fuck her or ask for more cards. They flashed the lights, letting us know last hand. When I won $4,000 in the last pot, she congratulated me. "You bring me luck." She looked nervously over her shoulder, and I frowned. Everyone got up from the table except me. I waited, watching her back up. Polly came over to collect her lockbox. I slid a stack of chips across the table to her. "What's that?" Polly demanded. "A tip for a pretty lady who's been on her feet all night. This is almost $5,000. I knew that. Like I said, I was up by a lot. But clearly Cherise had not done the math. She looked startled, then grateful, then alarmed when she got the look on Polly's face. "Thank you," she murmured in her soft voice. It was throatier than you would think from looking at her. Sexy as hell, but not sleazy. The girl was a study in contrast, innocent yet working in this place. Clean and sweet with a body made for sin, prim and proper with a voice like velvet, confident and self-assured but afraid. Should I put it against your tab? She nodded to Polly. He hesitated. I'll have to tell him where it came from. She looked at me, then shook her head. No, wait. She slid the chips back. I can't accept this, but thank you. Polly walked away and I stood up. She turned and I caught her wrist. Why not? She looked at me and it was right there, the fear. He'll hurt you, she whispered. I stared into her gorgeous eyes, holding the silky skin on her arm, feeling the electricity jump between us and take it out on me. What did he mean about your tab? She shook her head and tugged her arm away. I have to go. I stood there watching her walk away. Everything inside me was screaming that she was the one for me. Yeah, the one. I'd caught the bug and all it had taken was one look. I was shocked as hell at the way I was feeling. But my gut was also telling me something else. Something was very, very wrong here. My angel was in trouble. Chapter 4, Kirsten. I walked quickly, my senses on high alert. The place was empty now, and that was not to my benefit. I knew Sal, or one of the other guys who worked for him, could snap at any moment. I knew this place was not safe for me. Not ever. The parking lot was another issue. A few times guys had waited for me here, tried to get into their cars. So far, I'd been able to evade them, but I knew that wasn't a sure thing. I grabbed my bag and shut the locker, walking fast for the exit. I knew if Sal caught me back there, he would demand I sit with him for a drink while he leered at me, but it was late. I had to get home. If I hurried, I could be there before Hassie woke up, shower this place off me, make breakfast for her and coffee for me. Otherwise, she'd have to make do on her own, and I wouldn't get to see my baby girl until after school. Polly waved me out and watched me go to my car. I tried to be there for the girls when we left, especially me. I could have hugged him for that. He knew that Vince and Tony didn't want me to get jumped. The Margarelli brothers were my saving grace, quite literally. I locked the doors and waved to Polly. He nodded and went back inside. I cracked the window and started the engine. The beat-up old hatchback smelled like exhaust and broken dreams. But it had served me well, and I was grateful for it. It's not like I could afford anything better. Not ever. Considering that even my tips were going to sell to pay off my debt. My debt that seemed to grow instead of shrink with every minute, every hour, every day. I took home a couple hundred a week just to survive. It wasn't easy. We were living on fumes. Thank God my kid was such a trooper. I always got nervous on the empty roads in the industrial area. It would be easy to get run off the road, jumped, mugged for my meager earnings, or worse. A small woman was a target. A small woman who hung out with mobsters, and the sort of drags the place drew was even more of a target. Even though I didn't have a choice about the company I kept. I stared at the road thinking, but I was thinking too hard. I almost missed the guy in leather who stumbled in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I hit him anyway. He rolled to the ground and lay there on the pavement. I jumped out of my car and stood over him, horrified. Oh God, it was him. The gorgeous guy who tried to tip me thousands of dollars. I hissed out of breath and bent to make sure he was breathing. He opened his eyes and I blinked, surprised by the rich, soulful color of them. I hadn't realized they were a dark blue in the dim light of the garage. Are you okay? He smiled at me, looking very happy to see me. Absurdly happy for someone who just had a run-in with my fender. He had a bruise developing over one eye and a split lip. It didn't do anything to detract from his good looks. If anything, it made him look even more dangerously attractive. He looked like trouble. Hello, Angel, my name is Cherise. No, it's not, I stared at him. How did he know that? Most guys were more than happy to fall for the whole act. They didn't want a real girl. They wanted a pretty package, a fantasy, one that looked available, even if it wasn't. In my case, I extra wasn't. Your name. He paused to lift a half-empty bottle of top-shelf vodka. Is Angel. I beat back a laugh. A coyote howled not too far off. I looked at him again. You shouldn't be out here, coyotes. I can handle coyotes. I sighed as he flexed for me still on the ground. I was ridiculous, but somehow I wasn't scared of him. At the moment, I was more afraid for him. I'd seen his military tats and ring. He was a hero. I couldn't leave him out here. Don't do it, Kirsten. Do not do it. I did it. Where are you heading? Heaven. Hell can't be too sure. Okay. I sighed and closed my eyes. Get in. He lit up, grinning at me stupidly. But do not lay a hand on me, I warned him. He nodded and held up his hands, trying to look innocent. It only made him look more like a wolf. I got in and opened the door across from me. I watched him wearily as he climbed in. His jeans hugged his thick thighs, and his leather jacket looked like it had been molded to his body. It had been a long time since I noticed the man. The timing was terrible. Plus, he was drunk, and a gambler and God knew what else. Seatbelt. He put it on and grinned at me stupidly. I pointed at the bottle he held. Lose it. He chucked it out the window without taking his eyes off me. I flinched from the sound of the bottle smashing, but he didn't even react. I was too focused on my face. He was really intense. I wondered if I had made a stupid mistake in picking him up, even if I had run him over. It just seemed wrong to leave him out here, even if he was a big, strong-looking guy. You really are an idiot, Kirsten. Hey, I wanted to give you this. I snapped to attention as he shoved a wad of cash in my purse. I looked at the money and back at him. A terrible feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. I'm not for sale. Lucky, he offered nonsensically. What? I'm not for sale. Lucky, that's my name. I'm not. I couldn't even say it. He just smiled. I know you're not Angel. I always tip my dealer this well. Well, maybe not. He smiled at me dreamily. But you're so pretty. I rolled my eyes and started the car. I was too drunk to make a pass at me. He was more like a large, sexy puppy. I pushed on the gas and started driving again. Carefully, though I doubted there were any more lost hunks wandering the road. Take the money back, no. Look, it's nice of you and all, but I really shouldn't take it. You should. He stretched out in the seat beside me. He filled up the whole car. The man really had an extraordinarily good physique. You should also go out with me tonight. Out to dinner, drinks, movie, whatever you want. I can't. My answer was quick, but not without a tinge of regret. When was the last time someone had actually asked me out? Usually all I got were indecent proposals. It was nice, for lack of a better word. Why not? I have to work. The night after, I shook my head. Working? I barely know you anyway. That's what people go on dates for, I think. You've never been on a date? He smiled at me goofily. No, never met an angel before. You ever get a night off? No, I don't. Why not? I need the money. You must be tired. I made a sound of pure exasperation. Half sigh and half laugh. The man was talking in circles. Okay, so no nights. I'll take you out to breakfast. Can't, sorry. I really couldn't. My kid owned my morning and the time after school before bed. Then there were little things like cleaning and cooking and sleep. Not to mention, I'd been eyeing some online classes. If I could get financial aid, so I'll come back and sit at your table. I'll get to know you then. I looked at him again. Don't. Why not? Sal doesn't like people talking to me. You with him or something? He sounded like he didn't believe that, which earned him some points. God, no. But he wants you to be something like that. I admitted Lucky might be drunk, but he wasn't stupid. I didn't want to say anymore. What's your other name, other than Angel? This time I did laugh. He was high as a kite, but it was kind of sweet. Why do you care? I want to put you in my phone, right? I looked over and he had my phone in one hand and his phone in the other. He was texting himself from my phone. Shit, my eyes got wide. If he saw her, see, but he didn't. She wasn't my screensaver anymore. I had emailed all my photos to myself and deleted them when I started working for the mob. I couldn't risk someone seeing her. Someone like Sal would be more than happy to use her against me. Plus, Lucky was drunk. I wasn't a dick though, I could tell. A lot of guys got nasty when they drank. He was crossing boundaries left and right though. I didn't really know how to deal with him. I didn't want to kick him out. I was making me laugh and I had run him over with my car after all. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital, get checked out? No, Angel, but thank you for worrying about me. You're a sweetheart. I sighed and shook my head. He was staring at me again. I could feel it. I forced myself to be firm and businesslike. Where am I dropping you off? I'm crashing on the other side of town, past the train station. Okay, I don't live that far from there. I was staring at me with a faint smile when I glanced over. That's nice. What, that you will be close to me when I go to sleep tonight? I shook my head at that backwards logic. It was pretty stupid, but he really was very cute. Not just his looks. His attitude was adorable. He shouldn't be drunk as he was. But somehow he was. Still, I felt like a school teacher trying to reason with a slow-witted child. It's morning, doesn't matter. I can't go to sleep yet anyway, but okay, why not? I gave him a look that clearly said, drop it. But he just smiled at me. He really did have pretty eyes. Snap out of it, Kirsten. You'll never see him again anyway. But I knew I'd never forget the look in his eyes. It might be the booze talking, but the man had a crush on me for the moment anyway. A big one. He started rifling through my glove box. What are you doing? Stop that. Kirsten Emerson. He read off my registration. I groaned as he read my address out loud to himself twice. Then he frowned, the dreamy expression lifting from his eyes. That's not a good neighborhood. That's none of your business. He won't remember once he sobers up, I reasoned to myself. It's not like he's going to show up unannounced anyway. I was sure a guy like him had girls crawling all over him. There's no way he was hard up enough to stalk a dealer at a scummy gambling den. Angels belong in heaven, Angel. I laughed, shaking my head. He really was consistent. I had to give him that. Why were you walking? Don't you have a car? Motorcycle. Okay, so why were you walking? I don't drink and drive, Angel. I exhaled, hoping he'd already forgotten my name. I was really hammered. Well, that's good. Why don't you just not drink then? I love alcohol. I took my hand and kissed it. I looked at the red light and back at him, but not as much as I love you. And then he passed out. Get up, I cursed, staring at the big, gorgeous, unconscious man in my car. I couldn't leave him here, and I couldn't go see my kid either. What the heck am I supposed to do now? I was about to pour water on his face when he opened his eyes. You're still here? No, you are still here and I need to drop you off now. Okay, I'm at the SOS clubhouse. I stared at him. Of course he was a biker, of course he was. And I'd been trying to convince myself that maybe he was worth seeing again. You live there? He stretched and nodded. Yeah, I just got back from my last deployment. He scratched his chin, and I stared, momentarily fascinated by his scruff. It was sexy. Well, a while ago. Snap out of it, Kirsten. Okay, a biker and a military man. Maybe one cancelled the other one out. Not that it mattered. The Margarellis owned me and would for the foreseeable future. And my kid was my only priority other than not pissing off the mob. There wasn't room for a guy in that scenario. Okay, I know where that is. It wasn't far. I drove him over to the massive compound, surrounded by a very intimidating fence. A couple of guys stood outside. They looked at my car with zero interest. They perked right up when Lucky hung out the window and waved at them. The next thing I knew, the chain-link gate was sliding open in front of my car. Come in. He grinned at me, but I shook my head. I can't. Okay, he smiled again. I'm going to kiss you now. I opened my mouth to tell him no, but he was too fast. I was right there suddenly, his body close and giving off so much heat. His eyes were on my lips. One hand gripped my waist, turning me to face him. The other gripped my neck, holding my head in place. I should have been mad. I should have slapped him, but I was too shocked. I only had one thought. His lips are so soft. He nuzzled my lips with his, then ran his tongue over them. I sighed at the sensation. He slipped his tongue inside and I kissed him back without even thinking about it. He made a sound of pure male satisfaction as our tongues danced. The kiss kept going until I came to my senses. I twisted my head away. I was staring at me hungrily, like he was thinking about dragging me into the clubhouse and having his way with me. The truth was, I was thinking about that too, but it was never ever going to happen. Don't do that again. What, kiss me? He stared at my lips and shook his head. I can't make any promises, Angel. Then he was gone. I backed up quickly, resisting the urge to look in the rearview mirror. I was sure he was watching me drive away. What the hell just happened? I parked in front of our apartment building and sat there, my fingers touching my lips. An extremely good-looking and extremely drunk guy had just kissed me. It had been surprising, to say the least. But what was more surprising was this. It was the best kiss I'd had in my entire life. My whole body felt lit up. I shook my head and chalked it up to my new weird life. Always an adventure, if nothing else. I grabbed my purse and looked down. He'd left the money. I cursed. This was not good. I was too tempted to keep it. I really needed money desperately, but it was wrong to take a tip this big. And I didn't like feeling like I owed someone something. I'd just give it back the next time I saw him. It might be smarter just to leave it at the club for him, but I wanted to see him again when he was sober, to see if he was still so sweet and strange, because he was weird with all that angel talk. I was curious. I told myself that was all. I was getting better and better at lying to myself these days. Chapter 5. I stared at the ceiling, counting the cracks. I saw shapes full of hidden meaning for the first time. Everything looked different to me because of her. How many times did a guy like me get to meet an angel on earth? My angel. I decided that was her name. I had to have her, be with her, look at her whenever I wanted to, just soak her up. I was having all kinds of fantasies about the things we could do together. Naked things, of course, but also not naked. I'd never even thought about taking a woman out to eat or go for a walk. Now I was trying to think of ways to get her to eat food in front of me. I really wanted to watch different things disappear into her gorgeous mouth. Ice cream, sausage, spaghetti, bonus points if she had to lick them. Yeah, I'd take her out for ice cream for sure, I grinned stupidly. Sure, I was a little bit drunk. It was 4 p.m. and I'd finally woken up from my nap, but I still felt as crazy good as I had the night before when I first laid eyes on her. I was drunk on Angel and that one kiss. Even just talking to her was incredible. I smiled again. She was so nice. Not just outrageously beautiful with a body made for sin. Not just elegant and classy and special. She was damn nice on top of it. She hadn't had to be. Even after I stumbled in front of her car, nobody had to be nice to anyone. Even if you wanted to sleep with them, but she'd been nice to me. I rolled onto my stomach, pressing my hard cock into the bed. It's too bad she was playing hard to get. We could be here right now. I could be between her thighs, tasting her, making her moan. I bet I'd take my big cock and push it inside her. I'd ride her for hours soaked in her juices. No, not hours, days, weeks, months. I closed my eyes and shook my head. It's not going to be that easy, Lucky. She wasn't just playing hard to get. The girl was hard to get. She wasn't like the club girls who came around looking for a biker. Some of them wanted to be old ladies. Some of them just had a fetish for men who lived with danger. The Marines had groupies too. Girls had never been hard for me, even before all that. Maybe I'd been spoiled by having easy tail around since puberty. I'd been a football player in high school. Yeah, football players had groupies too. I'd never once had to work for a woman. I'd put in zero effort. They literally fell into my lap. But none of them had looked like her. My angel Kirsten. It wasn't just her outward beauty either. She fucking radiated inner beauty too. I pulled the pillow over my face with a groan. Who the fuck are you, man? Get a grip. I reached down and grabbed my dick. That's the only kind of grip that would help me now. And I knew without a doubt that it wouldn't satisfy me. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the text I'd sent myself from her phone. I tapped out a note and hit send. Hi Angel. How are you? What time does your shift start? I waited for her to write back. She didn't. I stared at my phone, feeling like a chick. I cursed and decided to get cleaned up and get some food. Then I'd be ready for it tonight. Whatever came. Hopefully I'd see my angel tonight, get to kiss her again. I turned the water on ice cold and stood under it, willing my dick to cool down. I hadn't had a hard-on for no reason since junior high. But now just thinking about her got me hard. The girl was a bona fide spank machine. I got dressed and picked up my phone. Then I cursed. She had written back, but only to tell me to stay away for my own good, of course. See, she was nice. She wanted me to stay away from the big bad mobsters. Well, like hell I would. She was just going to have to get used to me looking out for her. I stared at my phone before tapping out a response. Not going to happen, sweetheart. See you tonight. What's wrong with him? I glared at Whiskey as I shoveled more spaghetti into my mouth. I'd had takeout from May's delivered to the clubhouse bar. Mac was behind the bar as usual. I told him not to let me drink, but right now I was regretting it. My phone lit up again. I was going back and forth with Kirsten. She was mad at me. I didn't care. I was not going to stay away no matter what she said. If you sit at my table and win again, you will cause problems for me. I stared at my phone. What kind of problems? I waited for her response. I didn't have to wait long. They will hurt me. Fuck, okay. Well, that might get me to stay away. Unless I lose, Lucky, please don't come. I don't want you to get hurt. She didn't want to see me get hurt. I like that. I actually smiled a little. She did care about me. Maybe she wasn't as obsessed as I was, but she liked me more than a little. I typed, I will sit at a different table. I just want to be near you. Silence, no response to that. Damn, who's he texting? Callaway took the seat on the other side of me, stealing a piece of garlic bread. I glared at him too. A girl? Matt gave a rare smile. Whiskey and Callaway looked at each other and burst into laughter. Drake was barbacking tonight. Ace snickered at me too. A girl? No shit. Mac nodded, filling them in. My mouth was full of food or I would have told him to shut the fuck up. He met her last night. He was so drunk I told him she probably looks like Jack in broad daylight. Jack perked up from farther down the bar as I practically leapt over the table to grab Mac. She's a fucking angel. You take that back. He was laughing in my face as the guys pulled me off the bar. I stared down at my spaghetti. That smushed it. Oh Jesus. Lucky. Settle down. Tell us about her. She's a dealer. Callaway's eyebrows shot up. Drugs? No cards, you jackass at the garage. Those girls are all strippers or grandmas. Not her. She's perfect. She even gave me a ride home after she ran me over. She hit you with her car? What the fuck, man? I told you not to walk. I ate another bite of my flattened spaghetti. My fault, not hers. Did anyone get a look at this paragon? Not Paragon Angel. Jack ambled down the bar. Who looks like me? The giant rumbled. Lucky you shouldn't come to girlfriend. Girlfriend, not girlfriend? I took another bite, talking with my mouth full. She's wifey material. Holy shit. Did hell just freeze over? When do we get to meet her? Don't know, I shook my head. She won't go out with me, seriously. When has a woman ever turned you down? Never, I smirked. Not until last night. So, how'd you get her number? I texted myself from her phone. They burst into laughter. I didn't join in. She likes me, but she can't. Why? She married? That's bad juju, even for you, Lucky. No, she's in trouble. The Margarellis have something on her now. I saw how they all exchanged looks. You don't want to fuck with them, Lucky. I slammed my fork down. I'm going to fucking help her, damn it. Dev walked up with Donnie. Everyone was fucking here to ride me. Great. Did you see the Margarelli brothers? But Dev didn't make fun. He just asked the guys to fill him in. Callaway did the honors while I watched him like a hawk, daring him to say something bad about my angel. Lucky met a girl. She won't go out with him because she's in trouble with the mob. That's not good, Lucky. I know, got to help her. Dev nodded. Yeah, okay. She must be special, she is. Mac rolled his eyes. She might be special. He rolled in here at dawn drunk as a skunk. Dev just nodded. I guess somebody clear-headed better go over there with him tonight. Jack's hand came down on my shoulder. I'll do it, you sure? That place doesn't even open till 10, that's past your bedtime. He just grunted. I like that about him. How's kind of like a big brother to me, thanks man. I'll go too, Callaway offered. Me too, damn. Now everyone was piping in. Guys, we don't want to draw attention. I don't want to make things worse for her. Okay, so Jack is out. Callaway, your ink is way too memorable. Drake can come. Drake's head popped up from when he was loading a fresh keg behind the bar. What the fuck? Am I not memorable? I shook my head. No, jackass, but I'm more used to bossing you around. Chapter 6. Kirsten. Do you want seconds? I watched Hassie hoover up her vegetables. I'd been stretching them out all week. They were from the farmer's market last Sunday. Pricey, but I felt better feeding her clean food. With all the drugs she had to take, she needed every edge she could get. The truth was, she needed fresh air and sunshine, but this was the best I could do for now. Someday, it would be better. She'd beat the odds, I would find a way. My kid was much more comfortable with the idea of dying young than I was. No thanks, Mom. She coughed and I froze, watching her carefully. She shook her head at me. I'm fine. I pressed my hand to her forehead. Seriously, I'm fine. Okay. She gave me a look. Sorry. She hated it when I fussed, but I couldn't help it. Just a simple cold could damage my beautiful baby's lungs. She was that fragile, and there was no cure. But with some very expensive drugs, extensive precautions, and a lot of luck, she might live to adulthood. After that, everything else was gravy. Okay, you want to watch TV or read in the living room? She nodded and patted out there in her bare feet. I had to perform our nightly ritual. I turned off the HEPA air filter in her bedroom. Then I wiped out the humidifier with an industrial-strength antibacterial soap. I rinsed it twice and set it up with distilled water so it pointed towards her bed, but not right on her. I even had a salt lamp in there for the negative ions, whatever they were. I looked around, cleaning up and using wipes on everything. We didn't wear shoes in her bedroom or bring in textbooks, jackets, or book bags. Nothing that could carry germs. It made a difference having a clean room where she was safe to sleep or even sit on the floor. My baby was born premature, not so unusual for a teen pregnancy. It was a few years before I realized something more was wrong. She coughed a lot and was always a little out of breath. It didn't take long to figure out why. She was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. Her body made too much mucus, which made it hard to clear her lungs and hard to breathe. So, we avoided dairy and wore masks during flu season. We got good at washing our hands and using hand sanitizer. I gave her herbal tea with manuka honey almost every night to clear out her throat before bed. We learned to be very, very careful. She'd already been lucky. Lots of kids didn't make it all the way to 8 without periods of hospitalization. 50 years ago, it was rare to live past 10 with CF. Now the odds were much better, but there was no guarantee. I just wanted her to live long enough for them to find a cure. I had done a lot of research. We tried everything that the doctors wanted us to try, and everything that the woo-woo website said to try. From what I'd read, it was best to try both traditional and non-traditional methods together. Some things helped, some didn't. My baby is going to live. Damn it, she has to. The doorbell rang and I hurried to answer it. Our neighbor was there to babysit. I thanked God every day for Mrs. Keeley. She wouldn't let me pay her for sitting up with Hassie. She said she would be up late alone in her apartment watching TV anyway. She might as well do it here. Every morning when I came in, she was asleep on the couch, snoring her heart out. It didn't matter. She was here if something went wrong. Hassie had that impact on people though. People just wanted to help her. The doctors at the children's hospital loved her too. They helped us as much as they could and tried to give us free samples and charged us on a sliding scale. But having a sick kid was expensive. That's where the Margarelli brothers came in. They had fronted me the money. I'd made the deal with Sal before Vincent and Antonio stepped in to negotiate terms. They told me I was being stupid, but it was too late. I didn't have a choice anyway. Even with state insurance, I didn't have enough to pay for Hatsi's medicine or healthy food, never mind applying for experimental drug trials or fancy specialists. I'd applied to every assistance program I could. The mob was the only recourse I had. Time to brush up. I wiped down the windowsill and the radiator. Another area that collected dust. I turned down her bed and looked around. It was clean and cheerful in here, even if the apartment was kind of a dump. Hassie stood in the doorway, watching me. Ready, steady? Hassie nodded, flashing me her brilliant white teeth. Okay, let's pop on those jammies. She stripped carefully, putting her clothes into the hamper. She held her skinny little arms up, and I slid the pajama top over them. She sat on the bed and pulled on the pajama bottoms. Scoot, she slid into the bed. I pulled up the covers and sat on the edge, turning the salt lamp down to low. You want a story tonight? She yawned and shook her head, tired. I couldn't resist running my hand over her forehead. It was cool. She didn't even protest as I smoothed her silky hair back from her face. Her eyes were already closed. Good night, sweetheart, I love you. She murmured, love you, before turning onto her side. I sighed and stood watching her sleep. I had to get moving, but I refused to rush our rituals. The beautiful, brave girl lying in that bed was the reason for everything I did. I didn't want to miss a moment with her. If I didn't work nights, I'd probably be sitting in that rocking chair watching her sleep. I'd done it 100 times since she was born, 1,000. But not tonight. I closed the door softly and took a fast shower. I had to apply a little makeup or Sal would say something. I put a thin line of liner along my lash line and brushed some taupe shadow over my lids. I applied mascara and pressed the red lipstick to my lips. Then I pulled on stockings, slipped into the skin-tight uniform, and grabbed my khaki high heels. I didn't wear them for a second longer than I had to. I grabbed a couple of saltines from the cupboard and shoved them into my purse. I put on a pair of slip-on kicks I'd had for a million years, threw on an oversized old jean jacket I got second-hand, and said goodbye to Mrs. Keeley. She waved me off, telling me I looked pretty. I grimaced, if she only knew. Sal didn't want pretty, he wanted cheap. I was trying to fit in with women who are strippers and prostitutes. Lots of the girls there sold themselves for money, at least to sell for the right to work there. Not that I judged them for that. A woman had the right to do what she wanted with her own body. Many of them probably felt as though they didn't have a choice in the matter. It just wasn't something I would ever be comfortable doing myself. I hated that they told me to wear the stupid low-cut uniform and red lipstick. I couldn't imagine actually doing more. Not for money. I barely remembered how to do it. It had been so long. I'd only been with my boyfriend a handful of times when I realized I was pregnant. Since Jatsi was born, I wasn't exactly trying to find dates. And the kind of offers I got weren't all that flattering. Crap, you idiot, I groaned, realizing I'd left the envelope with Lucky's money upstairs. I sat in my car wondering what to do. If I brought it with me and he showed up, how could I give it to him? That would look incredibly suspicious to Sal and his guys. I'd have to drop it off at the clubhouse tomorrow. I decided. I didn't listen to music on the ride over. I had to get my game face on. I had to get in the zone. Every night I worked, they took $250 off my tab. It wasn't that much for such a long shift, and I suspected everyone else was getting paid more. Plus, all of the other girls kept their tips. I did not. I was keeping careful track of my debt to the Margarellis. I had a distinct feeling that Sal was dropping payments somehow. I wanted to ask him to show me the accounting, but I was afraid of being alone with him. I knew he'd use it as an excuse to paw at me. I shuddered and parked off to the side of the garage. It was already dark out, but there were very few cars in the lot. I glanced at the clock and realized I was a few minutes early. I took a sip of water and ate a package of saltines. I lived off the damn things. They were free at a lot of diners and surprisingly tasty with sprayed cheese or peanut butter slathered on. Until I paid off my debt, I couldn't afford more. All the good stuff went to Hassie. I'd give her my lungs if I could. I'd do anything for my perfect sunshine girl. I slipped on my heels and went up to the gate. Joey was out front. He nodded and grabbed my arm when I got close. Polly said to lay low. He's in a mood. Thanks, Joey. I didn't need to ask who was in a mood. I knew Sal was a moody son of a bitch. If he was on the warpath, it was best to keep my head down and avoid him entirely. I said a silent prayer of thanks for Polly and Joey. At least they were looking out for me a little. It made me feel less alone in the world. Chapter 7. Riquet. Man, this place is a dump. Shut up. Can't believe you have to come out here to meet chicks. You used to be a legend. I still am. I sneered at Drake and climbed off my bike. Don't you forget it. So, why the fuck are we here again? This girl is special. Special, right? I rolled my shoulders and patted my pocket. You'll see ass face. Drake snorted. He was not an ass face, and he knew it. I was almost as pretty as Dev or Callaway. I smoothed my hair back and smiled, but no one was pretty as me. Nobody except my angel. I bet you $100 she doesn't live up to your drunk-ass memories. Oh, you are so fucking gone. I handed him $1,000 to gamble with. I hope you win because you are going to need the extra money. He leaned in as we approached the large man guarding the door. His gun holster was prominently on display under his open jacket. Point her out to me. Remember, we can't draw attention to her. We could fuck things up for her, right? So, how do I know who she is? I smirked. The dumb bastard was about to eat his shorts. Oh, trust me, you'll know. Holy shit. Drake was stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth hanging open. She cannot be real. Told you. Jesus, man. I held out my hand and he wordlessly put $100 in my palm. It was my money, but I didn't bother to point that out. It was the principle of the thing. It insulted my angel and now he had to pay. Just lay low. Don't win too much. Keep your eyes open. I tore his eyes away from Kirsten to look at me. He nodded. I slapped his back. Keep what you win. I lined up to get my chips with Drake behind me. They had a rudimentary bar, but I wasn't drinking tonight. I had a thermos of coffee from Maze instead. Drake got himself a beer and found a spot at one of the tables. I sat across the room from Angel where I could watch her and not cause a problem. It was a low-stakes table, but I didn't care. For once in my life, I wasn't there to play. I played a few hands, watching her without being too obvious about it. I would play at her table, but not until later. For now, just seeing her was enough. This time I wasn't as stunned by her beauty. Not that I was used to the way she looked. I was still in awe of her. But I took in more details. She stood like a dancer, I realized. Janet stood like that. The two of them were proud and elegant and way too good for mere men. Her expression was guarded and she looked weary, not tired. She was far too radiant for that. But there was something in her face that tugged at my heart. My angel was being worn down by this world. I wanted to save her from it. I wanted to let her save me. Her body was absurdly, almost ridiculously flawless, lean and toned with perfect handfuls of femininity in all the right places. She turned to get a fresh deck of cards and I frowned, looking at her in a new light. My angel was thin, thinner than I'd thought. Her face was so lovely. You wouldn't have guessed it, but she looked almost gaunt. It did nothing to detract from her beauty though. In fact, it had me thinking about how crazy her already slamming curves would be if I could fatten her up. Her hair was down tonight, secured on one side with a clip. It was longer than I had realized, silky and shiny too. I mused to myself that she would look good to me no matter what. Thin, curvy, long hair, no hair, she was that perfect. I knew the exact moment she saw me. Her hands froze mid-deal. It felt like time stopped. And then she shook herself and started dealing again. It was so fast that I don't think anyone would have noticed. But I did, because for a split second my angel had looked happy to see me. Chapter 8. Kirsten. I was here. Lucky was here. Of course he was. A long string of curse words sprang to my mind. The kind I would never say out loud. He was going to get himself killed. Or maybe being in the local motorcycle club would keep him safe. Even Sal wouldn't want to mess with hundreds of bikers. I scanned the room and realized there was another one here. He was watching me too. I saw him glance at Lucky and relaxed slightly. Lucky isn't stupid, Kirsten. See, he brought back up. I couldn't do anything about it anyway, so I put my head down and did my job. I did feel slightly better knowing he was here as time went on. I did my best not to even look at him, but I could feel him. It didn't make sense, but it was true. The room just felt different with him there. After a few hours, I took a break. Just long enough to use the restroom and sit down for a few minutes. I was in the hallway eating another package of saltines, when a shadow fell over me. I looked up and saw Lucky's handsome face staring down at me. Lucky, what are you doing here? I came to see you, Angel. I told you not to do that. I know. He smiled at me and my heart did a little flip-flop. He really was too good looking for his own good. But I'm not very good at following orders. I thought you were in the military. I brushed the crumbs off my hands and stood up. I have to get back. Don't let them see you back here. He nodded, not moving away. He just stared at me, standing way too close. I found myself staring at his lips. He was staring at mine too. He moved closer and I found myself leaning against the wall with Lucky's arms boxing me in. I was out of breath, anticipating his kiss. Shuffling footsteps rang out just around the corner. My head pivoted, afraid that Sal or Polly would turn the corner and see us. I looked back and Lucky was gone. I exhaled loudly. That was close. I knew I'd spend the rest of the night wondering why I hadn't stopped him from almost kissing me, and wishing he had actually had the chance to. Everything started to slow down around 4 a.m. I was really dragging tonight, tired and out of sorts. My table hadn't attracted any winning streaks. Thank goodness. I hadn't figured out how to cheat yet, and I really didn't want to find out. If someone hit a winning streak, I would just close down my table for a bathroom break. I would keep Sal at arm's distance and be free of my debt in a year or two, as long as Lucky didn't piss them off. I counted myself almost safe for now. Anyway, I did feel safer with the big biker here, his friend too. They looked meaner than the mob guys, but they weren't. Looks really were deceiving in this case. I checked my phone a little later in the hallway. All was well. We were nearly ready to close for the night. Get back on the floor. We've got a live one. I groaned and stood up from the rickety chair near the lockers the girls all stowed our stuff in. We did not get paid by the hour, and since I was the low woman on the totem pole, I was always the last to be sent home. I had a feeling Sal's creepy fascination with me had something to do with it as well. I walked back into the room. There were 4 players waiting at my table. Lucky was one of them. His friend sat at an empty table watching. 2 of the guys were regulars, friends of Sal's. The new guy was someone I'd never seen before. I nearly stumbled when I got closer. The guy was leering at me so obviously that I almost lost my footing. He licked his lips crassly as he looked me over way too thoroughly. Skin crawling, I took my spot in the little inner circle part of the table for the dealers. My feet were killing me, and unless this was a quick game, I was going to miss breakfast with Hussy. I never missed breakfast with Hussy. I dealt a hand and waited, watching the players make their moves. The new player was tall and looked strong, though not as buff as Lucky or his friend. Actually, no one was as built and strong-looking as Lucky. His military history had shaped him, that much was clear. I had a crazy feeling he still did push-ups all the time and ran with a rifle in his arms. The new guy had a bit of that look about him. I was surprised to see that he was carrying as well. Usually Polly and Joey took guns at the door, and then I nearly froze out of terror when I saw a flash of a metal badge under his jacket. A Fed. I was a Fed and he wasn't doing a damn thing to hide it. He caught me looking and smiled, licking his lips again. See something you like? I yanked my eyes away, my cheeks turning bright red. Oh, were you looking at this? He pulled his badge out and tossed it on the table. Then he took a drag of his cigar. I didn't look at him. I couldn't, I'm Agent Cheever. Place stays open until I say. He smiled at me and spat on the floor. Sal told me I got carte blanche, sweetheart. So, be on your best behavior. If there wasn't a table between us, I had a feeling his hand would be grabbing my ass. I knew it in my gut that this guy was worse than Sal. I cursed in my head, using the kind of swear words that would make my mama roll over in her grave. My hyper-religious family was so strict, I'd literally have soap in my mouth for hours if I dared to say any of those words out loud. Not that I ever did, but right now I was more than tempted. I wanted to scream. Lucky was watching me carefully, an odd look on his face. He hid it well, but he was upset. He knew I was in trouble. I started running through ways out of this. I basically had to sneak out of here without Cheever noticing or Sal. I would avoid Lucky too if I was smart. But right now, I wanted him to take me out of here once and for all and never ever come back again. Chapter 9, Lucky. Fuck me, Angel was in trouble more than she knew. The Fed sitting next to me had plans. I could tell he was thinking he was getting his dick wet tonight. I glanced at the light starting to filter through the metal grates covering the windows. Or rather, this morning. The change in his pocket rattled as he bounced his leg rapidly. Oh yeah, he thought he was getting laid, but Angel was not for sale. Any idiot could see that she was a good girl. This asshole was too stupid to notice. I could read him like a book. I was a crooked lawman with no morals. He would force her if he had to, and not one of Sal's guys would stop him. There was no way in hell that was going to happen. Not with me here. I was ready to take on whoever tried to mess with her anytime, anywhere. I said a silent prayer of thanks that I was here. If I had listened to her and stayed away, the thought of this animal with his hands all over her made me want to do bodily harm to him. Drake might see things differently though. Tangling with a Fed was no joke. I looked from him to the door and he shook his head. I raised an eyebrow and he shook it again. Okay, So apparently he wasn't going anywhere. I knew he wouldn't desert me, but I recognized the look on his face. He looked almost as eager to smash skulls as I was. Fed mob. The goddamn Russian army could march in here and we'd take them on. We'd win too. Probably, I started thinking, planning. When the table closed, she had to move fast. I texted Drake that we had to get her purse and start her car before things wrapped up here. But judging from the coke nose this guy had on him, it might be a while. Jangle went the guy's keys and change against his leg. We played a hand and another. Angel won the first two. The Fed was getting restless. He did a bump right there at the table. That's how fucking brazen he was. Then he won a hand, crowing like a damn jackass. I turned my head and noticed that Sal had come out of his office. Polly and Joey were watching too. None of them looked a bit concerned about the predator in their midst. Of course, they were fucking predators too. So was I. But there was a difference between being a wolf or a lion and a vulture that ate carrion or picked off the weak. I couldn't believe the situation Angel was in. I wasn't letting her come back here. That was for sure. If I had not been here, she would have gotten badly hurt tonight. It fucking infuriated me, just thinking about it. Finally, the two mob guys at the table wandered off to cash in what was left of their chips. It was me and Cheever. I started winning. I couldn't help it. I wanted to piss him off. The lights flashed, finally signaling it was closing time. 5 had already come and gone long ago. I knew Sal was only closing the table to keep me from winning more money from the corrupt Fed. I didn't give a fuck about the money. All I cared about was that Angel looked so relieved. I wanted to scream. She shouldn't be on her feet all night like this. I was sure she was ready to faint. What the fuck? Cheever shot out of his chair, going to argue with Sal about closing the tables. I heard him gripe about the scumbag taking his money. I would have laughed if I wasn't so worried. I was more than happy to be that scumbag. You need to get out of here right now. She nodded, her eyes wild-looking, scared. It hit me like a punch to the gut. Drake has your purse. Pretend you're going to the bathroom and just get out of here. Okay? She closed her cash box and locked it. Thanks, leave it here. She gave me a nod and scurried off. Polly said something to her and she said something back. I couldn't hear it, but he seemed satisfied. He turned and looked right at me. I knew I was clocking him, clocking all of them. I waited. Cheever was still arguing about keeping the place open long enough to get his money back. Sal was telling him to come back tomorrow. My phone vibrated. She's in the car, I'll follow. I exhaled in relief. That was my cue. I stood up and grabbed my chips. Polly ambled over to cash me out. Good, everyone was distracted except Joey. But Joey was stupid. Maybe he wouldn't notice. I didn't, but Cheever did. Where's the broad? I won a party. She's not part of the package. Like hell she's not. I had to hand it to Sal. He might be a sleazeball, but at least he hadn't sold Angel off to the highest bidder. He might cave though. In fact, the squirrely look in his eyes made me think this was a token effort. She's mine. I ignored his empty boast. Polly made a soft noise that sounded suspiciously like a snort. I looked at him in surprise as he handed me my cash. Apparently, Polly had a sense of humor. I took my money and left. I pretty much broke even, not counting the cash I'd given Drake. I'd been careful not to win too much until the last few hands. Joey smirked at me on my way out. Better luck next time, chump. Sure. Only there wasn't going to be a next time because I was getting Angel out of here. Even if we had to leave the damn States, I was going to keep her safe. I walked out into the school night air, half expecting them to chase me outside. I was ready for them if they did. There was a sick, twisted part of me that wanted them to. Chapter 10, Kirsten. I was shaking like a leaf by the time I parked in front of my apartment building. The tremors had started slowly. Only after I was out of the industrial district and back onto streets full of people starting their days. Almost as if my mind was protecting me until I was out of immediate danger. It felt wrong to be coming home at this hour. I'd not only missed breakfast with my daughter, it was so late that Mrs. Keeley would have already gotten her off to school. I hated it. I hated everything I was being forced to do for money. But I had no choice. If Lucky and his friend hadn't been there, I would be in a very bad situation right now. Just how bad didn't hit me until I was in town. I would certainly have been forced and maybe worse. There was a chance I might not have been coming home at all. The shaking had started and it hadn't stopped. A pair of motorcycles appeared behind me. I'd been checking my rearview mirror the whole trip. I told myself I was looking for Sal, but I wasn't. I was looking for Lucky. I didn't want him to get hurt on my behalf. I exhaled as he pulled the motorcycle up in front of my car, practically sagging in relief, not because he was there to protect me. I didn't quite understand it, But I knew instinctively that he would do anything to keep me safe. I was relieved because I'd been imagining them hurting him or worse, killing him. But this was the last time he would be able to protect me. If anything like this happened again, Sal would start to put things together. There would be repercussions. Vincent and Antonio had promised to protect me and my kid, but not Lucky. Lucky would be on his own. Well, other than hundreds of badass bikers. I rested my head on the steering wheel. I was ready to collapse from the tension and the sudden absence of it. I felt cool air as the door opened beside me. Then I was being lifted out and held. I let Lucky Man handle me without protest. I needed this. I needed his arms around me. I was enveloped in the smell of warm skin, leather, and something fresh that almost smelled like pine. Lucky smelled good, much better than he should have after playing poker until dawn. "You're shaking, Angel." His hand smoothed over my back as I stood there, unable to calm myself. "It's okay now. You are safe now." He tipped my chin up. "You aren't going back there." I shook my head. "You don't understand. I have to." He stared at me inches away. I watched as the muscle in his jaw ticked. "Let's get you inside. You guys good?" "Yeah, thanks, Drake." The other biker grinned, and I looked from him to Lucky and back again. Where did these guys come from? They all looked like models. Grungy, rough around the edges models. But they were ridiculously good looking. "Thank you, no problem, miss." He shrugged sheepishly, and I nearly laughed. They were both big teddy bears. How had I thought Lucky was trouble when I first saw him? He kick-started his bike and pulled out. I noticed neither one of them wore a helmet. "You should be wearing a helmet," I said without thinking. I sounded like such a mom, but I couldn't help it. I was a mom. Lucky squeezed my hand and I looked down, not even realizing our hands were tightly clasped. Our fingers were interlaced, his thick fingers warming mine. His big hand was rough with calluses. Mine looked so small and dainty in his. It felt so nice, so natural. I took a deep breath and pulled my hand away. I shouldn't encourage him. Lucky didn't seem to notice. He just shifted his hand to my lower back. We went up to my apartment in the rickety old elevator. I was lost in my own thoughts. I barely even looked up until I heard the ding. When I glanced over, Lucky was watching me with an intense look on his face. I felt heat flood my cheeks, turning them pink. I looked like he was starving for me, not just a little. He wanted me more than I'd realized. There was more raw, naked hunger in his dark blue eyes than I'd ever seen before in my life. I snapped out of my daze as I pushed my key into the lock. Even with Hassie already off to school, if he came in now, he would see kids' stuff. Photos. I would know about Hassie. I glanced at him and bit my lip. I couldn't send him away now. And the truth was, I didn't want to. Just give me a minute. He nodded, his face so serious that it twisted something inside me. I'd never had anyone focus on me that way. Even creeps like Sal didn't give me this much attention. And it was respectful, caring attention, even if there was an undercurrent of sexual tension underneath it all. More like a tidal wave of sexual tension. I hurried inside, shutting the door loosely behind me. I shoved Hassie's shoes into the closet. I shoved her spare book bag into the closet. I almost shoved myself into the closet. I was so frantic. I ran through the living room and slammed the second bedroom door shut. Then I took the photos off the mantle of the non-working fireplace and shut them in a drawer of the old dresser that served as our TV stand. I looked around. It was the best I could do. I dashed back to the front door and opened it. Lucky stood there, his heart in his eyes. I almost stepped back. The look was so intense, it did something to me. I did not want to hurt this man, I realized. Not that I wanted to hurt anyone, but I especially did not want to hurt Lucky. I was going to have to let him down easy. After I thanked him for saving me, of course, and gave his money back, I remembered. "Come in." He nodded and followed me into the house. He shut and locked the door, inspecting the chain. He picked up the crowbar I had leaning in the corner and looked at me, his eyebrow lifted. "I've never used it." He put it down again. "It's dangerous for someone your size to have something like that. Someone could take it away from you. It's just it makes me feel better. I'll get you some pepper spray and a taser." "You don't have to do that," I said quickly. He was making plans for the future. A part of me warmed to the idea, but the practical mom voice put her foot down. "Not realistic, not going to happen. Hassie was the only thing that mattered. You need to get off your feet." I nodded gratefully and led him to the living room. I sat awkwardly and watched him look around the room. "It's not much, it's clean, neat." He sat down and looked at me. "I don't like the area though. I want you to move." I let out a startled laugh. "Trust me, all I want is to live somewhere with fresh air and trees. I can't. Not yet." He took my hand again and I thrilled at his touch. He held my palm facing up on his leg and ran his thumb over it. It felt so intimate I almost shivered. Nature girl, huh? Something like that. I looked away, not liking lying to him. I did like nature, but I wanted to move because of Hatsi. She needed fresh air. I'd moved here thinking it was a good area for that with all the mountains around, but the only affordable housing was in town. Okay, fresh air, I'll take care of it. What? He stood up. You got coffee? I nodded numbly and started to get up. Stay here, you need to rest. You had a shock. I was right. I realized. The shivering was back. I heard him rustling around and tried to think if there was anything in there that screamed single mom with sick kid. But he wasn't looking for clues. I was looking for coffee. I heard him turn on the tap and then the sound of percolating 10 seconds later. The welcome smell of coffee wafted through the tiny apartment. I hoped he didn't use all of it. Coffee was not cheap. It was the one thing I treated myself to. Moms ran on coffee, everyone knew that. Especially single moms, it was pretty much the single mom slogan. How do you take it? Black, I called out, realizing I had no milk or sugar if he wanted his coffee light and sweet. In fact, we had hardly any food at all. I spent the bulk of my food budget at the farmer's market, which would open later today. I did my best to feed Hassie a mostly organic diet. She didn't need any pesticides messing with her already delicate system. I sighed, feeling oddly embarrassed about my shitty apartment and empty cupboard. It was a good thing I wasn't trying to start a relationship with him because I was sure I was scoring 0 points in the domestic department. I still didn't want Lucky thinking badly of me, I realized. Speaking of which, I had to give him back his money. I ran and got his envelope from my bedroom and sat back down again. I felt like I was on a date, except I hadn't been on a date since the senior prom, and I'd been knocked up at the time without even knowing it. Great, get a hold of yourself. This isn't happening, remember? But my heart still filled up when I saw him walking towards me with 2 mugs of coffee. He offered me my pick. I took the one with the seashells on it that I'd found at a thrift store. I loved the beach the few times I'd been there. Lucky took the free mug they'd been giving out at a gas station when we drove through. Yeah, I was that lady. I'd taken 2 free mugs. I inhaled the richly scented steam, holding the mug in both hands. Just doing that warmed me nearly as much as the look in Lucky's eyes. Thank you for this, I said, feeling lame. And for everything. I handed him the envelope of cash. Here, I'm not taking that. I tucked it into the pocket of his leather jacket. Lucky just stared at me. What do they have on you? What hold do they have on you? Vincent and Sal? I shook my head swiftly. Not Vincent. He's the one keeping Sal on a leash. Lucky nodded. Yeah, he's okay for a mob guy. You know him? Yeah. None took a sip, so what is it? I took a deep breath. Money? How much? It doesn't matter. I don't think Sal will even let me pay him back. My tab keeps getting longer and longer. What did you need the money for? I had a good reason at the time. I took my hand and looked at it. I don't care. I just want to know all the contingencies. It's not what you think. Tell me. He took my coffee cup and set it down. Then he took my shoulders in his big warm hands. I don't care if you were hooked on drugs or had a gambling problem. I don't care about your past. It doesn't change what you are. I stared into his eyes, totally transfixed as he got closer. And what is that? You're an angel, he murmured just before his lips came down on mine. I sighed at the tender onslaught. I wasn't forcing the kiss. It was happening organically. It felt perfect, so good I couldn't stop it even though I knew I should. I melted into Lucky's big warm chest as he pulled me closer, angling his mouth over mine. He urged my mouth open and I let him, encouraging his tongue as it swept inside and tangled with mine. The world tilted as he kissed me, leaving me breathless and disoriented. I blinked, realizing Lucky was laying me down on the couch. He was above me, his body pressing into mine. It felt good, too good. I had to stop this before we both got carried away. I sat up, pushing against him. He stopped, staring at me as he sat inches away. What's wrong? I'm sorry. What is it, Angel? Tell me so I can fix it. He kissed me again and I let him. But then I tore my lips away. He was so close. I wanted to let him in, but I couldn't. Remember Hassie? She needs you, Kirst. You have to tell him no. I can do this, Lucky. Do what? He murmured against my lips. Sex. I can't have sex with you. He brushed the hair away from my face. Okay. And ran his thumb over my bottom lip. We don't have to do that today. I meant to tell him that I didn't just mean today, but I never had a chance. He kissed me again, shushing me with his soft lips. But I'm going to make you breakfast. He kissed me again. After I kiss you some more, I had no fight left in me as Lucky kissed me. He laid me back on the couch, supplely arranging our bodies so that they fit together. His hardness pressed into my softness in all the right places, especially the liquid heat between my legs. I realized after a little while that I wasn't shaking anymore. I felt safe, even with the 6-foot biker kissing the hell out of me on my sofa. Even though I knew this was a terrible idea. Even though I knew I was going to have to disappoint him. His fingertips traced my side and slid beneath me to hold my ass. He started to grind his hips into mine, felt so good. But I knew if I didn't stop this, we were going to end up screwing on the couch. And I couldn't let that happen, Lucky. Okay. He rested his forehead on mine. Okay. I could see the effort it took for him to climb off of me. To be honest, it took an effort to let him go. Are you hungry? I shook my head swiftly. The truth was I was starving. I was always hungry. I'd learned to live with the dull ache in my belly. But he wanted to make me breakfast, and there wasn't anything to eat. I needed the carrots and rice pasta for Hassie. Anything in there was for her except the peanut butter and crackers. You want eggs? Yeah, I really did. But there weren't any. There wasn't anything. He stood up and walked to the kitchen. I tried to stop him. I grabbed his arm, but it was too late. He opened the fridge. Then he looked at the cabinets. I blocked his way. Lucky move. He lifted me and set me down again out of the way. I cursed inwardly as he opened the cabinet. A package of diner crackers fell out. He looked at me, picking them up. I'm not going to lie, my mouth watered when I saw them. What the hell is this, Angel? What do you mean? Where's all the food? I swallowed and looked away. I felt ashamed, but it was none of his business, and I told him so. Yes, it is my business. He gently pushed me against the counter, his body pressing into me as he stared at my face. You are my business. I just looked up at him, not sure what to say. Are you starving yourself on purpose to be thin? I shook my head. No, you don't have enough money. I have almost enough. He cursed and ran his hands through his hair. When's the last time you ate? I don't know. Yesterday. Look, I really need to get some sleep before my shift. Yeah, right. When's the last time you ate a full meal? My mouth opened and then shut. He had a point. I nibbled on Chassie's leftovers, but I hadn't eaten a full meal in months, maybe years. We did get takeout on Christmas and Thanksgiving though, but I wasn't telling Lucky that. It would seem even worse, that's what I thought. He lifted me up and I chirped like a surprised bird. He carried me down the hall. Which room is yours? I pointed and he opened the door. He glanced toward the other room. I didn't answer. I didn't want to lie. Instead, I just stared at him and then at my bed. Lucky, I said, I cannot, I know. He set me down gently on the bed so that I was sitting at the edge. I'm just tucking you in. Oh. He knelt down and took my shoes off, then slid his hands up under my dress. What are you? He gripped my pantyhose and tugged them down. I almost moaned at the weirdly erotic feeling of Lucky's fingers dragging across my thighs. You got a nightie? I nodded and pulled an old oversized rock concert t-shirt out from under the pillow. He smiled a little at that. Then he kissed me softly before standing up. Go on. I slipped the shirt over my head and shimmied out of my dress and bra. I sighed in pleasure. It felt so good not to be stuck in that tight dress and high heels. I lay back down again, wondering how this had all happened. Lucky was tucking me in, not pressuring me for sex. He'd been mad, but he wasn't yelling. I was just taking care of me. I need your house keys. For what? To lock myself out. Oh, but I'll be back in an hour. Just sleep. Everything will be fine. I need to get up by 2. I'll get you up. I was so tired. I could barely keep my eyes open. I'd had more adrenaline than I was used to. And now I was crashing. Okay. The last thing I saw as my eyes drifted shut was Lucky pulling the covers over me. Chapter 11. Lucky. Fuck me. The girl was starving. Literally starving. I'd felt how thin she was when I laid on top of her on the couch. But I'd been too horny to even really think about it. Not until I saw her cupboards. Not until I saw how she had nothing. Literally nothing in the fucking kitchen. I was furious. I'd watched her carefully. I'd seen Polly pay off the other girls who worked there at the end of the shift, but not once had I seen him pay her. Fuck me, she was poor, struggling, and so noble she tried to give my money back. I pulled the envelope out and put it on the kitchen table. What the hell was I going to do with my angel? She wouldn't let me help her. She wouldn't tell me what the Margarellis had on her. She wouldn't sleep with me, which I knew was temporary. She wanted me. I could feel it. There was fucking electricity every time we touched. I looked around. The place was a dump, though. She'd done well with it. It had a charm to it with all kinds of thrift store finds that somehow worked together. But it was beat up too. Like her car, like her high-heel shoes. I'd felt a hole in the sole when I took them off of her. It pissed me off. She deserved the best of everything. She didn't deserve to be in this dump with a mob on her ass. I didn't care what she'd done or how much she owed them. It was over. I was going to pay it off, every damn cent, even if things didn't go the way I was expecting with her. Even if she moved away or met someone else or didn't want me as bad as I wanted her. Yeah, I was taking care of the whole mafia situation as soon as I got some fucking food in her. I called Mac, reasoning that it was better than calling Donnie. It was still early and Donnie's wife was extremely pregnant. Jack had 50 kids. Seriously, it was like a horde of red-headed Helens over there, a crimson blur. And I never called Dev unless it was a crisis. That left Mecca, Drake, Calloway, and Whiskey. Cal and Whiskey had young'uns. Drake had just pulled an all-nighter with me and was probably dragging us at the construction site. So, Mac, it was I need a ride. Lots of room for cargo. Where are you? I smiled grimly and filled him in on the address. I love that about our inner circle. I didn't ask why. He knew I wouldn't ask if there wasn't a damn good reason. I looked around the dingy apartment. Even though she'd managed to make it look sweet, it wasn't good enough. I need a house too, someplace green, he grunted. Jack is good at that. Maybe send over some of the guys to keep an eye on this place. I need to make sure Angel doesn't leave. She's in trouble, Mac. I was quiet, but I knew he wasn't thinking it over. He was making a list and texting everyone. Got it. Oh, and Mac. Yeah, see if anyone has a boot. I need to lock a car down. Jersey should have one. I nodded. Jersey was a nickname like mine. Nobody knew Jersey's real name anymore, but he was originally from Jersey, and he ran roadwork crews for the county. He was kind of a badass. We all made fun of his accent, though. I hung up and looked around. It would take him about 20 minutes to get to his cousin's place, and then drive over here with one of Donnie's SUVs. There were 2 camps at our crew. Family guys with real cars and the rest of us who only rode 2-wheeled vehicles. I was starting to see the appeal of having a ride you could load up with shit, though. I decided to buy a car right then and there, a big one, so I could drive Angel around in it, of course. 30 minutes later, I was walking through the grocery store with Mac, and so I pushed one cart, he pushed the other. I looked around wondering what the heck to get. She needs good stuff. The best, right? He nodded. The produce looked kind of tired, and I had no idea what to get. I saw a kid stocking the shelves. Where's the best stuff? Best? The kid scratched his non-existent beard. The fancy prepared foods. Money is no object. Oh, you want the organic market? That is where Janet and Kaylee shop, Mac piped up. How the fuck he knew that? I had no clue. Sally too, where's that? I've been there with Jack and Dev to pick stuff up. We pushed our empty carts out to the parking lot. I rolled my eyes as Mac put them neatly back in the queue. I decided against giving him shit about it, though, since he was the only one who knew where the organic market was. Another 10 minutes and we had new carts and were walking around a new market which had been designed to look like it was 100 years old. The old-fashioned industrial schoolhouse lights, the rusted painted cabinets. Everything was clean and fancy. They even had shellfish resting in barrels of ice near the fish counter. I shook my head. It was a far cry from the places I went to grab food when I got hungry. Of course, I didn't exactly have a kitchen at the clubhouse, so I mostly ate out. I basically ran on Mexican and diner food and booze. Lots of booze. Crazy, man. Girls love this stuff. I nodded wisely, even though I had zero clue about what chicks liked outside the bedroom. They never made me work for it, so I'd never done any recon. I'd never cared. As of right now, I was in a whole new world. A world where I gave a damn and wanted to please one very special lady and damned if I wasn't going to give it my all. Just remembering the way she'd felt in my arms, it was off the fucking charts. She was so perfect, so feminine and sweet and delicious. I couldn't wait to get back and kiss her some more, yes, even if that's all we did. The last time I'd kissed someone without anything else was back in junior high school. Hell, I barely kissed at all. But with her, I could do it for hours and be happy as a clam. I looked around, wondering where to start. I headed straight for the coffee aisle and started grabbing stuff. Organic stuff, dark roast, light roast. She liked coffee, at least I knew that much. I saw a new coffee maker and got that too. And a grinder for the beans and mugs. Had a thermos so she could take her coffee with her when she went out. Meanwhile, Mac tracked down someone to help us. He came back with a friendly-looking middle-aged lady with a round face and sensible shoes. Can I help you? I need healthy stuff, fresh and prepared. Stuff girls like. The older woman smiled at me, like she knew a secret. Hell, she was a female, so maybe she did. She nodded and told us to come with her. She kept asking me if I wanted to look at the prices, and I kept telling her it didn't matter. I even got some stuff that I knew how to cook. Chicken, steak, and eggs. That was pretty much my skill set, didn't matter. We were covered either way. I'd fucking learn to cook if I had to. I wanted to do that for Angel to make sure she was well fed and happy. Safe. It was crazy, but I knew without a doubt that I'd do anything for her. Step in front of a bullet, anything. What's this? I held up a bottle of something in the yogurt section. The clerk gave me a funny look but explained. Kefir. Yeah, but what is it? It's like yogurt, but you drink it, healthier too. Less sugar. She held up another bottle. This is dairy-free. What's it made of then? Fermented coconut milk. Great. Let's get some of that. Finally, our carts were so overstuffed that even the clerk told me it was enough. I frowned, not sure, but it would have to do for now. I'd go shopping again tomorrow if she didn't like any of this. I'd take her out to dinner and then I'd make love to her until dawn and feed her breakfast in bed. We got some odd looks as we rolled through the place, but we'd managed to completely load up 2 carts full. I even got my angel some non-toxic cleaning products and paper towels. I grabbed some ultra-soft toilet paper. My angel's cute little ass deserved the best. Mac helped me load up and drive back to Kirsten's apartment. He carried everything into her apartment with me. It took us 3 trips with our arms full. We fucking tiptoed through the place to make sure not to wake her up, even though the floorboards creaked. I thanked him quietly and reminded him to ask Jack about a place to live. Don't forget the boot. Have someone swing by with it. She's going to get herself in trouble if I don't put her ass on lockdown. Which car is it? The faded green hatchback. We clasped hands and then he left. I shut the door behind him and shrugged out of my jacket and kicked off my boots. I rolled up my sleeves and grinned. I had work to do. Chapter 12. Kirsten. I woke up to the mouth-watering smell of something. Someone was cooking. I sniffed the air appreciatively. I was pretty sure it was steak and eggs. Toast, coffee too. It smelled so good, like I'd woken up in a fancy cafe. Where am I? I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes and stretched. Then I padded out to the living room to see where the smell was coming from. I must have left the window open. I stopped in my tracks. There were sounds coming from inside the apartment. Someone was in the kitchen, cooking sounds. Hassie was still at school and she didn't cook much anyway. Did someone break in and start cooking? Was it the ghost of my mother? What in God's name was going on? I tiptoed down the hallway and peeked into the kitchen door. A wave of relief crashed over me at the sight of the muscular man leaning over the stove. Lucky, he turned and smiled at me. Everything came rushing back to me all at once the night before. Him saying to rest, and he would take care of things, and he had. He'd gone overboard from what I could tell. I saw empty grocery bags. I saw the food on the counter. I even saw a new coffee maker. My jaw dropped so far it practically hit the floor. Hello, Angel. He put down the spatula and crossed to me in 3 steps. I stood stiffly as he pulled me against him. He kissed me long and deep. I was too stunned to do more than stare at him. What did you do? I went shopping. You did what? He smiled completely unbothered by my reaction. I went shopping. I didn't ask you to do that, Lucky. You shouldn't have. Here, have a muffin. He smirked at me. Muffin to me. I had my mouth open to argue when he popped the mini muffin into my mouth. I reluctantly chewed it before almost moaning in ecstasy. Oh my God, that is a good muffin. He kissed my mouth again, crumbs and all. I kissed him back this time. His nearness and the food was making me want to purr like a cat. In fact, I would have been more than happy to curl up in his lap and let him pet me for hours. You have perfect timing. Go sit. I sat numbly at the small table in the living room by the window. It was old and wobbled, and the chairs didn't match, but it had a piece of vintage fabric over it to pretty it up. Lucky appeared with 2 cups of coffee. He left again and came back with 2 plates. I hope you're not a vegetarian. My jaw dropped at the amount of food on each plate. It's okay if you are. I'll just have to heat up something else. Something else? He shrugged. I got a variety. He handed me silverware and sat across from me, all organic. Max said that girls like that. Do you? Yes, I do. There is so much. We should save some of it. I looked at my plate. I should save this for Hassie. There's plenty more for later. Just eat. He was cutting into his food when he looked at me. A pensive look on his face, please. So I ate. That was really good. He grinned at me, pleased with himself. But you have to take some of it back. I can't accept all of this food from you. I pointed to the envelope on the coffee table. Oh, that yes you can. Lucky. Maybe if we were together, I'd let you buy me groceries in a pinch. We are together. I stared at him from strangers to together just like that. But I can't be with anyone right now. Yes, you can. I was calm, unperturbed, like I'd said something about the weather, like he was a brick wall, and my words just bounced off. It's not you. You like me? I sighed in exasperation. Yes, I like you, Lucky, but you don't understand. So enlighten me. Everything happening with Sal. I have to just get through this. No, you don't. You don't understand. You aren't going back there, Angel. I have to. I stood up, hands on my hips. Lucky didn't look intimidated. No, he was looking at my legs. He licked his lips and shook his head. You look good enough to eat, Angel. I gasped, realizing I had been sitting there wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt the entire time. I'd never changed out of my pajamas. I sat down again. Don't say things like that. I stared at my lap, silently freaking out. I heard the chair scrape as he stood up and came around the table. It's okay, Angel. It's going to be okay. He pulled me to my feet. I stood there looking down until he tipped my chin up. He smiled at me so sweetly, like he was in awe of me, like he couldn't believe I was real. I couldn't fight it when he kissed me. I wanted him to. I wanted him to kiss me more than I would have thought possible. Lucky's hands roamed over my back as his tongue massaged mine teasingly. He deepened the kiss and his hands grew bolder, molding my hips and my ass so that I pressed against his hardness, and Lord Lucky was hard. I sighed as he slid one hand up to gently cup my breast. He tweaked the nipple and I moaned. He dipped his hips down and brought them upwards, lifting one of my thighs and holding me open. The feeling of his rock-hard shaft pressing insistently between my legs snapped me out of the spell. Lucky, I heard the school bus outside and froze. I glanced at the clock. I almost screamed when I saw what time it was. It's almost 3, you need to get out of here. Why, please? Please don't argue with me, Lucky. Fine, I'll go. But I have conditions. Please, Lucky. 1, you go out with me tomorrow night. A real date. I stared at him. What? A date? You and me. I work tomorrow. And 2, you never go back to that shithole again. I can't promise that, Lucky. I was certain I heard Hassie's footsteps in the hall. He crossed his arms. I almost screamed in frustration. You have to go. Well, fine, I shouted, practically shoving him out the door. He scooped up his boots and grinned as I thrust his jacket into his arms and shoved him out the door in his socks. Hein gave me a scorching look right before I shut the door. See you tomorrow, Angel. I slammed the door in his face and slumped against it. Then I ran for my bedroom and threw some clothes on. I rinsed my face and stared at myself in the mirror. Did I look like I'd just been kissed? Yes, I did, but I hoped Hassie would be too innocent to know that. I pulled my hair back in a ponytail just as Hassie's keys jingled in the door. I wondered idly if she'd passed Lucky on the stairs. I threw myself on the couch and tried to act casual. I grabbed the paperback I was currently reading off the side table and turned it right side up. Meanwhile, my heart was thudding in my chest. Mom. Hassie stood in the doorway looking at me, a strange worried look on her face. There's something weird. I prayed she wasn't about to tell me about a shoeless hunk wandering the hallways of our building. What is it? Is something wrong? No, she tilted her head to the side. Well, not exactly. What is it, She looked at me and then made a face. Well, there's a boot on your car. I ran to the window in shock. There were bikers parked out front. I squinted, seeing that my car did indeed have a boot on it. I wasn't parked illegally, though. My phone beeped and I ran for my purse to fish it out. I stared at it in shock and anger. It was Lucky. Just in case you were thinking about breaking your promise. I typed furiously. Did you put a boot on my car? Yes. Well, one of my buddies who works for the transportation department did it. What if I need to go somewhere, Lucky? This is insane. Like where? You don't have a job anymore. I can take you out if you need something. I sighed, closing my eyes. Like the hospital or something. The phone rang immediately and I ran into my bedroom, closing the door. What? Are you hurt? A voice growled at me from the phone. He sounded upset. I didn't much care at the moment. I was upset. No, you said you had to go to the hospital. No, I said. What if I had to go to the hospital? Silence. Are you sure you're all right? Yes. Well, let me know if you need anything or tell the guys. Are they watching me, Lucky? No, they are keeping you safe. I slumped down to sit on the edge of my bed. Lucky, have a good night, Angel. I hung up and stared into nothing. The door slowly opened. Yassi stood there looking worried. Is everything okay, Mom? I opened my arms and she ran into them. I kissed her sweet head and squeezed her tight. Everything is fine. She giggled as I tickled her ribs lightly. Just a little. I didn't want to make her get out of breath. What's with all the food? We are having a feast. A feast? We're going to stay up late eating and watching TV. After you've done your homework, of course. Wait, you aren't going out? The hope in her voice tore at me. She sounded overjoyed, relieved. There it was, impossible to ignore. I was missing too much, even though I did my best not to. Yes, it looks like I'm staying home tonight. Hassie threw her arms around me and I melted, not caring for a moment if I got in trouble. She must really be missing having me there as much as I missed being with her. I'm so glad, Mom, come on. I ruffled her hair and stood. Why don't I make you a snack while you do your schoolwork? She nodded happily and followed me back to the living room. I didn't know how I could tell Sal I wasn't coming. I would pay for this, I knew, but I was relieved at the same time. I was exhausted and I didn't want to go back and face them. What if that Fed came back? No, I was more than happy to stay home tonight. I went out and searched through the fridge. There were so many options. Lucky had really outdone himself. I bit my lip and decided what to make for my sweet girl. Chapter 13, Lucky. Okay, Lucky, fill us in. The guys were all at the clubhouse waiting for me. I looked from Dev to Jack to Donnie to Mac to Callaway and to Drake. First, I want to hear what Drake has to say. Donnie was still giving me a hard time about Angel. They were all enjoying this way too much. They had taunted me since I got back from deployment, saying I was next. So, what's she like? Johnson smirked at me and held out his hands to symbolize boobs. She hot? Shut up, Johnson. This doesn't concern you. I scowled at the new recruit until he wandered away. Everyone looked at Drake since he was the only one who had seen my Angel so far. I sighed and had a sip of the massive coffee to go that I'd ordered from Maze along with my dinner. Actually, I'd ordered 2 coffees. Caffeine? Much? You guys need a decent fucking coffee pot. Carl rolled his eyes and slammed his hand on the bar. Drake, start talking, or I will make your life a living hell. I almost laughed at that. Cal was never at the club anymore. I was too busy with his hot new wife. I was the one who had been hazing the new recruits, but Drake cleared his throat. Rank was rank and Cal was senior to him. It's like Lucky says, she's an angel. So she's beautiful, it wasn't a question. Yeah, really beautiful, but she's also like angelic. I snorted. Drake wasn't exactly good with big words, but it was hard to describe someone like Kirsten. They had done a pretty good job, and she kept her cool when they tried to crowd her. Drake shook his head. Made me sick to see them trying to trade a sweet girl like that. Trade? Jack's voice was a low growl. He hated when women were mistreated. Women had kids. Anyone who couldn't protect themselves really. I looked around at my friends. They all had their chests puffed out. I knew they all felt that way. I knew they would have all helped me anyway, but seeing them go all alpha protector at once was kind of hilarious. Dev was scowling. Donnie cracked his knuckles. Mac was gripping the rag he'd been wiping the bar with so hard his fingers were turning white. Turning white, yeah, this crooked Fed comes in and basically tells her that Sal gave her to him. She didn't have a choice. Drake looked shaken by the whole thing. She was scared out of her mind. They got something on her. It's bad. Fuck. How did Vincent and Antonio let something like this happen? Donnie wanted to know. Dev nodded pensively. That's not like them. They don't abuse women. She said they were keeping Sal on a leash, but she didn't know how long it would be until it snapped. They all cursed at that, even Jack. And the big man didn't curse much these days. They said it was too hard to control it in front of the kids if it was a habit. Where is she now? Home, I have guys out front. I took a sheepish sip of my coffee and I had Jersey boot her car. Callaway howled with laughter. They all did. I scowled. She would have gone back there if I hadn't. The woman is determined to pay her debts. What are we going to do about it? I looked at Mac. My heart fucking swelled. These guys were amazing. I loved every last one of them like a brother. Even Johnson, who was still eavesdropping. Hell, I loved that asshole too. I'm going to deal with Vincent directly. Tony can be easier to deal with. Yeah, but it's better to go to Vincent. He's the oldest and next in line, I shrugged. It's a respect thing. Tell him you want to talk to them both, Dev suggested. That's a real sign of respect. Damn, that's a good idea. Thanks, Dev. Then what? I stood up and patted my jacket. I'd stopped by the bank all the way to the clubhouse. I had 20 grand in cash in there and I'd get more if that's what it took. I paid them off. Chapter 14, Kirsten. I peeled an orange and split the pieces onto a plate. I held them out for Hassi, who took one. I took one for myself. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had fresh fruit. For once, I didn't have to skip the good stuff. Because of Lucky. Of course, I was also trapped in my apartment because of Lucky and simultaneously pissing off the mob at the same time. I'd have to go in tomorrow, no matter what I told Lucky. It didn't matter if I was breaking my promise. I owed Sal, and I couldn't give him an excuse to hunt me down and collect. That would be putting Hassi in danger, and there was no way I would let that happen. Lucky would be pissed, but it didn't matter. I didn't want to upset him, but I knew it might be better if he hated me. Maybe he'd finally give up on me. It was better for him in the long run, no matter how attracted we were to each other. And the chemistry between us was off the charts. I kissed Hassi's forehead and smiled. My kid was the only thing that mattered. Tonight was a reminder of how much she needed me, and how much I needed her. We were curled up on the couch watching TV. We only had basic cable, but they still showed some good stuff. I especially loved PBS. Sherlock was a favorite for us both. We tried to solve the crimes before Sherlock did. Jassie was way better at it than I was, though. She was so incredibly smart, my girl. I tucked the blanket around us both a little tighter and handed her another orange slice. The vitamin C was good for her, though I wasn't so sure the acidity was good for her teeth. Either way, not getting sick was the most important thing with CF. I belonged to several online message boards and groups for CF parents. I even had an app. They'd helped me so much. I felt like I knew some of them. My phone vibrated and I picked it up. It was Lucky. I ignored the thrill that I felt when I saw his name. Instead, I focused on how annoyed I was. I was messing with my life. It was way too high-handed. "How are you, Angel? I'm pissed at you. You can't keep me locked in here forever, Lucky. I'm not an animal." "Of course you're not forever. Promise, gotta keep you safe." I chewed on my lip, waiting to hear what he had to say. I was expecting him to say he'd take the boot off tomorrow, but he didn't. "Just until I take care of this situation." I sat up staring at my phone. Oh my God, what was he up to? My anxiety levels went through the roof in an instant. If Lucky was messing with Sal, he could get us both killed. "What are you doing, Lucky?" "Don't be stupid." Nothing. No response. It was like he just wasn't hearing me. I wanted to scream. "What are you doing?" "Don't you worry, Angel. I'll take care of everything. Please do not get yourself killed. I won't. I have too many plans for that." I stared at my phone, not at all reassured by that. I knew he meant plans with me, but if he was dead, we weren't going to be doing anything together, were we? "Who are you texting, Mom?" "It's nothing, sweetheart. It's about work." "Are they mad at you for not going in?" "No, it's not a problem at all." "Okay, good. You work too hard, Mom. Do you mind if I go to sleep now?" "Of course not. You go on and wash up. I'll get everything set up." Hassie nodded and headed for the bathroom. She stopped and ran back to me, throwing her arms around me in a tight hug. "I love you, Mom." I kissed her head, hugging her against me. "I love you too." There was a lump in my throat and tears in my eyes as I headed into her room to turn off the air filter and sanitize the humidifier. You had to be so careful with them with a CF kid. They collected bacteria really easily and could cause more problems than they solved. But a clean mist was really beneficial, sometimes with essential oils. I just took extra precautions and replaced the unit every 6 months. I turned down the covers and grabbed a clean set of pajamas for her. I had to do laundry, I thought to myself as I smoothed the fresh PJs on her bed. I stopped, thinking how normal that was. For the first time in forever, I wasn't worrying about Sal or the Margarellis. I wasn't worried about getting jumped at the garage, or standing on my feet for 10 hours or being constantly on guard. I was just being a mom. It was nice, seductive, and I knew it was all because of Lucky. Later on, I lay in my bed, watching the reflection of passing cars' headlights move across the ceiling. Things felt different. I knew it was him. His larger-than-life presence was impossible to ignore, even if I kept trying to tell myself it was a bad idea. Bad idea or not, I was not going to be able to sleep until I knew he was all right. He'd put himself in danger for me, and it was eating me up inside. I felt like I'd drunk 20 cups of coffee. The sense of unease had been growing all night, along with my gratitude towards him. Damn it, he'd made me care about him against my better judgment. He couldn't get hurt because of me. He couldn't. I gave up on sleep and rolled to my knees. I sat up with my hands clasped, closed my eyes and prayed. "Please keep Lucky safe. Please bring him back to me, even if it's just for a little while. Please keep his big, stupid, overly generous head attached to his body." I finished all my prayers, with gratitude and a final request, the same request I always made. "Thank you for bringing Jason to my life. Please heal my baby's lungs. Amen." Chapter 15, Callaway. I pulled off my helmet and stared at the lunatic whom I'd followed over here. The guy who was fast with the jokes and always ready to party until dawn. Except he was different now. I'd never seen him like this. The man was calm and clear-headed, determined, serious. He seemed to have matured overnight, even though he must have a death wish to tangle with the Margarellis. But he was. The man was on a mission. Damn, Lucky had it bad. I checked my phone to see if Molly had checked in. I smiled goofily at the picture of her belly she sent me. My baby was in there, warm and safe. There was also a reminder that I'd promised to rub her feet tomorrow. And then there was the reminder that I'd promised her not to get killed. I texted her right back to let her know I was going in. I wasn't worried about tonight. But it was always in the back of my mind that my life meant something more than it used to. I had people now. People who mattered more to me than life itself. Molly depended on me, and so did our unborn child. I'd even started wearing a helmet. Molly knew where I was going. We told each other everything. She knew that the SOS was mostly above board, but that we straddled two worlds. The regular world, consisting of your average law-abiding citizen, and the seedier underground world, where the mafia, gambling, drugs, and even prostitution were rampant. I myself used to partake in the drug trade quite frequently. Lucky was a gambling man. None of us ever wanted or needed to visit a WH house. Even back in our single days, the club itself attracted groupies, and as the club tattoo master, I was offered sex literally every damn day. I didn't think any of the guys partook in the flesh trade, but I knew it was happening all around us. In fact, we rescued Janet from the Vipers a few years ago when they tried to force her into the life. Young women without strong family ties were the most vulnerable. Some of the crazier clubs even took part in the human trafficking trade, bringing the girls in from other places. Once there, they were utterly helpless and unable to escape, often not even speaking the language. It was god-fucking awful. Jack made it his personal mission to shut those places down as soon as he caught wind of a new one opening up. Massage parlors were often much more than a simple rub and tug. The gates were on the doors to keep the girls in more than they were there to keep thieves out. What were they going to steal anyway? Coconut-scented oil. So yeah, under Devlin, the club didn't even dabble in the illegal shit anymore. We always stepped in when we could to protect women. And Jack had every single member of the club as backup when it came to saving those girls. Confronting another rival club was par for the course. We were a big enough club that they usually didn't mess with us, but we messed with them. The Vipers were a case in point. They had pushed back and lost, and now it was half the size it used to be. But the mob was something else entirely. Dev was on good terms with Vincent and his younger brother Antonio. They were reasonable men, even if they were scary as hell. But the older generation of mobster were still off the charts crazy. They shot first and asked questions later. There were plenty of bodies in the woods and rivers around here. The last thing I wanted was a pair of cement shoes, which is why I was not carrying, even if Lucky was. Not to say I wouldn't risk my life for my brother. Lucky was a pain in the ass, but he was my pain in the ass. Rude, crude, rough, hot-tempered, and loud-mouthed until the past week anyway. Apparently, all it had taken was a woman to change him. I texted Molly again and told her I'd give her a foot rub every day. 2 foot rubs, I amended, and other naughtier things too. This late to the pregnancy, straight-up sex was out. But I'd been pleasuring my woman on the regs. The truth was, I fucking loved doing it. She was sexy as hell, but even more so with her belly full of our child. I could not wait to hold my babe. The truth was I was baby crazy, but my woman made me even crazier. In fact, if she was up when I got up, I planned to spend some time between her silky thighs tonight. She was the perfect midnight snack. The door opened to the alley before we were even off our rides. A massive guy stood there smirking at Lucky and cracking his knuckles. Back for more jackass. Chapter 16, Lucky. Lucky, I need to see Vince and Tony. The behemoth in front of me raised his eyebrows. That's quite a request. I'll make it worth their while. He grunted and practically rolled his eyes. But he stood back and let us in. It was quiet tonight. Not like the weekly poker game where the place had a kind of this audiobook is free just for you. Take a minute to relax with some soft music and we'll continue shortly. Thank you for listening. A buzzing energy. Now, there were just a handful of wise guys sitting around and drinking. A couple of old-timers I knew and plenty of younger muscle types. Those were the guys who broke your kneecaps if you didn't pay your debts. Cal leaned over as we entered and hissed in my ear. It's funny how everyone calls you jackass, jackass. I ignored him. Give me a piece. I handed it over. He looked at it and back at me. What about your friend? He's not carrying. Wait here. Calloway checked the place out without being too obvious. He'd never been here before. Meanwhile, I knew the place like the back of my hand. I knew his artist's eye would appreciate the room. It was old school with dark burgundy patterned wallpaper that had to be at least 80 years old, probably older. There were ancient leather chairs that somehow still looked really fucking comfortable. The floor was an ornate tile with a border and a circular emblem design in the center of the room. Old rugs, antique tables, and lamps were scattered across the space. The light fixture was milky glass and what looked like solid brass. The room we played poker in was pretty much identical to this, only smaller. The wallpaper was dark green in there, the color of money. Go ahead, I said to Cal under my breath. What? Make a joke about the tile floor? He smirked. You mean better for wiping up the blood? I nodded. That's the one. He shrugged. It's cool. I like old shit. I have tile in my parlor, but it's nothing like this. Cal's tattoo parlor was in an old barber shop, complete with the original chairs. He spiffed it up and kept all the old details intact. Mirrors, tile, trim. It even paid good money to repair the old barber shop pole out front, so it swirled and lit up. In comparison, this was an opulent back room dedicated to underground crime syndicate activities, but yeah, they were probably built in the same general time period. A guy who came here to gamble or curry favor with the mob could very well have gotten his haircut at what was now Callaway's tattoo parlor. Vincent wants to know what it's about. The behemoth was back. I couldn't remember his name, but he looked like he was related to Polly and Joey. Tell them it's about shares. The guy nodded and disappeared again. He came back almost immediately and jerked his head, signaling that we should follow him. Vincent sat behind a massive wooden desk in yet another opulent windowless room. These guys hated windows. Too easy to shoot them out, I guess. His brother sat in an easy chair on the other side. They both stopped talking and looked at me and Cal. Do we need 4 for this? I shook my head. Cal, wait in the other room. Get Cal a drink, Bobo, Vincent ordered. I heard Cal asking for a cappuccino. As Bobo led him away, I shut the door behind me. Vincent leaned back in his chair and stared at me. Antonio stared at me. I stared back. The brothers were in their late 20s or early 30s. They looked like pro jocks with their expensive custom suits and strong bodies. I was more than familiar with how hard either of them could hit. Yeah, they were tough as hell, but you could also tell that they hadn't gotten hit all that much themselves. Antonio's nose had been broken once or twice, which was the only imperfection in his pretty boy face. Vincent was more intimidating with sharp features and cold green eyes that stared right through you. Sit. I sat, making myself comfortable. I knew that they expected most guys to be nervous in their company. I knew they also knew that I wasn't most guys. What can we do for you, Lucky? Antonio smirked at his brother's choice of words. They were expecting me to offer them something, not the other way around. The girl, I want her out. They exchanged an uneasy look. That was interesting. You mean Cherise? I mean Kirsten. Now they exchanged another look. What's your interest in our employee, Lucky? She's with me now. I need to keep her safe. Sally's going to hurt her if she stays there. Vincent ran his hand through his hair inside. I'd never seen him look anything other than self-assured, but he looked upset. She's under Sal's jurisdiction. Look, I have money. I'll pay her debt, but she's not going back. You put us in a difficult situation, Lucky. Antonio leaned in. Sal can be difficult. Yeah, well, he tried to trade her to an FBI agent the other night. He was going to rape her. Now they both set up. Are you sure about this, Lucky? Vincent pointed his finger at me. Don't be telling tales. I nodded. Sal was on the fence, but he'd given the guy carte blanche. I wasn't going to be able to stop him by the time they shut down. What guy? His name's Cheever. Antonio started speaking in Italian, fast and furious. I heard curse words liberally sprinkled in. His brother nodded a few times, but that was it. We thank you for bringing this to our attention. I have money. I'll pay plus interest. Vince finally smiled. She's a nice girl, beautiful. Told her she was making a mistake. She's an angel. He nodded. She's a good mother and I respect that. He steepled his fingertips together. I'll see what I can do, but I can't make promises. I stared at him. Mother? Were we talking about the same girl? I felt the floor drop out from under me. You didn't know, Antonio said, a dawning smile on his face. About the sick kid. That's what she needed the money for. Things started to click into place. She wanted me gone by 3. The roommate whose door was always shut. The mysterious reason a sweet girl like her was in this mess to begin with. Oh, my angel, why didn't you tell me? No, I didn't, neither does Sal. So keep it that way, Antonio muttered. And keep your distance from the garage. I wouldn't go back there, Lucky. Does the kid change things for you, Lucky? Vincent was watching me closely with a stillness that reminded me of a large predator about to strike. He looked like a lion. The softness of his voice belied true power, not even a little. Vince smiled at me with genuine warmth for the first time in our long acquaintance. He had perfect teeth. The man looked like an after photo in a cosmetic dentistry ad. Good man. He held his hand out. Give me what you have. I handed it over and he flipped through the envelope. Then he weighted in his hand. This is about 20. The debt is 30. She's barely paid any off, which I think Sal is doing. I was impressed by his skills. I had to admit. How many guys could weigh money with their hands? Holy shit, you're good. He smirked. I know. When can you get the rest? Tomorrow. All right. I would throw a little extra in there to soften the blow. Sal is possessive about her. That's why he's cheating her on the payback. He wants her around. I think he'll wear her down. He stood up and shook my hand for the first time. I'll never admit to this, but I think he's a fucking creep. If he wasn't so loyal to Vince Sr., he'd be in the river, Antonio added. He clapped my back and then I was out about 20K lighter. Cal was sitting with a couple old-timers sipping cappuccino. The old-timers were laughing. I shook my head. Of course he fit in. Calloway could charm anyone, even the mafia. We good? I nodded and accepted the return of my gun from Bobo. All good, and it was. I couldn't wait to see my angel and meet her kid. Chapter 17, Kirsten. Are you going to work tonight, Mom? Yes, dear. I pressed a kiss to Hassie's head and spooned out more string beans with lemon and olive oil. She was eating more than usual. So was I. I hadn't felt this good in a long time since I was a kid. Maybe early on when both my parents were alive. Having both the night and day off honestly felt like kind of a holiday. Even if I was worried about Sal in the Margarellis. Not even the text I'd gotten that morning from Lucky could make me stop worrying completely. It's taken care of. See you tonight, Angel. Except he wouldn't be seeing me tonight. I was already in my uniform. I couldn't rely on Lucky to keep me out of trouble. I had to handle this myself. Of course that meant working around the bikers, hanging out in front of my house all day. I had to be smart. I had to be extra sneaky. I had a plan. A taxi was meeting me around the corner from my apartment building in 20 minutes. Hassie was going to bed early to read. I would get her settled as soon as she finished her second helping of veggies. Then I would sneak out through the basement to the back of the building. From there I'd hoof it to the corner of Wilson and Broad Street. I just hope no one mistook me for a hooker on the way. The dress really was revealing, not to mention the red lipstick that Sal required we all wear. I hoped the sneakers and windbreaker would make me look less like a streetwalker. As to how I would get home, I had no idea. I couldn't really believe it had worked. There had been a guy on the side street by the alley, but he'd gotten distracted by his buddies changing shifts. I'd managed to sneak past him when he wasn't looking. I had to be fast and quiet. It was a damn good thing I was wearing sneakers was all I had to say. The taxi driver gave me a weird look when I told him where I was going. I handed him an extra 20 without saying a word. He shrugged and drove me all the way through the industrial part of town, following my directions to the garage. I paid him with another 20 and paused, my hand on the door. What are the chances you would pick me up here early in the morning? He looked at me in the rearview mirror and then handed me his card. I sat in relief and nodded, saying a very sincere thank you. So what if it cost me almost half my weekly earnings to get here and back? At least I wouldn't be in breach of my contract. Most of the money I'd gotten from Sal had gone towards medicine for Hatsi. Then there were the doctor bills, rent, food and clothing. All the tests she needed were extra as well. I would have to ask for a bigger loan if she ever got into one of the experimental drug trials I had signed her up for. Those trials were free, but they were all over the country. Getting there and staying there was what cost money, a lot of money, unfortunately. I walked on unsteady legs toward the garage. Polly came outside and stared at me. He started shaking his head in warning, trying to shoo me away. I turned to look for the cab, but he was gone. When I turned back, Sal was standing there. Get your ass in here now. I froze in place. I had to move. I had to do something. Polly was frowning as I climbed the steps. What are you doing here, girl? He mumbled under his breath. I shook my head and walked down the hallway to the main room, my office now. Sal didn't wait for me to obey. He grabbed my arm and dragged me down the dark maze of corridors to his office. He let go of me and slammed the door. Please don't lock it. Please don't lock it. Please don't lock it. He locked it. I stood there realizing I had made a very serious miscalculation. For whatever reason, Sal was furious with me. Lucky didn't know I was here. Even if he did, there was no way through that door. I was completely on my own. There was a very good chance I was not going to make it home to Hassie ever again. My legs almost gave out at the thought. Who the hell do you think you are, you bitch? He came close, screaming in my face. You tell my boss you want out, you go over my head? No, Sal, I would never. He held up an envelope, green $100 bills practically spilling out from it. Then why the fuck did they pay your tab? Tell me that. I stared at the thick wad of cash in his hand. I do not know who did, but I knew. I knew in an instant Lucky had settled my debt. Lucky must have paid off Vincent for me. I grabbed the back of a chair when I started to fade out of consciousness. I was barely holding on. I felt like I was going to pass out. This is an insult, he started pacing, muttering to himself in a mix of English and Italian. I was really working himself up. I saw spitballs forming at the corners of his mouth. I clutched my high heels in one hand and the back of the chair in the other. Maybe if I reached into my bag I could text for help. I could text Lucky, did you fuck him? What? I snapped to attention. Sal was looking at me with a calculating look on his face. He was planning something. I could tell that whatever it was did not bode well for me. You fucked Vince. You're too good for me, but you lay down for him. No, I don't. I didn't do that. Then why, bitch? His hand closed over my throat, and I gasped, desperately trying to get some air. Why are you so fucking hard to get? Please, he tightened his grip. How about I fuck you? Then you go back to Vince with my sloppy seconds between your legs. His other hand reached for the hem of my dress and pushed it up. I reacted without thinking. I brought the hand holding my shoes up and hit him a little harder than I meant to. I stared in shock as I backed away. Salhead he was, my cheap high heel shoe was flush against the side of his head. I had impaled his temple with the spiked heel. His mouth worked like a fish, gaping open and closed for a minute. Then he fell backwards, a river of dark red blood immediately starting to pool around him. Oh no, oh no. I didn't need to check his pulse to see that he was dead or about to be. The reality of what I'd done started to hammer through me. I'd killed a man, I'd actually done it. I backed away to the door, slamming against it. Boss, customers are starting to roll up. Polly was outside, and I just killed his boss. Oh God, I had to get out of here. I had to go to the other side of the country. Maybe the planet. That probably wasn't far enough. I just killed a made guy, not some two-bit hood. A mobster with pull. My life was forfeit, and I knew it. Thank I had to get Polly away from the door. He wasn't a bad guy, but I was pretty sure he wouldn't let me off the hook for this, even if it was in self-defense. I realized I was holding my other shoe and dropped it like it was a hot potato. I started shaking, trying not to look at Sal. I was really dead. There was no taking this back. I just ended his life, but I hadn't meant to. It didn't matter though. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. I was gone for real, and I had to think fast. Maybe I should take the evidence and run. But how would I get out of here? There was a 300-year-old guy standing outside the door. Maybe I should pretend we were busy in here. I cringed at the thought of what I was about to do. But I didn't have a choice. I moved away from the door and retrieved one shoe and then reached for the other. I closed my eyes and pulled on it. It didn't budge. I pulled harder. I almost threw up as I felt a release from his broken skull. Everything got much more real in that moment. I stared at my gory shoe and then back at the door. And then I moaned. I had to make it seem like I was playing hard to get, but enjoying Sal's attentions. Otherwise, Polly might stay or try and come in. Oh no, don't. Please, Sal, I shouldn't. I heard footsteps move away a few seconds later. So much for getting saved by Polly, but what was he supposed to do? I had to move fast. I patted down Sal's body for a key. I looked around, making sure all evidence of me was gone. Other than the obvious, I had my purse and shoes. Now I had the key, I could do this. I ran to the door, unlocked it, shut it behind me, and locked it. I was cringing as I slipped down the hallway, one tiny quiet step at a time. My shoe dripped blood and I flinched, rubbing it on the outside of my jacket. I didn't need to leave a trail of breadcrumbs. Somehow, I made it to the front door and out before anyone saw me. I took the stairs 2 by 2, then I ran. I ran with everything I had. I stayed off the road, taking a winding path through the dark and decaying buildings. I got to a secluded spot and stopped. I had to. My body wouldn't let me run any further without upchucking. I bent over as everything in my stomach exited my body in one dramatic burst. It was over as quickly as it began. I used my jacket to wipe my face, trying to catch my breath. My jacket was evidence where I'd wiped off the blood. My shoes were evidence. Sal's whole office had traces of me in it. Then again, it wasn't like the mob was going to call the cops. That might be my saving grace. It was a slim chance, but I held on to it with both hands. I stood there shaking and wondering how everything had gotten so messed up. I had taken a life. Sal wasn't a good person, but he was still a human being. And now he wasn't. I didn't know if I could ever forgive myself for it. I didn't know if this meant I was going to hell. But while I was here on Earth, I had one job. I had to take care of Hassi and I needed help. I couldn't call Lucky though. I couldn't drag him into this on top of everything he had done. And I was sure he would be furious with me once he realized I'd taken off without telling him. So I just tried to think of what he would do. I needed to get rid of the evidence. I realized my jacket and shoes. I needed to bury them. No, that could be found. I needed to set fire to them. I looked around wondering if there was some way I could do that. I didn't smoke, so I didn't have a lighter, but maybe, just maybe, I had some matches. I squatted on the ground and started rifling through my purse. Chapter 18, Lucky. I stood outside Kirsten's doorway, waiting. I rang the doorbell. I rang it again. I knocked. I frowned, and then I knocked a little louder. The door opened. It was not my angel. A sweet-looking little old lady stood there looking like I'd just woken her up. Yes, I'm looking for Kirsten. And you are? The lady gave me a protective hand look. I almost smiled at that. I was sure I looked like the big bad wolf to her. I'm her. I was about to say old man, but I was pretty sure that didn't translate for the general population. Boyfriend. Oh well, she's at work. I thought she took the night off last night. She shook her head. You young folk really need to keep better track of each other. I managed to control myself until she shut the door. I could hear the blood pounding in my veins. I wanted to scream or break things. I took the stairs down 2 at a time until I was out in the streets. I turned on the guys. I was ready to start tearing people's heads off. She got out. How? They looked at each other, then back at me. You sure? Johnson scratched his head. Maybe out the back. Willis was back there all day. Willis, did you watch the back all day? He nodded, but I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Yeah, except to take a piss when the shifts were changing. Fuck. They all flinched. I told them to settle up. I stopped and held up my hand. This is a dangerous situation. Go home if you need to, but if you are coming, let's ride. Nobody bailed. I wasn't surprised, especially after they fucked up so badly. The wind was blowing hard as we rode hell for leather toward the edge of town. I was a hybrid animal, part beast and part bike, ready to tear the world apart to get my woman. I don't think I had a coherent thought the whole ride over. I was acting on pure instinct. The girl had gotten under my skin, and now she was in me. Nobody hurt women on my watch. It was as ingrained as my love of this great country. It was not going down. I would have helped her even if she was a stranger. But she wasn't a stranger. She was my angel. I was off my ride and running before everyone was behind me. The door was open to crack with Joey guarding it half-heartedly. I pushed past him and ran into the room. Polly stood up when he saw me and the biker spilling into the room behind me like a tidal wave. Something was wrong. I could feel it instantly. Angel was not at her table. Polly started towards me. I ran at him. The big man actually took a step back. I grabbed his shirt and his gun at the same time. I held his gun out, pointing it right at him. Where is she? It was you. You paid him off. Where is she? You don't want to do this, Lucky. It's already done. I shook him slightly. Where is she? In his office. Show me. The sounds of Satan were fanning out around the room behind me. Only 6 of us, but it was enough. I was sure they were texting the others. Pretty sure this place would soon be painted black with leather. I followed Polly down the hall with a gun in his back. Boss, we got company. No answer. Polly looked at me. He knocked louder. Open it. He reached for the handle and turned it. It's locked. And he frowned. Something's wrong. Bad wrong, I nodded. I felt it too. If she was in there, if she was hurt, I would never forgive myself. You got a key? He nodded and started fumbling with a huge ring of keys in his pocket. Can you take the gun out of my back now? I don't want to see him hurt the kid either. I lowered his gun but held on to it. I was going to need it to kill Sal and I planned on killing him. What do you mean? He had her in there. It sounded like what? He turned the key as ice filled my veins. It sounded like he was hurting her. The door swung open. Neither of us made a sound. We just stared. I don't think either of us expected to see what we saw. Sal lay in the middle of the floor. A puddle of blood surrounded him. A big puddle. Sal was a big dead puddle. Fuck. I held the gun out again. Shut the door. He slammed the door and locked it. We looked at each other, both in shock for a minute before we remembered that we were on different sides of this issue. She's dead, Lucky. She can't walk away from this. I held the gun up. We don't know that she did this. It doesn't look good. If she did, it was self-defense. That might work with a jury, but it don't mean shit around here. Polly, I don't want to have to shoot you too, but I will. No one else knows she was even here tonight. He held his hands up. We want to call Vincent. I shook my head. No, we bag him up. We take him out and bury him. I can't do that. Lucky, Sal's a made man. You are that loyal to this piece of shit? Fuck no. I was keeping an eye on him for Vincent. But there are rules. Nobody is going to miss this piece of shit. Close the place early. We clean it up and nobody ever has to know. I was close to begging and I didn't care. Please, Polly. She doesn't deserve this. He hung his head. I have to tell them he's dead. But you don't have to tell them how or what you think happened. You found him and you took care of it. End of story. What if I just give you time to get her out of here? I feel bad for the kid. Bad enough to keep this a secret. He stared at me for a minute, then nodded. Yeah. Okay. We clean this up. I go get her. You talk to Vincent. You don't lie, but you keep it real vague. He nodded slowly. We stared into each other's eyes. I had no choice but to trust him. It was either that or shoot the big guy. I'd kill anyone who tried to hurt her. But this wasn't that. I took a calculated risk and handed him back his gun. He tucked it into his holster and looked at his dead boss. How'd she do it? I leaned down and stared while Polly searched the room. There was a hole in his temple, but it wasn't from a bullet. There was no gunpowder and the hole wasn't perfectly round. I don't know, I looked around. Maybe a pen. Well, it's good that she got rid of it. The room looks clean. Other than right. He slapped his legs. I better go shut this down. You better get rid of your guys unless you want them to know about this. Okay. Right, Paulie was right. I didn't want everyone to know my angel had turned into an avenging angel. And lucky, I looked at him. Never pull a gun on me again. Chapter 19, Devlin. Hey now, hey now. I bounced the baby on my knee, muttering in a sing-song voice, who is a big boy. I sounded ridiculous. I would have laughed at myself a year ago, but it was a fact. Babies made you dumber, or at least in my case, goofier. Not that I would change a goddamn thing, life was perfect. I had my woman and the baby boy to love. Kaylee walked through the living room, pausing to kiss the baby. I gave her puppy dog eyes until she laid a kiss on me too. Motherhood became her. She was a little softer now, a little rounder, and 10 times as pretty, if that was humanly possible. Her lips tasted so sweet and she smelled so nice. I held her close for a hot minute before letting her go. Careful of our son between us. You're going to squish the baby. You're the one who's going to get squished. She laughed. Ew, what a way to put it. I grinned wolfishly at her and watched her walk into the kitchen. She was cooking something for dinner and it smelled good, almost as good as she did. We had a sexy time date tonight and I didn't want her to forget it. Yes, I was scheduling sex with my wife. If I didn't, the woman fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. I decided we were going to have sex standing up if that's what it took. My phone buzzed and I looked at it. Fuck, it was Lucky, and it did not sound good. Need a place to say secret. Urgent. I put the baby down in his playpen and picked up the phone. The cabin is yours, remote enough? Yeah, for now, thanks man. I frowned at the phone, then picked it up to call Jack. Hey D. Something is up with Lucky, I think that thing went sideways. Silence, I can almost hear Jack thinking he needs us. Yeah, I think so, any idea where he is? I don't know, let's ask around. But Jack, I exhaled in frustration, we need to keep it quiet. Got it, I texted Donnie, Cal and Whiskey. Donnie would tell Mac and Drake. Jack would reach out to Johnson, Wilson and Jersey. I prayed that someone knew something. I picked up my baby boy and waited. Chapter 20, Kirsten. 3. I stared at the crumpled matchbook in my hand. 3 old matches, 3 chances. I stuffed the matches into my pocket to protect them. It was windy out and just starting to rain. I bit my lip considering my options. I could hide the stuff, then come back and burn it with better supplies. That was risky for a number of reasons. I didn't want to leave this stuff out here, let alone come back to the scene of the crime. I didn't have to remind myself of the stakes. I had killed a man and both our DNA was all over it. I could bury it. There was a swamp surrounding the area just past the guardrail 100 feet away. I could smell the salty water from where I was crouched. That meant actually going into the swamp, which was not appealing. Probably not safe either. I was pretty sure there were alligators out there and snakes. I wasn't really a strong enough swimmer to go alone into the water at night. Plus, judging from television detective shows, I was pretty sure mud would only preserve the evidence. I was struggling to catch my breath as I considered my options. I reminded myself why I was doing this. Certainly not because I was a good person. I didn't feel good. Not because I had acted in self-defense. I was doing it for one reason and one reason only. I was doing this for Hussey. She needed me, that was it. If it weren't for her, I would still be in that office staring at the mess and waiting for someone to come in and finish me off. I shivered as if someone had walked over my grave. But I was out. I had a chance to get through this. I just had to stay focused, do it for the kid. Hold it together. You have to do this. I wonder if there's gasoline anywhere around here, I muttered to myself. Talking to yourself is the first sign that you are off your rocker cursed. I decided to risk entering one of the decrepit old warehouses. If I could find even a few drops of gasoline, I could burn this stuff. Then all I had to do is chuck the ashes in the marsh and walk home before dawn. All without being seen. It's a damn good thing you were wearing sneakers, Kirsten. I started talking to myself. I reminded myself over and over again of what I was trying to do and why I was trying to do it. If I kept talking, I wouldn't puke again. I wouldn't think about what I was really doing or let the scene replay itself in my head. I could feel it there waiting to be examined, relieved. But I couldn't give in to that, not yet. 1. Find gas. 2. Use matches. 3. Burn jacket and shoes. 4. Go home. 5. See your kid. 6. Do not get killed by the mafia. No, do not think about number 6. Do not think about what Sal was trying to do to you when you hit him with your shoe. Do not think about the fact that he might have killed you before he raped you. When you impaled him, you monster, You weren't fit to be a mother. You aren't fit for anything. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. I grabbed the sides of my head and bent over, the sobs coming hard and fast. I sunk to the floor, kneeling there as the sobs racked my body. The reality of what I had lived through and what I'd done was impossible to ignore a moment longer. It was a long time before I got up again. I could not believe my luck. It had taken an hour of searching, but I'd found it. A small rusted half-empty can of paint thinner. I knew without a doubt that it was flammable from the scent. I found an especially dark corner of the warehouse and checked for drafts. I could not afford to make a mistake. I crumbled up some old newspaper that had been lying around and put my jacket on top of it. I formed a bowl shape and added more paper, topping it off with my bloody shoe. I tossed the other one in there for good measure. I doused the whole thing with the foul-smelling liquid. Then I got down on my knees, leaned over the pile and closed my eyes. It didn't seem right to pray about something like this, but I did anyway. Please God, let me do this. Let me survive this. I promise I will lead a good life. Let me be there for my daughter and let her grow strong and healthy. I will live a clean and godly life. This I swear, amen. There, that was the best I could offer. I nodded and opened my eyes. The matches were so fragile as I pulled one away from the rest. I inhaled and held my breath. Then I struck the first match. It took but quickly fizzled as I dropped it onto the pile. I groaned, thinking I was going to fail at this. After all of this, it might not work. And then where would I be? No, I have to make this work. The stakes were too high. I was shaking as I pulled the second match free. I leaned down so that I was touching the pile before I struck it. It burst into flame. I touched it to the paper and it caught. I moved back, clutching the last precious match in my sweaty palm, ruining it by accident. Thank goodness I didn't need it. The fire burned hot and hard, singing everything first and then eating away at it. Somehow, against all odds, I had pulled this off. There was no way to tie me to this murder now, no way except Polly. I watched as my jacket and the shoes turned into chunks of plastic and ash. I pondered my next move. Once I got home, we would have to pack quickly. We had to leave town. That much was certain. I knew I was going to need that money Lucky had left me. I'd find a way to send money back to him. I would repay him no matter what. But where would we go? We could go down the coast, I thought. Or up it. Oregon was pretty fresh air for Hassi. I'd find a place in the woods and weed. The roar of motorcycles on the road outside made me freeze in place. I scattered the ashes looking for chunks. There wasn't anything much left to hide. I scurried to the entrance and peered out. No one was there. But Lucky had passed through this way. Of course he was here. He was going to rush in there. They had probably found Sal's body in there. All hell would break loose. My stomach clenched. Lucky was walking into a trap. I had to stop him. He was going to get himself killed. I picked up my phone and called him. Angel, where are you? Are you hurt? No, I'm safe. Please do not go to the garage. Silence. I'm already here. I groaned and rested my head in my hands. You shouldn't be there, Lucky. I don't want you to get mixed up in this. I'm fine. I'm going to just take out the trash. Where are you? I swallowed. He meant the body. He knew what I'd done. I can't tell you that. None of this is your fault, Angel. It is though I should have listened to you, I whispered, feeling devastated, but Lucky's voice was warm and intimate. I'm going to remember you said that, he teased. Lucky, I have to say goodbye to you now. I can't stay here. I have to get rid of my phone, I know. I got us a place about a half-hour away. We can lay low for a few days while we figure this out. Tell me where you are. I closed my eyes. Maybe I should trust him. Maybe I'm okay. I might need to get home and start packing. You weren't home? Not yet. I'm on my way. How? I have your car on lockdown. I'm walking. I'm coming to get you, no Lucky. Tell me where you are or I will come find you. I can't. I heard him breathing, and then a soft click. Uh-oh, this was not good. I could stay hidden or I can make a run for it. But I couldn't just wait it out. I was a sitting duck out here if anyone wanted to hunt me down. Anyone like Polly in his guise. I scooted out of the warehouse and started back towards town, avoiding the main road that everyone took to the garage. I said a silent prayer of thanks for the matches and paint thinner, and another, that I hadn't run into anyone out here. Not yet anyway. You aren't home yet. I shivered a bit in my dress, pulling my handbag closer to my body and crossing my arms. I had burned my jacket, and the night was getting colder by the second. I scurried along abandoned building after abandoned building. I thought I heard something and hid for a while. I finally peeped my head out and looked around. It was silent. I ran along the edge of a building, turned a corner and froze. A giant man with a long beard was leaning against a massive motorcycle staring at me. His beard alone made him look like a Norse god or a Viking. You must be Angel. Chapter 21. Lucky. I've got her. I could have kissed Jack. Instead, I kissed my phone. I'd been out scouring the area surrounding the garage for almost an hour. The body was already being prepped to be disposed of. Polly had told me to let him take care of that, saying he had methods. I wanted to make sure he was gone before I left. But my angel was still out there, probably scared out of her wits. Before I did anything else, I had to find my woman. Where are you? Close, I'll bring her. No, take her home. Tell her she needs to pack for her and the kid quickly. I couldn't say it over the phone, but I didn't want her to see the body. I turned back towards the garage as the weight lifted off my chest. Things could still go very, very wrong. But with my brothers behind me, I thought we had a good chance to get through it. Dev was parked outside waiting when I got there. I wouldn't let him or any of the others go in. Their presence was enough to keep Polly in line. I clasped hands with him. Jack has her. I heard you guys should head home. They shook their heads. Not until this is finished. I nodded, not surprised. Let me go see where things are at. I looked back at him. Can you tell someone at the clubhouse to pack my shit? I won't be back for a while. He nodded, a sad look in his eyes. You got it, Lucky. I took the metal stairs to the loading bay quickly, trying not to make any noise. Polly in the back. I followed the sound of his voice. No one else was here. He'd done as I asked and sent everyone home. Everyone except Sal. I wondered what he was doing back there and prepared myself to see a hacked-up body. I smelled it before I saw it. I opened the door to see a wet room. The tile floor had a large drain in the center of it, and plenty of pipes with a few faucets at regular intervals. This place was industrial at one point, and this was a leftover. Thank God the pipes still worked. It might have been a bathroom for workers at one point, judging from the white tiles and the drain to the floor. It still had running water, I thought, as I looked at the large industrial fit tub in the middle of the room. Then I cringed. That wasn't water, that was it. Stay back. This stuff is nasty. Acid? Polly nodded. It's the best way to get rid of evidence. It's all gone. No traces. I wanted to make sure my angel was safe. What the hell are they going to test? He gestured to the slob. In another hour, I'll pull the drain and Sal will join the septic system. I nodded. It was nothing more than he deserved. I could get in trouble for this. I know I appreciate it. Tell the kid. He looked at me. Tell her I wanted to break down the door. I stared at him. I knew what he was saying. He hadn't wanted her to get hurt, but he also hadn't done anything to stop it. It would have meant his life. Part of me hated him for not stopping Sal, even if it was suicide to go against his boss. But it was over, and Polly was helping us. My angel had been through enough. I didn't need to kill Polly, it was over. I knew that my angel was going to be traumatized. It was up to me to find a way to help her heal. I will take off. He took a pull of his cigar. I got her from here, okay. Thank you from both of us. Take good care of her. And gave me one last look. Just do it far away from here. I drove right to her place. I did a couple of crisscrosses and looped back a few times, though I wasn't sure I wasn't being followed. I had a good instinct for that sort of thing. I'd learned to think like a cat. You had to when you were in combat. I parked behind Angel's apartment building by the alley. Jack's ride was parked there too. I nodded when I saw it. Good man. Jack was pretty much the best man I knew. The back entrance was locked, so I hurried to the front and buzzed Angel's apartment. The front door wasn't usually locked. I was glad as hell that it was locked this time. Yeah, Jack's voice rumbled out, making me smile. He buzzed me in and I ran up the stairs. He opened the door for me and gave me a nod and greeting. She okay? She's packing. No tears, I took that in. We both knew it didn't mean anything. Think Donnie will loan me one of his cars? Already taken care of, they'll be here in 5. Thank God, shh, he admonished me. Her kid is awake and pretty freaked out, right? Thanks, her name's Hatzi. I clasped his arm. You are my brother. You've always been my brother. He snorted and slapped my back. I almost stumbled. The big man was so strong. Bratty, pain-in-the-ass younger brother. I laughed and headed down the hallway. Angel was grabbing things, frantically trying to decide what to bring. I leaned against the entryway and watched her for a minute. I was so fucking happy that she was alive. She was dressed in baggy jeans and a t-shirt with a hoodie. The hood was pulled up as if she couldn't get warm enough, as if she was trying to hide. I saw her hair was damp and exhaled. Good, she'd showered. She must have had blood on her. Maybe she just needed to get his touch off her skin. I still didn't know how far things had gone before she killed him. Sal's clothes had been on, which was the one thing keeping me sane tonight. Need help with that? She froze, looking up at me. She stared at me for a heartbeat with her big, beautiful eyes. Then she launched herself at me. I wrapped her in my arms, burying my face in her hair. I was so scared, Angel. She was sobbing, I realized. I kissed her head again and again. It's okay. You're safe. Hey, try to. She looked up at me, and I saw how red her eyes were. I saw dark smudges on her throat. Sal must have tried to strangle her. I touched her throat gently as a fury unlike anything I had ever known filled my soul. If he wasn't already dead, I would kill him 1,000 times over. She exhaled shakily. What am I going to do, Lucky? What are we going to do? I kissed her softly. I have a plan. My kid, I have to protect her. She looked afraid when she brought up her kid, like I was going to disappear in a puff of smoke. I realized some guys probably would. Not with the girl who looked like Angel, but if she wasn't so beautiful, they might. I can't wait to meet her. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Shh, I get it. You were being Mama Bear. I respect that. She smiled at me tremulously. I let her go, and she wiped her eyes with the back of her sweatshirt. It was hard to believe, but she looked especially beautiful tonight. Hassi, I want you to meet my friend. A pretty little girl came out of the room I'd never seen open. She smiled at me, not at all afraid. I held up my hand and she shook it firmly. I'm Lucky. Hi, Lucky. Mom said we're going on an adventure. Are you coming too? I nodded. She gave her mom a brave smile, but I could tell she was scared. How could she not be? Her mom looked like she'd seen a ghost. Angel was trying to hide it, but it was clear she was badly shaken. I watched as Kirsten took her daughter's hand and went into the bathroom to pack anything they needed in there. They were both trying to hold it together for each other. Seeing them be so brave for each other broke my heart a little. It also made me fall in love with her a little more. Love? Fuck yes, you dumb bass. This is love, of course it was love. I started smiling. I was sure I looked foolish. I tried to school my features, but it wasn't easy. I was in love. Chill, Lucky. You don't want to scare the kid. You look crazy. I sprang into action. I looked around the room and grabbed an empty bag. It was a ripstop duffel with a sports logo on it. I carefully started picking up photos and anything that looked important. Satisfied that I'd covered the living room, I went to Angel's bedroom. I looked around, feeling like I was intruding. I opened the closet and folded up a few dresses and long skirts, wrapping them around the photos. She didn't have much, and it was all pretty worn in, but a lot of it was pretty. My Angel's style was classic, romantic, and feminine. I imagined a different life where she could wear stuff like this instead of that tight uniform Sal made her wear. I was going to spoil her rotten with new things once we figured out where we were going. Jack, I need to talk to you. He appeared in the doorway. We need to make sure she's clean. She's smart. She burned her clothes. I still have this. Angel stood behind him. She held up a crumpled paper bag from the grocery. My dress. I think there is some blood on it. I nodded and reached for it. Jack took it without a word. I got this. You sure, big guy? I nodded. I'll burn it. We have a fire pit out back. Thank you. Kirsten's voice was soft, sweet, small. I looked at her posture and cursed. It was like she was trying to fold in on herself. Jack excused himself. I heard him go with Hassi to pack up some food for the trip. That was smart. The cabin wasn't stocked with much more than frozen meat for barbecues and lots of beer. You got everything? She looked around and shrugged. I think so. I have her meds and all her favorite books. Clothes. I held up my bag. I got your clothes and some photos. She looked away, but not before I saw the tears in her eyes. Thank you. Polly is giving us some lead time before he takes this to Vincent and Tony, but we have to go. You've already done too much. I can ask you to do this too. I'll find a way. No, Angel. I stepped closer and tilted her chin up. I'm in this for the long haul. She stared at me, her sexy lips softly parting. Besides, they are going to be looking for me too. Oh, she blinked at me. I didn't think of that. Oh, Lucky, I am so sorry. I should have listened to you. Shh. Let's not talk about that now. I kissed her. You've been through enough. I flashed her a wicked smile. I'm more than happy for you to apologize later. I was joking, but I saw a worry in her eyes. I knew she wanted me. So what was the problem? Chapter 22, Kirsten. She's out like a light. I glanced in the back. Lucky was right. Hassi was sound asleep, and we'd only been driving for 20 minutes. I stared out at the dark country road ahead of us, lit only by the headlights. She's always been like that. All she needs is motion asleep. When she was a baby, we used to put her in the back seat to knock her out. We, my friend Dolores and I looked at Lucky. She was the only one who had talked to me after I had Hassi, the dad. We went out in high school. I thought it was serious. It wasn't. He let you have the kid on your own. That's one way to put it. Family? No, not anymore. My family didn't understand any of this. Maybe if my mom had been alive, but she wasn't. Dad got harder after she passed. He could be cruel. That sounds really hard, Angel. I shrugged. I wasn't trying to throw a pity party, but it had been hard. and it was nice to talk about it, especially because I could tell he was actually listening. So far, Lucky was too good to be true. I was gorgeous, brave, kind, generous, and he seemed to really like me, not just what was between my legs. I hadn't been interested in a man since Jay's dad. I hadn't even let myself think about dating. I'd been too afraid to get involved, too stressed that I might make a mistake that could cost us. And Yassi came first. I had to make sure Lucky knew that. I would have told you about Hassi. He looked at me. I know, she's so strong. She never complains, even with the hand she's been dealt. Vince said she was sick. I glanced back to make sure she was still out. I didn't like talking about her illness, but he had to know. Her lungs. There's too much mucus. It's called cystic fibrosis. She needs clean air. We have to watch for air quality. Anything that could trigger her. Even the fumes from paint and furniture, cleaning solutions, mold, smoke, even perfume and scented laundry detergent. Basically, anything that could trigger asthma. It's doable, not easy but doable, right? We need some space around us, trees. The ocean would be even better. I nodded to myself, making a promise. That's where we are going next, to the ocean. Okay. I took a quick peek at him to see if he was serious. Okay. Woods, ocean, clean air. He took my hand without taking his eyes off the road. We got this. You don't have to say things like that. You might not even want to be with me. I didn't know how to tell him about the bargain I made with God. I promised to be good. Not just good. I had promised to be godly. That definitely did not include premarital sex. Other people might think it was silly, but I knew that God had saved me in that warehouse. I couldn't throw that gift away. I want to be with you no matter what, Lucky. Shh, rest. We'll be there in about half an hour. Angel, we're here. Lucky's soft words woke me from a deep sleep. I couldn't believe I'd actually slept. After everything that had happened and what I'd done, I'd felt as if I'd never feel safe enough to sleep again. I looked at the man sitting beside me. I realized it must be Lucky who made me relaxed enough to take a nap. It was hard to believe, but true. And texted someone and then got out of the car. Wait here. I was going to make sure everything was okay in the house. He made me feel safe enough to sleep. Lucky made me feel safe, Mom. I unbuckled my seatbelt and turned to look at Hassi. I reached out and took her hand. How you doing, kiddo? Okay. Where are we? Just then the porch lights came on. I turned to stare at the place in shock. Tall evergreen trees were everywhere. They surrounded the house. It seemed like there was no one else around for miles. The cabin was perfect. It was like Lucky had plucked the place out of my fantasies. Pinterest-inspired fantasies I'd had for so long about how to keep my baby safe. It was a quaint cottage style with rustic beams holding up the porch. It was exactly the kind of place I'd pictured when I dreamed of getting Hassi someplace clean with good fresh air. Lucky came out on the porch and smiled at me. Then he jogged down and grabbed a few bags from the back. He paused outside the passenger side window and peered in at us. You ladies doing all right? Hassi giggled at being called a lady. Giggled after the day we had been through. I can carry you if you want. I flexed for us holding the bags. I can carry you both at the same time. I had to laugh too. We're fine. Come on, kid. Let's grab some of these bags. Hassi and I grabbed a few things each and followed Lucky up the steps to the porch. He looked back at us as he opened the door. Welcome. This place belongs to my brother Dev and his wife Kaylee. Brother? He nodded. He's the club prez. They are all my brothers. Oh, I nodded. That must be nice. His club was a replacement family, I realized. I envied that. I missed having a family of my own. Lucky made me feel that way somehow. I felt warm and safe with him, which was surprising. But for how long? Not long after you tell him about the deal you made with God. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll be right back. He set a few bags down and looked around. He ran back out to the car. I was so fast. Hassi and I barely had time to look at each other. She was more excited about this change than scared about the mysterious cause of it. I was relieved to see. Lucky bounded back in the front door like a large, sexy Labrador retriever. He had bags full of the groceries he'd bought just a few days before. I guess we are all fortunate that he'd overdone it. Need to get the stuff in the fridge. You ladies pick rooms and get settled. There's one down here and 3 upstairs. I took Hassi's hand in one of her bags and walked up the stairs. We glanced into each of the rooms. Hassi sighed in pleasure at the smallest of them. It had a sloped ceiling and a small window seat with a wooden bench. She looked at me and I nodded. The place was clean, thank goodness. All I had to do is make the bed. I'd also have to air it out for a bit. She ran to the window and opened it. Clean, fresh air flowed into the room. She gasped and pointed, Mom, look, there's a lake. I scooted in beside her to stare outside. I inhaled deeply, it really was perfect. Oh my god. We looked at each other and then started laughing in joy. It's heaven. Being near a large body of water was on my list for our dream house. Just like the ocean, lakes released negative ions, which made the air cleaner. It was exactly what my girl needed to thrive. I didn't know how Lucky did it, but he had. Scoot. I need to get the room set up. Okay, if I look around the house, yes, but don't stir up any dust. The place seems really clean. Lucky said they use the place a lot, but still maybe better to check out the deck out back. Don't go any further. I took Hassie downstairs and found the door in the kitchen leading to the deck. I tried not to drool at Lucky's cute butt as he bent over and unloaded stuff from the bags. Is it okay if she goes outside? I think the air out there will be better until I run the air purifier for a bit. He grinned. Yes ma'am, just stay off the dock. It's a little late for a swim. Hassie giggled and nodded happily. I watched her step outside nervously. It's safe out there, not falling apart. He shook his head. We have way too many carpenters in the club for anything to fall apart around here. He smiled at me proudly. I'm not too bad myself with a hammer and nail though. Jack is the master. He's amazing. Thank you for trusting him. I know he's intimidating at first. I shrugged. It was so weird. I took one look in his eyes and I knew he meant no harm. That's Jack. He's the champion of women and children everywhere. I nodded, realizing there was a story there. Maybe if Lucky wanted me around long enough, I would hear it. I'm going to get the air filter set up in her room. He brushed his hands off. I'll help you. Lucky carried things up the stairs, including the clean sheets I'd packed for Hassie. She used special chemical-free sheets that were washed in borax and a tiny bit of non-toxic detergent. He watched me, asking questions and being very careful to follow my lead. He was learning what Hassie needed, I realized. I felt my heart bloom inside my chest along with the fear. He was perfect. We could be so happy with him, if only it didn't have to end. An hour later and Hassie was in her new bed, smiling as she fell asleep. I couldn't remember the last time she'd done that. The kid was naturally happy, but things had been hard for a while, and I knew she worried about me when I was out at night. When I came down the stairs, Lucky was in the kitchen rustling around. He handed me a steaming cup. What's this? A hot toddy. Well, kind of. I found some whiskey and herbal tea. He ran his hand over my shoulder. I figured you could use it. I nodded and took a sip. It felt wonderful going down. A welcoming warmth filled me from the inside out. Come on, let's put you to bed. I nodded and walked back up the stairs to the bedroom I'd chosen across from Hassie. I'd left the bigger room for Lucky. When he tried to follow me into the bedroom, I stopped him, placing my hand on his warm, hard chest. Lucky, I can't. I was close, too close. If you think I'm trying to have sex with you, you are sorely mistaken. I am. He nodded. I bit my lip. I had to try and explain. I mean, I haven't been with anyone since Hassie's dad. Lucky finished for me, I nodded, feeling shy. But then he grinned. That's all right, Angel. That's just fine. He pulled me close. That just means you're all mine. I sighed, not ready to tell him that I'd made a promise to God. I was not going to like it. He would probably kick us out in the cold. I couldn't risk telling him, not yet. But that's not why I let him kiss me. I wanted him to. I think I actually needed his touch. Enough of that, or I will go back on my word. You really just want to sleep. I need to have you close, Angel. You scared the hell out of me today. I laughed shakily. I scared the hell out of myself too. He nodded and took my hand. He guided me into this bed. He pulled the covers up over me and then laid on top of them. He pulled his shirt off and drew me close again. Is this okay? I nodded, feeling oddly touched by his actions. He was so gentlemanly, so understanding. He respected me. I realized it wasn't just about sex to him. He really was perfect. Thank you, Lucky. He kissed my forehead. Sleep well, Angel. Chapter 23, Janet. He tried to. Jack nodded grimly. It was late. We were in his shop out back behind our new house. My man had been out, and I had been worried, but not mad or resentful. Never mad when he was on one of his missions. My big, dangerous-looking husband had a heart of gold. It was big enough for me and our kids and the club and lots of other people too. He couldn't have stopped trying to help people if he tried. Hardships and heartbreaks in his early life had made him the ultimate protector. It was one of the many, many things that I respected, admired, and loved about him. My husband was a big burly Superman. I knew without a doubt that Jack would risk his life to save someone, especially a kid or a woman who was in danger. I didn't even have to know them. Anyone who was weaker than their attacker or vulnerable in some other way. I was fierce and ruthless in defense of anyone who was being abused, especially when it came to someone who tried to hurt women and children. Lucky wouldn't let me help them get rid of the body. I nodded, not surprised. I was sure Lucky had tried to keep him out of the picture entirely, other than finding his woman. It was nuts to think of Lucky settling down. He was almost as wild as Calloway had been. But somehow Lucky was even more of a loner. I was funny as hell. Outrageous, often rude and determined to mess with people. He was the best shit talker I'd ever seen in action, and I'd seen a lot. But Lucky was also loyal to a fault. Brave and kind and protective too. But it's done, yeah. The girl's smart too. She found a way to burn the evidence. The evidence? Her jacket? Her shoes. I still can't believe a high heel could do that to a man. Jack raised his eyebrows at me. Some of your shoes could easily kill a man. You don't even have to hit anyone with them. All you have to do is wear them. I blushed. My husband was inordinately fond of my long legs, obsessed even. He spent time kissing and rubbing them every single day, with a miniskirt woman, he warned. Maybe after I could do a little dress up for you? He growled and reached for me. I laughed, dancing just out of his reach. Focus, Jack. He cursed and turned back to what he was doing, grumbling under his breath. He got back to blasting the last remnants of the girl's dress with his blowtorch. I think you're done, I said with a sarcastic expression. He'd obliterated the tiny scrap of fabric. He nodded and set his torch down. He pulled off his goggles and came after me, still wearing his big leather gloves. He gripped my ass, kneading it with his hands. I won between those legs, woman. Jack, after you shower, he growled and kissed me. I was laughing as he went into the house in his work coveralls. The man really did move like a bear. My bear. I hurried upstairs and shimmied out of my clothes. Had already showered after a long day at the dance studio and putting the kids to bed. Now I bent over the dresser, picking out some lacy underthings to wear for Jack. I settled on a hot pink teddy with a matching garter and black high heels. Really high, the kind Jack called stripper shoes, but always with a gleam in his eye. He liked when I dressed sexy as long as he was there to protect me. When we first met, he told me I attracted too much attention. As we fell in love, things shifted. Everything that happened helped me grow up. I needed less attention, and Jack realized it was safe to let me sparkle a little bit. Within reason, of course. My days of dancing on tables were long gone. I finally had all the love and affection I'd been missing all those years. I had it in spades. I heard the shower turn off and stepped backwards into the amazing walk-in closet my husband had built me. It was painted with lime green and white stripes. There were bright pink accents and a sparkly little chandelier hanging over a chaise lounge where I could sit and decide what to wear. The man spoiled me rotten, and I luxuriated in it, kind of like a cat. I heard him rustling about in the bedroom and opened the door. I posed in the door frame. "Hello, sailor." Jack turned and stared at me. His hungry eyes started at my face and traveled down to my shoes and then back up again. I heard him make a sound that was distinctly inhuman. He was part bear. There was no doubt about it. He dropped his towel and I stared hungrily as his cock rose straight toward me. Jack was unusually well endowed, even for his height. At first it was challenging for me. Now I was eager for it. I loved the way he filled me up. After all, dancers were supposed to be flexible, right? Speaking of which, I slowly dragged one foot up my leg and extended it until it was overhead. I still had my moves from my days as a ballet dancer. I probably couldn't perform an entire ballet without needing a mom nap or two, but I still had the flexibility and a lot of the precision. Not that precision mattered in this case. Flexibility, on the other hand, that came in real handy in the bedroom. Jack's eyes were riveted on my thighs. His hot gaze was centered right between them, to be exact. I felt myself getting wet just from that. "Dance for me," he commanded. His voice was raw, deep, even deeper than usual. I walked past him to press play on the iPad I kept by the bed. My Sexy Time playlist was right on top. I started dancing to the Magic Mike XXL soundtrack. I wasn't just sexy dancing, I was dancing for the sheer joy of it. But I didn't get far, I never did. I arched my back, gripping a dresser for support. I let out a squeal as I was lifted straight up into the air. I almost brushed the ceiling. I saw a cobweb near the light fixture and decided it was time to clean up in here. That was the kind of thing you noticed when you were married to a giant. He lowered my shoulders to the bed, but kept my legs in his firm grip. He pulled them apart and knelt on the bed, staring down at my pussy. I was well aware that the pink lace barely covered it. His rough hand scraped my skin as he tugged the teddy to the side and away from his prize. He grunted as my body was exposed. Then he lowered his lips, nuzzling my bare pussy. He started licking and sucking my lips like a starving man at an all-you-can-eat buffet. "Oh, play with those pretty tits for me." I tugged my nipples through the lace, tweaking them with my fingertips until they were pointing straight up. Then I pulled the straps down and held my breast up for his approval. He grunted and continued feasting on me. "Jack," he murmured something against my flesh right before I started to come. "Jack." Just as I was coming, he lowered me to the bed and replaced his tongue with his cock. I came as he pushed into me, trying to squeeze his huge shaft as it impaled me. My head was tossing back and forth as he started to ride me. My man knew how to fuck me, hard and slow, there was no doubt. Until he got real close. Then he lost all control. That was my favorite part. But we weren't there yet. He hoisted one thigh and looked between us, watching his huge cock slide in and out of my quivering body. I cried out, feeling myself cresting again. He licked his finger and rubbed my clit, pulling a nipple into my mouth. It was too much, I screamed. Fuck. He started moving faster. "Jack, hurry." We knew we only had a few minutes until the kids were at the door. It wasn't my fault though. It was Jack's. He made me come too hard. Jack's thrust got wild and out of tempo right before he came. I felt his seed splash against my womb, and I came again, my body answering his primal call. We lay there shaking and rocking together until the tremors faded. Jack moved quick for such a big guy, thank God. He heard the tiny footsteps before I did, and threw a blanket over both of us. 3 seconds later, our door opened with a loud creak. "Mom," I pushed the sweaty hair on my face. "It's late, sweetie, you should be in bed." Jack grabbed his towel and managed to wrap himself up without exposing himself. "Back to bed." He cast me a smug glance. "Mommy is sorry she woke you up. And Daddy is sorry he forgot to lock the door." His shoulders shook with laughter as he shrugged into a pair of jeans and carried our youngest down the hall to bed. I snuggled into the bed, feeling heavy and sated. I had a funny feeling. A feeling we just made a baby. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Chapter 24, Kirsten. "Good morning, what do you like on your pancakes?" Hassie and Lucky were in the kitchen when I came down the stairs. I yawned and looked at them, self-consciously aware that my face was still puffy from sleep. Meanwhile, Lucky looked like he was in a men's magazine. A magazine full of hunks, GQ, or a catalog for men's clothing. Of course, most models weren't quite so muscular or covered in ink. Oh boy, he is way too sexy. I'm never going to be able to keep my promise. What time is it? After 10. I never slept that late. I had to admit it felt good. I still felt like I'd been through the ringer, but I was better rested than I'd been in ages. "Hi, Mom." Hassie pulled me in for a big hug, then hopped back on the bar stool, facing the island. She propped her chin in her hands and watched Lucky cooking, looking utterly content. I couldn't remember the last time I had seen her so happy, so at home. Her cute little cheeks rested on her hands as she chatted with Lucky. She looked enraptured. It looks like I'm not the only one under his spell. This was the stuff she'd missed out on, the daddy-daughter stuff. I felt my stomach drop out from under me. When I told Lucky I couldn't sleep with him when he ended it, I wasn't just going to break my own heart. I was going to break Hatsie's heart too. But I couldn't break my word with God, not when he had saved me. And we still needed his protection. Hassie would need it for the rest of her life. And now that I was a murderess, I needed it too. Not that my faith was contingent on results. It wasn't. But the miracle of finding the paint thinner and my 3 matches, it just served as a potent reminder. One day at a time, Kirsten, I exhaled. I had to remember that. When Hassie had first been diagnosed, that was the first important lesson I had learned. She didn't have a guaranteed tomorrow. Nobody did really. But Hassie had a lot less of a guarantee than everybody else. She deserved every sunny day she could get, every cozy rainy day reading, every snowstorm and sunset and sunrise. She deserved a daddy, and you are about to screw that all up. Way to go, Kirsten. Focus on today. That's all you have for today. We are safe. Hassie was happy and Lucky didn't hate me for leading him on. Not yet, but he would. I forced a smile and slid onto the stool next to Hassie. L for every second of joy. Kirsten, so what are we having? Lucky took one look at me and our eyes locked. He knew instantly. Somehow he knew I was barely holding it together. He poured a cup of coffee and set it in front of me. I inhaled the steam gratefully. "Oh, thank you." He nodded and went back to flipping pancakes. "So, Mom, I wasn't sure what Miss Hassie was supposed to have. The mix is organic, but what about toppings? Dairy-free?" "Yes, ma'am." Oh, I could have kissed him. Han got it. Her diet impacted her health directly. It wasn't about extra pounds or even diabetes. It was the fact that sugar fed bacteria and milk increased mucus, 2 things my little girl could not afford. I stood up and came around to look over his shoulder. He gave me a look of surprised pleasure that I was standing so close. He turned and pulled me in for a warm hug. I sighed and leaned my head against his chest. I felt so safe, I could have stayed there forever. Lucky kissed my forehead and stepped back. He was so respectful in front of my kid. I felt myself sliding deeper. I wanted to break my vow. I wanted to thank him with my body. Fruit? He murmured, still standing close and watching me with an intimate look on his face. I'm sorry. Is fruit all right for the pancakes? I nodded. Yes, in moderation. Pineapple is especially good. Bananas are super high in sugar, so we usually skip those. He nodded. So no banana bread, maybe a small piece of it. I laughed. Don't tell me you know how to make banana bread. I don't, he pointed to his phone. But Siri does. Mom, can I go exploring today outside? Of course, maybe I could come with you. Me too. Lucky fluttered his lashes at us and we burst into laughter. It felt so normal. So right, but not for long. What man on earth would want to be with a celibate murderess? I felt tears flooding my eyes and excused myself. I turned the water on and had a good cry. I figured no one could hear me with the water running. After a quick shower, I slipped back into my jeans and put on a button-down shirt, socks, and my sneakers completed the outfit. I pulled my hair into a pony and swiped on some lip gloss. I stared in the mirror, looking at my pale face. I was exhausted from the adrenaline and the crash. I knew I was holding the memories of Sal's attack at bay for Hassie's sake. I knew at some point I wouldn't be able to do that anymore. But right now, we were safe and I was going to make sure my girl had every bit of normalcy she could. Chin up, Kirsten. I pinned a smile on my face and headed back to the kitchen, ready for exploring. They were standing together at the sink, washing and drying dishes. Yours is still warm, Lucky said without looking at me. I was focused on my kid, and I loved that. There was a pot lid covered with a dish towel on the kitchen island. I sat and lifted the pot lid off my plate. Wow, they are still steaming, Lucky smart. I cut myself a bite and agreed with her. Yes, he is. I took a bite and almost moaned in pleasure. The man could really make good pancakes. I realized there were blueberries in the mix. Not too many, just enough for a tart explosion of juicy goodness every now and then. Lucky turned to watch me eat. Dinch, too much me eat, his eyes on my mouth. These are amazing, he smirked. Eat up so we can go exploring. He grabbed a bar of soap from the cupboard and handed it to Hassie. Rub this all over your shoulders and pant legs, especially the bottom hem and up the calves. Get your socks too. She looked at the soap in her hand and back at Lucky. Soap? We nodded. Yeah, it's eucalyptus. Dev's old family secret. It keeps the ticks off. Wow, I never heard of that. Are there a lot of ticks up here? I was worried and trying not to show it. Lyme disease was the last thing Hassie needed. Yes, loads. They hang out on bushes and grass waiting for you to brush up against them, so stay on the path. If you jump in the shower right after being outside, it makes it a lot harder for them to find purchase. Purchase? Hassie asked. Lucky made monster hands at Hassie and bent over. To take a bite? She squealed and darted away as Lucky's pincers grabbed her sides. I laughed, shaking my head. The man was unnatural at this. You are really good with kids. You sound surprised. I am, I said. I thought you were more badass than family man. I can be both, can I? The warm look in his eyes was unmistakable. He meant with me, with us. I felt something warm blossom inside me. It was hope. Maybe, just maybe, Lucky would forgive me for my bargain with God. Maybe this could work out after all. Chapter 25, Lucky. Look, I found one. Hassie was pointing about a tree about 10 feet away. I squinted through the pair of binoculars she handed me. There was a tiny nest high above. After a minute, I saw a few baby birds peeking their heads up just above the edge of the nest. Good eye, Hassie. I gave her back the binoculars. You would make one hell of a marine. She gave me a cheeky salute and ran down the path looking for more birds' nests. It was that perfect time in the spring, where nature herself was telling the world to couple up and procreate. I was getting that message loud and clear. In my case, my mate already had a chick. I just had to find us a nest and keep them both safe. I smiled at Angel and took her hand. I had ideas about that myself, but it wasn't just Mother Nature. It was her. The sunlight broke through the trees to illuminate my Angel's shiny hair, the soft peachiness of her skin, the deep color of her eyes. How could I not love this woman? I nearly said it out loud. Those 3 little words, how she made me feel, how beautiful she was, or even how deeply I cared. But I didn't. My Angel was skittish today. I think she knew that she would end up in my bed tonight or soon thereafter. It seemed inevitable, but I wasn't going to push, especially not after what she'd been through. I was going to leave the door open and let her come to me whenever she was ready. It didn't matter how long it took, though the animal in me was hoping it wouldn't take too long. We came to a rock outcropping overlooking the lake. We were high up on a cliff here and the view was spectacular, but not so high that you were terrified of falling off. A path led to a sandy beach about a dozen feet below where Hassie was attempting to skip rocks. Is all this land his? I nodded. His granddad bought it for a song in the 1930s. Beautiful, isn't it? She nodded wistfully. It's perfect. No pollution, no smoke, no neighbors. Don't you like people? I teased, I do. I mean, I guess I've been disappointed by people a lot. But it's more about the air. Most people use detergents and paints and perfumes and body wash that just pollute everything. They're even scenting paper towels and garbage bags now. It's dangerous and not just for kids like Hassie, I nodded. I'd done some research on my phone last night while she slept. I'd stayed up for hours just watching her and trying to educate myself. Apparently, there were toxic VOCs in just about everything big corporations put out these days. The survivalist homesteaders might have the right idea. That's why you use borax and vinegar to wash stuff, yes. And I know it all sounds high maintenance and silly, but I stopped her. No, it's not silly or high maintenance. Most people don't think about it because they've never had asthma or trouble breathing. I'm sure they would only need to see their kids gasp for air once and they would all get on board. Right, I know you're right. I read about chemical sensitivity. There are people who can't even walk past the detergent aisle without having an attack. She nodded, I know. I guess you could lump them all in together. People with asthma, allergies, COPD, cystic fibrosis, and chemical sensitivity. It's bad for all of them and it's everywhere. We'll find a safe place. I promise. She looked around and sighed. This is just about perfect. We can stay here as long as we need to, but if we have to run, we'll figure it out. Dev is going to go talk to them. He is? Her beautiful eyes widened. I don't want him to get hurt on my account. He won't get hurt. I brushed her hair away from her face. But you are sweet for worrying about him. She'd never even met Dev and she was worried. That's how caring she was. I felt a lump rise in my throat. Those three little words again. But I didn't say them. Instead, I gave her a quick kiss and pulled her down the path. Come on, I need to show this kid how to skip stones. Chapter 26, Kirsten. I held a cold beer in my hand, watching Hatsi run around the deck. She had more energy than usual. I wondered if it was the clean air or the excitement. Either way, in just one day, she seemed to be thriving. Of course, she doesn't know she has a murderer for her mother. I closed my eyes, willing the images away, but it was no good. I saw Sal's eyes as he realized what I'd done the moment he understood that he was dying. I wasn't angry or even scared. I was just surprised, shocked as hell at his own death. I could still smell the blood even after 3 showers. Still feel the flesh give way underneath my high heel. Still feel the awful suction when I pulled my shoe free again. I shivered and took a big gulp of the beer. I wasn't a big drinker, but I wanted to drink tonight. Maybe it would help me sleep. You okay? I snapped out of my memories to stare at Lucky. I nodded vigorously. Too vigorously. Yeah, great. He turned down the heat and sat down next to me on the bench that ran around the edge of the deck. No, you're not. I'm fine. Really, Hassi is safe. I'm so grateful to you and your friends. I know, but that doesn't mean you're fine. You will be, but it takes time. I just stared at him, afraid of what he was saying. These images, what if they never went away? Time. Yeah. I ran his hand through his hair. Listen, Angel, it's normal. I stared at him. What's normal? PTSD. We all get it to one extent or another, in active duty, I mean. He looked at me solemnly. We all see things we can't unsee. I exhaled shakily. Okay, so he did get it. Of course, what was I supposed to do now? I can't stop seeing him. I can't believe It's okay, he pulled me against his side. You did what you had to do, otherwise that beautiful girl, he pointed to Hassi, would have been alone. I feel like I'm failing her too, you're not. What if they come after us? And it was us now. He was in this with us whether he liked it or not. I've been thinking about it. I think we should leave for a while or at least lay low out here. But the club carries some weight with Vincent and Antonio. Vince Sr. too. I think there's a chance Sal had some loyal guys we don't know about. But I don't think so. I think you maybe did the Margarellis a favor. I think maybe they will be glad he's gone. What? I stared at him, praying that it might be true. You really think that? Vincent would kick my ass for saying this. But yeah. He didn't say it explicitly, but I got the impression that Sal was a problem for him. So let's just take care of you and that amazing girl. I let out a sigh of relief. If he was right, maybe the only things I had to worry about were my kid's lungs and my soul. Thanks, Lucky. You can tell me, I've been there. It's probably not going to stop for a while. You see them too? Yeah. You can't control it at first, but eventually it gets better. I have to make an effort to bring most of it back now. Oh, that's good. I can't imagine this will ever go away. He turned to face me, taking both my hands. Here's a trick I use. If I get a memory, a bad one that won't quit, I paint it. Paint it? Yeah, I picture a big fat paintbrush in a bright color, and I paint the memory. I don't try and shove it down, I just give it a color. Makes it less threatening somehow. I tilted my head trying to imagine it. That's brilliant, thank you. I'm always here for you, Angel. He squeezed my hands and stood, pressing a soft kiss to my forehead. Better get back to it. I watched him work the grill. Another lucky break. The grill was massive, but since it was, gas wouldn't let off smoke or fumes. And not unless Lucky really burned the food, he assured me he would not. Hassie was far enough away that a tiny bit of smoke wouldn't mess her up. But a coal grill would be a legitimate risk to my daughter's health and life. Most people didn't know it, but smoke could kill anyone with asthma. We avoided brick oven pizzerias and barbecue places, laundromats, anything that could trigger her lungs to seize up. My little girl had never been to a bonfire at the beach, and she never would. It was a small price to pay for living, but it still struck me as sad. Thankfully, Hassie wasn't yet a teenager who realized she was missing out and having to avoid all the triggers. But if we were blessed, she would be a teenager soon. I just hoped she didn't feel bad about everything she was going to have to miss out on. Living with so many restrictions. It was isolating, I felt it too, and I wasn't even the one with delicate lungs. I hoped she wouldn't hate me for protecting her in her lungs. But even if she did, I wouldn't change the way I'd done things. She had a fighting chance because of all the hard work and sacrifices we made. They might cure this thing before she hit her middle age. The time when most CF kids passed. It had been so much worse in decades past. I knew we were as lucky as we could be under the circumstances. Teen mom, no college, no family support. We were at the bottom of the barrel in terms of the American dream of success and happiness, and now it was worse than that. Now I was a criminal. The cards were even more stacked against us, especially now that I'd killed a man. And there it was. I could see Sal in all his glory. I could feel everything that happened when he tried to hurt me. He touched me, wrapped his hands around my throat, and then the blood and the terror crashed over me, and I curled into myself, hyperventilating with my head on my knees. I didn't think any amount of praying would ever wash away the stain. I had broken one of the 10 commandments. Deep breath. Paint the scene, painted blue. The blood was not as frightening blue. The room looked fake, somehow unreal, like a scene from a movie. Sal looked like a cartoon lying there, not a dead body, just a shape on the floor. My pulse slowed and I was able to get a deep breath. I opened my eyes and immediately noticed that Lucky was distracting Hassie, protecting her from seeing her mom freak out. I had to find a way to repay him or try, even though I never could. I couldn't sleep with him even though I wanted to for my own selfish reasons. I would find another way. Getting tired, Hassie nodded with a yawn. One of the many, many great things about the cabin was the stash of board games they had in the built-ins on either side of the fireplace in the living room. Monopoly, cards, even poker chips. But tonight, we were playing our favorite Clue. The irony was not wasted on me. Every time someone guessed who the killer was, I wanted to scream me. But of course, I didn't. I would never tell anyone. I had to protect Hassie, never mind Lucky and his friends who had helped me so selflessly, even if I wanted to confess to ease the burden of my guilt. Hassie covered her mouth as she yawned, and I decided it was time to call it a night. Let's tuck you in. Do you need a few minutes to set up the room? Lucky asked. We can straighten up down here. I nodded gratefully and headed up the stairs. I went through the routine, noticing again how much less dust there was. There was no comparison to city living, it was just cleaner. I made a mental note to change the sheets the day after tomorrow. I did them every 3 days like clockwork. Dust mites built up after 2 days and could cause breathing and allergy issues. My sheets I left on for a whole week. I had perfect health and always had. I would trade places with my daughter in a heartbeat if I could. Come up and brush your teeth. I heard her footsteps and smiled when the water came on in the bathroom across the hall. Hassie was already adjusting, though I was worried about tearing her out of here. If Lucky was as angry as I thought he was going to be, but he wouldn't be cruel in front of the kid. Even if he hated me, he wouldn't be cruel to Hassie. And maybe she'd be all right, even if we had to leave because Lucky didn't want this. She was so adaptable. Kids were amazing that way. Now her mother, on the other hand, well, she is a hot mess. I sighed, sitting on the edge of the bed. I helped Hassie get into her PJs and tucked her in. She was too tired to read for once. Her appetite was better too. It must be the fresh air, I decided. Another vote for living in the middle of the woods. I patted down the stairs on my bare feet. It was time to tell Lucky the truth. It was time to see if we could come to some sort of agreement. Maybe, just maybe, he'd be understanding and okay with moving forward slowly, or at least finding alternate ways of expressing affection. I looked in the kitchen and living room, but he wasn't there. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned to see a sheet fluttering through the air. I walked to the door to look inside. Lucky was making up the downstairs bedroom. That was interesting. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to sleep down here tonight." And flexed his muscles, guard dog mode. "Can I join you?" I blushed at the look in his eyes. He looked surprised and very happy all at once. "For a little while, I mean. Angel, you can join me for as long as you like." I looked away, feeling unaccountably shy. "Why do you call me that?" He walked closer until he stood a few inches away. He tipped my chin up so I was looking at him. Our faces were so close. "Because you fell from heaven." I laughed and started to make a self-deprecating remark, but Lucky wasn't having it. I was reaching for me, pulling me in for a kiss. I sighed and leaned into his embrace. It felt so good. His hand slid over my body. Then I felt his hardness pressing against my belly. "Lucky, is it too soon? We don't have to do anything. You've been through a lot. God, he is such a good man." "How could this man be so perfect? It's not that." "Then what's wrong? I want to please you." I reached for his belt buckle. I was no expert, but I had an idea of what a man wanted. "But I can't do everything." His hand rested on mine, stopping me from opening his jeans. "What do you mean you want to please me? I want to thank you." I took a step back. He looked almost angry. "You don't have to thank me like that. I don't want that." "I didn't mean it." "What did you mean?" "That you don't want me. I don't need you to do me any favors." "No, I want you. I do more than I've ever wanted anyone." "That's not it." I closed my eyes, afraid to look at him. "I'm sorry if it's not enough. I didn't mean to lead you on. Are you married or something?" His voice sounded strained, not angry exactly, more worried, distant. I was so excruciatingly embarrassed I could barely look at him. But the question about being married snapped me out of it. "No, I told you there hasn't been anyone since Jay's father." "Then what is it?" I swallowed and whispered what I had done. He stepped a little closer, his voice softer. I closed my eyes and wished I could fall into the floor. "What's that, Angel?" "I promised God I would be good." He tilted his head and looked at me. "What do you mean good?" "I mean, when I was out there with 3 matches and no gas covered in blood, I begged God for help and I made a promise." Lucky's eyebrows were drawn together. I took a deep breath and spit it out. "I promised to be good in the biblical sense." "You mean sex?" I nodded miserably. This was it. I was making a mess of things, but I can do everything else I want to, understanding dawned. Lucky smiled. He looked relieved, not angry. "You don't want to have sex out of wedlock, is that it?" I nodded miserably, feeling ashamed. "I'm sorry. I know God helped me out there and I swore I would be good. That's okay." "It is." He stepped closer, cupping my cheek. "Yes, it's even better. I already planned on marrying you, Angel." "You did?" "Yes, Angel. I want you to be mine, to protect you and Hassie for the rest of my life." I was surprised. Most guys didn't go around proposing to women they had known for less than a week. Not in the real world, but they didn't go around paying off their debts and rescuing them from mobsters either. I believed him in my gut. He meant what he was saying. Lucky wanted to marry me. I felt hope blossom in my heart. "Oh," he smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Now about those other things you mentioned." Chapter 27. Lucky. Lucky, my angel, still didn't believe me. She didn't understand that I was going to marry her no matter what. I would have carried her kicking and screaming to the altar if I had to. I was just going to have to prove her wrong. Show her how dedicated I was. Make her want to stay with me forever. After I drove her wild with my hands and mouth. Yeah, I could wait to take her, but I had to see her. It felt like I might die if I didn't get to touch her, to taste her right fucking now. I kissed her, holding her firmly against the wall. I used my free hand to shut and lock the bedroom door. Then I lifted her thighs up so that they were wrapped around me. Oh, I smiled. This was going to be better than sex, or at least any sex I ever had. I could tell my angel was inexperienced. The fact that she'd offered me what she thought all men wanted. It was sweet and heartbreaking at the same time. I wasn't going to let her do that, not like that, not tonight. Tonight, I was going to spend every second pleasing her instead. I carried her to the bed and carefully laid her down on her back. Her legs were still wrapped around me, so I went down with her. I smiled. Sure, she didn't realize she was clinging to me like a monkey. Her beautiful face was flushed with desire, but her eyes looked worried. I knew she'd been afraid of my reaction to her promise. I wanted her to know she didn't have to worry about that. I wanted to make sure she never had anything to worry about again. If she knew how I felt about her, she'd never have another doubt. I gripped her wrists together, holding them high above her head with one hand. Then I shifted down her body, kissing her neck, her pretty little ears, her collarbone. I didn't want to move too fast, no matter how my body urged me to. Hell, if my cock had its way, it would have been inside her as much as humanly possible since the day we met. I didn't want her to think I was crazy, so I wasn't about to tell her that. But I was crazy for her. I finally understood all the stupid expressions they had about love. I finally understood the crazy, stupid love songs. I kept kissing her as I deftly unbuttoned her shirt and spread it open. I couldn't wait to feel her incredible skin against my chest for the first time. I leaned back to tear my shirt off, staring down at her. Angel, we came together with an audible explosion of pleasure. Our tongues tangled frantically as I ground myself into her. I couldn't fucking help it. Ah, she cried out, and it was the sexiest thing I'd heard in my life. I kissed my way down her body, knowing I had to stop humping her or we would both get carried away. I slid my fingers under the waistband of her jeans. I'm going to take these off now. She looked at me and nodded, but I could tell she was worried. I will keep my promise to you. She exhaled and I almost cried with a look of relief on her beautiful face. Promise? Even if you don't want to keep the promise? She nodded. I'm weak. I'm afraid I will forget. I won't. At her nod, I slowly pulled down her jeans, letting my fingertips slide over her silky skin. Lying there in her bra and panties, she was even more beautiful than I'd imagined. She was perfect. All smooth lines and soft curves. Feminine and sweet and mine. You are so beautiful, Angel. I pulled her into my arms again for a kiss to soothe her worries. My fingers got busy exploring her gorgeous body with light touches intended to tease. I wanted her squirming before I even laid a hand on her sweet pussy. I wanted her to be as desperate for me as I was for her. It didn't take long. My Angel was so responsive. Her arousal wasn't fake. Everything about her was so natural. There was nothing exaggerated or deliberate. She just was, and she was mine. I lay at her side with one leg flung over her thighs. That way, I could control the action and I had access to every inch of her. I groaned at the sheer perfection of her body. I didn't know someone could look like that. She looked like a swimsuit model, minus the airbrushing and spray tan. My Angel didn't need any artificial enhancement. I kissed a freckle on her shoulder and smiled. Even her goddamn freckles were ridiculously sexy to me. I was a lost cause and I knew it. God help me if I found a mole. I knew I was going to be riding the edge between pain and arousal all night. Every single night until she was my wife. It didn't change a thing for me. I would do anything to be this close to her. Even suffer through a case of permanent blue balls. My fingers slid down her soft belly to the edge of her panties. Her breathing quickened and her hips rocked as I touched her there for the first time. I flattened my hand over her mount, pressing and circling my palm. The soft, sexy noises she was making were music to my ears. I'd never heard anything so arousing. She sounded needy and frustrated, which made my heart sing. My Angel felt the way I did. She might not love me the way I loved her yet, but she would. I'd make sure of it. I kissed her nipple through her bra and looked down at her hungrily. I toyed with her bra strap and stroked her breast with the back of my hand. Can I take this off? She nodded eagerly. Yes, please. Which one? Both, she said breathlessly. Both. I flashed her a cocky grin. I was hoping you would say that. Arch your back. I reached underneath her narrow back and unhooked her bra. I slid it off her shoulders and moaned at the sight of her. Her breasts were perfect mounds tipped with rosy nipples that begged for my hands and mouth to worship them. I cupped one and it overfilled my palm. I lowered my head to taste her. I nursed her nipples one by one, not wanting to stop, not able to wrap my mind around how good she looked, tasted and felt. I wanted to see and touch everything. I could have worshipped her perfect breasts like that for hours. Her sweet moans of pleasure filled my ears. Finally, I lifted my head and slipped my fingers under the edge of her panties. Slowly, I dragged them down over her flawless legs. I took my time, running my hands over her unbelievably silky skin and looking my fillet at her. She was completely bare to me now, exposed. I was finally seeing every inch of her, just like I'd wanted to from the very first moment I saw her. Thank you, me. But she looked adorably confused. I should thank you. No, you shouldn't. I shook my head slowly and slowly dragged her legs apart. I have to taste you now. Oh. I nibbled my way up her inner thighs to my prize. I pressed a kiss to her pink pussy lips. She was so pretty. Even here, it almost didn't seem fair how perfect she was. I kissed her gorgeous clit, tonguing it softly. I felt her relax as her fingers threaded through my hair. I smiled as her hips began to circle against my mouth. My fingers got busy, rubbing her clit lightly, faster and faster. My tongue probed her deeper, groaning at the tight, slick feel of her. I knew it would be beyond anything I'd ever experienced when I finally wrapped her around my cock. Patience, Lucky. Eyes on the prize. You need to get this angel on lockdown, starting by making her come her sweet tits off right now. I didn't stop as my angel's pussy creamed all over my face. I lapped it up, not easing up for a second. I kept working her, dragging out her orgasm with my fingers or tongue for as long as possible. I wanted her to get every last drop of pleasure. And then I wanted to do it again. Angel convulsed on the bed, her beautiful body writhing in ecstasy. I waited until she was completely still, then kissed my way up her delectable body. I expected her to be shy, maybe grateful to be given the greatest pleasure of her lifetime. I expected that maybe, just maybe, she'd even admit that she loved me. I didn't expect my angel to be asleep. I stifled my laugh. She needed her rest. I would let her sleep down here for a few hours and carry her upstairs. But as of right now, I was as tightly wound as a spring. I rolled over and groaned, staring at the ceiling. I palmed my aching cock through my jeans. I turned my head and stared at Angel, then did the only thing I could do to. I went outside, stripped my jeans off and jumped in the lake. At this hour, the water was icy. The cold water was a shock to my system. It was especially at this time of year, but it cleared my head and soothed my aching balls. I was still hard, so I paddled around a little, then turned over and looked at the stars. Eventually, I got out and rinsed off quickly in the shower. I pulled on clean clothes, grabbed a beer, and picked up my phone. Tonight had proven one thing to me for sure. Time was of the essence. I had to marry Angel quickly or we would break her promise. I wanted to marry her as soon as possible anyway. Hell, I would take a time machine back 10 years and marry her if I could, but I didn't want to be the cause of her hating herself or feeling like she'd turned her back on God. Despite our best intentions, there was no way to contain the kind of explosive chemistry we had. The heat between us was off the charts. Every kiss, every touch, even just the way we looked at each other. It was more erotic than all the sex in the world and a million times pure. I fucking loved my Angel and I needed to make her mine immediately. I wasn't going to sit around waiting while we figured out the Margarelli brothers situation. So I texted Callaway since he was the last one to get hitched. Need preacher. It wasn't long before I heard back. Cal didn't seem surprised by the request. Preacher was from a different club, but he was a friend of the SOS and he performed ceremonies for all kinds of bikers up and down the California coast. When's the big day? As soon as fucking possible. Hell, I wanted Preacher yesterday. I'm on it. Bribe him if you have to. What does he like? Tequila and pussy. Tell that filthy perv a case of tequila on me. I paused. I could almost hear what Cal was going to say. He was still a badass, but now he was married with a baby about to drop. I was getting all responsible and shit. But as the soon-to-be stepfather to an almost preteen girl, I could dig it. Are you worried about staying in town long enough to pull this off? Nah, I trust Dev. I'll go when he tells me to go. Right, okay. I'll call that bastard now. I think he's in Mexico. Thanks, man, I owe you. I set my phone down and leaned against the deck rail. It was a clear night, cool and peaceful. I wished we could stay here forever. Just the three of us. One big happy family, well, until we started making babies. I felt my heart sing at the prospect. Had I ever wanted kids before? No, but I'd never had an angel and her mini-me to love and protect either. I wanted little angels, lots of them. But Cal was right. The mob may or may not be on a hunt for my angel. They would never find us here, but that didn't mean we could stay. We'd have to go somewhere eventually. If they wanted to track us down, there were ways. Tracking our cell phones, or the mob would follow one of the guys to find us. It was time to toss the phones and get burners. That was for sure. I had to protect my angels. Both of them. Chapter 28, Donafe. You sure about this? Yeah. Dev nodded, but he looked worried. Vincent is reasonable. Tony is kind of a hothead, right? Vincent is more of a slow burn. Great. So, who are we dealing with? I don't know. We just parked our bikes outside the pre-war building the Margarelli brothers called home. It was more like a mansion, but bigger. The place took up the better part of a city block. It was several buildings that interconnected. The ones on the back corners with thriving storefronts, but it was what went down deep inside the massive structure that was the real money maker. Gambling, guns. I was sure there was some trade in drugs as well. They owned strip club galore, but I didn't think they ran women. Not like the Vipers did. That kind of shit made my blood run cold. Okay, let's do this. Dev nodded and we knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal one of the largest humans I'd ever seen. Not just big and tall like Jack. This guy was big in every direction. They're expecting you. We exchanged a look and stepped inside. I had the crazy feeling I was stepping into a lion's den. It was oddly swank inside, especially after the alley entrance and metal door. We walked down a hallway with rich-looking wallpaper and ornate moldings. I almost wished the guys were here. Jack, whiskey, and even Cal loved woodwork. Drake was handy too. Hell, even Lucky worked construction before his professional gambling took off. Lucky? I kind of wanted to punch him for this mess. Then again, it sounded like if he hadn't stepped in numerous times, this girl would have been in big fucking trouble. It didn't matter that he'd fallen for her. I didn't like hearing about females being mistreated. I especially didn't like hearing that Sal had roughed the girl up. The POS. It brought back a lot of painful memories from my childhood and my beautiful wife's more recent past. Every day I did my best to erase those memories. I doubted I ever really could. Fuck Sal, this was all his fault, not Lucky's. I was glad that piece of shit was dead, though I wasn't so sure we would be satisfied with the aftermath. Best case scenario, they wanted Lucky and his girl to take off for a while. Worst case, they wanted them gone for good. Even worse, they might tell us that there was a bounty on Lucky's dumb head. Leave it to Lucky to fall in love with a boatload of trouble. I sighed, leaning against the wall. Lucky had finally found love after all his years of running wild. And from what I heard, she'd made him work for it. It made me like the girl even though we'd never met. It was good that she'd made him suffer. It was extremely satisfying to me. I loved the bastard even if he was a loose cannon. I was a good person deep down. He deserved happiness. And the girl deserved to live without an axe hanging over her head. The club took care of their own without fail. And Lucky was a brother to me, part of the inner circle. So here we were. Dev stood perfectly still. He was doing that leader thing when he sort of powered down and got very focused. It was almost like he had his own gravitational pull when he got like this. He certainly had no trouble managing a shit ton of unruly bikers with that technique. When Dev got quiet, everyone else shut right the fuck up. They're ready. We followed the big guy to the back. It's good to see you again. I shook hands with Antonio, while Dev shook with Vincent, and then we switched. We sat in plush velvet chairs facing the mahogany desk. Tony sat off to the side watching us with an assessing look on his face. They might be somewhat reasonable, even honorable for criminals. But I knew we shouldn't underestimate them, no matter how polite they were. The Margarelli brothers were very powerful and very smart. They also didn't mind getting their hands dirty. Their people were as loyal as ours were. That made them very, very dangerous. There was an army of men behind these two. But even without that, they could do some major damage. Not just with their fists, though they did look like MMA fighters in expensive suits. These two could beat the shit out of you with their minds. You've been filled in? Vincent nodded. This is quite the situation we have, Devlin. Yes, it is. You know where this girl is? I stiffened up, waiting for Dev to answer. He wouldn't give up Lucky or the girl no matter what. I knew that, but I was still fucking tense. I do. Are you here to tell me? Nonde Vincent stared at Dev hard and then sat back in his chair. Good, he waved his hand. I don't want to know. What does that mean exactly? Have her lay low for a while. Polly is the only one outside this room who knows what happened. Han did what he had to do, but there will be questions. He won't say a thing, but just in case, she should hang back. You're sure he won't spill? Vincent nodded. He's upset about what happened to the girl. He has a daughter, Antonio added, and doesn't like to see females mistreated. Dev and I exchanged glances, but Vincent wasn't done talking. We don't know what happened exactly. Maybe it was someone else with a grudge. Sal had enemies in the family as well as outside it. As for the girl, her debt was repaid. That's why she moved on, Dev nodded wisely. I was glad he knew what the fuck was going on because I sure as hell did not. It sounded like they were saying they weren't going to go after Kirsten or Lucky. Vince's next words confirmed it. Tell that bastard that he better treat her right. I will. I still wasn't clear on what was happening. And if they come back after a while, we'll look the other way. Just tell Lucky not to be a dumb fucker about it. I resisted the urge not to make a joke about Lucky being a perpetual pain in the ass. Now was not the time. We all knew that was the truth anyway, thank you. The club appreciates it. We have a long history of mutual respect. I would hate to lose that over a bad seed. I knew they were talking about Sal and not Lucky. Relief fluttered my body. I felt 10 times lighter. Lucky and his girl were going to be okay. And selfishly, none of us wanted him to move away permanently. We shook hands again and left. Chapter 29, Sally. Breathe, baby, that's it. My husband took a sneaky sip of coffee, and I glared at him. There were no drinks allowed in the birthing class. But Donnie had been out late last night, so he was on his third cup. It was for a good cause, so I wasn't mad at him. I just wanted a sip of that coffee. At 6 months, I was having trouble sleeping through the night. Our toddler was running circles around me every day. Thankfully, my husband was a hands-on dad, and his mother and sister were always willing to take her for an afternoon so I could nap. I was napping a lot these days. Speaking of which, I stifled a yawn. Don't worry, I'll tuck you in when we get home. I blushed, knowing what he meant. Donahue was a man who loved to eat pussy. Even now, when I was as big as a house and almost too far along for sex, he just loved to please me. Lately, he'd been putting me to bed with an hour-long session of cunnilingus and foreplay. It was pretty much the only way I got any real sleep. My husband was an orgasm-making machine. Class ended a few minutes later, and we said goodbye to the teacher and other parents in the class. I always laughed when I saw my husband next to the other fathers. They all looked up to him, and no wonder he looked like a hawk in a room of canaries. Donahue gave me a suggestive leer as he bundled me into the car. Let's get you home. I'm starving. Donnie, what? I'm married to a beautiful woman. A beautiful, delicious woman. I waited as he called his mom and asked her to babysit for a few hours longer. I couldn't stop the hum of excitement inside me. My husband was a deviously skilled and wicked lover. He made me feel something different every time. I hid it well, but I couldn't wait to roll around in the bed with him. In my case, since I was carrying this baby like a basketball, literally roll. Come on, sweetheart, let's get you into bed. I grumbled good-naturedly as he undressed me. My ankles were constantly swollen, and I felt like a balloon that was about to pop. My breasts were so sore that I actually moaned in pleasure as he unhooked my bra and released them. He caressed them gently, knowing how sensitive they were. But there was a positive flip side to that coin. When he started to suckle me, the pleasure nearly made me fall back onto the bed. Donnie lowered me carefully until I was flat on my back. You comfortable, sweetheart? I nodded, my body cradled on the firm mattress with a pillow top protector. I had a body pillow wrapped around my back, creating a lounge chair effect. It had been Donnie's idea, and it worked. It took the stress off my lower back. That alone was almost as good as sex. Almost. Let's get these panties off of you. Donnie's fingers traced my pussy through the cotton of my enormous pregnancy panties. There was nothing sexy about those panties, but Donnie never made me feel self-conscious about it. I whimpered at the feeling of his fingertips caressing my mound. Pregnancy made your pussy extra sensitive. It was one of the perks. Other than the point having a whole sweet, healthy baby at the end of it, if we were lucky. I never took anything for granted. I had dreams for my child like every other expectant mother, but I didn't dwell on them. In fact, I tried not to think about the outcome one way or the other. I tried to just be. Donnie helped a lot with that. He slid my panties down my legs, kissing my skin as he did. My legs were the only part of my body that looked about the same during pregnancy. Yeah, they got swollen if I stood for too long, but that was it. The rest of me was pretty much a circle. Yes, I was a large melon with skinny legs poking out of it and other melons up top. My husband, God love him, didn't seem to mind. He murmured as he settled between my thighs and pressed his lips against me. Oh, I sighed as his long pointy tongue started to slowly and thoroughly explore my pussy. That's so nice. Nice? He chuckled to himself and moved to my clit, flicking his tongue against it rapidly. I think we can do better than nice. My back arched off the bed as I started to come for the first time. I shuddered as he slipped 2 fingers inside me and hooked them, scraping my G-spot. My orgasm doubled down and I screamed. Donnie didn't stop for a long time. He wrung every moment, every millisecond of pleasure out of me, with his fingers and tongue forcing me to multiple orgasms. He didn't slow until I was limp and trembling on the bed. How do you feel, wife? I tried to say good, but it came out. He chuckled and kissed my forehead. I barely felt it as he pulled covers over me and pulled the curtain shut. Sleep well, sweetheart. Chapter 30, Kirsten. I sat at the kitchen table staring at the maps in front of me. I wanted to draw on them, but they weren't mine. So, I was writing down potential routes on a yellow legal pad instead. Hatsi could read them out to me. We were going up the coast, I decided. It was tempting to go east, but I didn't want to get stuck out in the desert if anything went wrong. Plus, Vegas was a little too close for comfort. Zell had connections in Vegas, lots of them. Lucky was outside on the phone, pacing back and forth on the deck. I was trying not to be intrusive, but he looked agitated. Then he did something unexpected. He smiled. I looked back at the map. We needed a place that was out of the way, green like this. It would be best to be near to a couple of exit routes. If the Margarellis decided to come after me, the only thing I could do was run. The image of Sal's face leering at me rose along with the bile in my throat. His hands on me, one touching my body, the other tightening on my throat. Then the look of stupid surprise as my shoe plunged into his temple. He hadn't died instantly. There had been a moment of awful recognition, his eyes almost pleading with me to undo what I had just done. God help me, I'd wanted to. Even if he hurt me, I hadn't wanted his blood on my hands. But some things could not be undone. Sal's blood was on my hands. I rubbed my sweaty palms on my jean-clad thighs, but it didn't undo the feeling. My breath was coming fast and shallow. I shook my head as if I could shake away the picture sensations and sounds. They were relentless once they started. Sometimes just a flash, a moment, but then they would cascade until I was hyperventilating and wanting to run and hide. Green. Make it green this time. I closed my eyes and breathed slowly in and out. I imagined a large paintbrush in my mind's eye. I dipped it in paint and lifted it, coloring the pictures in my mind with broad strokes. I heard the door close and footsteps approaching me. Is it helping? It felt safer just knowing Lucky was back in the house standing nearby. His presence was the most soothing thing to me, the only thing that calmed me since that night. I kept my eyes closed and exhaled. I nodded. It was helping. You want to drink? I shook my head. I can understand why people with PTSD drank or self-medicated. I did want to, but I didn't want to go down that road. I could have a drink now and then, but not every night. I had to learn to handle this by myself. You're not going to turn into a lush angel. I opened my eyes. I felt less panicked, but my shoulders were still high and tight, and my skin felt clammy. My dad drank too much, I blurted. He put the beer he'd been drinking in the sink. That must have been hard. During the day, he was a mean old bastard. After a couple of drinks, he was dangerous. Lucky frowned, looking like he wanted blood. He actually cracked his knuckles. Untouched you, I looked away and shrugged. He smacked me a few times. I was lucky. I was fast. Your mom didn't stop him. I didn't start up until after she was gone. He changed. I think he couldn't cope, so he took it out on you. Yes, he pulled me close and held me. I didn't say anything. He didn't try and fix it. I was just there. I felt a strange release. I spent so much time trying to push down the pain, ignore my fears, to forget what had happened. It was a relief to just feel something without trying to do something about it. What were you smiling about? He pulled back without letting me go. There was a pleased, slightly arrogant smirk on his face. You were watching me? I blushed and rolled my eyes like the man didn't know he was gorgeous. I was just looking out the window for a second. You're kind of hard to miss. His smile got even wider. Oh, I am. Am I lucky? Just tell me already. I scolded him, but I was laughing the whole time. Okay. He looked at me, a slight smile on his lips. They aren't coming after you. I stared at him. My heart was beating fast. I was almost afraid to ask him what he meant. Afraid it wasn't what I hoped. What? They covered it up. Only Vincent and Antonio know. And Polly won't say shit. They told you that. They told Dev. He held my face, forcing me to look into his eyes. Listen to me, Angel. I was there. Polly told me he wanted to break the door down to stop me. To stop Sal, but he didn't. I thought he might make things worse. I'm pretty sure he hates himself for it now. Oh, I could have been raped over and over again. Would have been maybe killed. Definitely damaged. For the first time, I started to be glad I had stopped him. I didn't deserve to be assaulted. Nobody did. I still wished I had stopped him a whole lot less. I still took a life. His life is over because of me. I don't think there is any forgiveness for that. There is, Angel. There is. I stared at him, uncertain. What about me? I took lives? That's different. You were in the service. Yes, but I still did it. In a way, it's the same thing. It was self-defense. If I didn't kill them, they would have killed me or another American. I stopped them. That's all you did. I didn't mean to. I didn't even realize what I was doing until it was over. I just meant to hit him. The shoe was already in my hand. You did the right thing. You protected yourself. I exhaled. It doesn't feel right. I was a predator. He hurt women. He would have hurt you, I know. But he also helped me get the money I needed for Hassie's medicine. He even helped me get some things from Canada that you can't get in the US. But he had an ulterior motive and he tried to hurt you. That's true. Lucky pulled me close again. All you did was save yourself. You saved me too. You probably saved a dozen lives or more. I did? Yes. If Sal was still alive, I would have gone to war against him. Against all of them. Oh. I rested my cheek against his chest, feeling better for the first time since all of this went down. It didn't mean I was not shaken. I was. But now what had almost happened and what had happened had equal weight. Lucky was right. Sal had been a predator and he had wanted to hurt me. I touched my throat. He had hurt me. I needed to live for my girl. Maybe God would forgive me. But I saw a glimmer of hope that someday I might forgive myself. The screen door creaked and Hassie came in. Mom, are you okay? It looks like you were crying. I pulled her in for a hug and kissed her. Lucky stepped away to give us a moment of privacy. I smelled her hair. That sweet girl smell that was hers alone mixed with pine and fresh clean air. I'm okay, sweetheart. I squeezed her again, I promise. And I was more or less. I really thought that eventually I would be okay. We all would. When I thought of us, I was starting to include Lucky in that too. Later, when we were finishing up dinner, I noticed that Lucky wasn't talking much. I was afraid he was regretting his decision to marry me. Maybe he wanted to back out. Why don't you go brush your teeth, Hassie? I need to talk to your mom. My stomach dropped. Lucky's voice was tight as he stared at something on the table by the kitchen window. He was upset, but trying to hide it. I did the same, nodding to Hassie. It was good to brush right after eating. Plus, she was already drooping. The clean, fresh air here made her sleep like a log. Me too, truth be told. Though I thought that had a lot to do with feeling safe with Lucky around. Maybe you should call it in an early night, sweetheart. I'll be up soon to set everything up. Okay, Mom. She ran over and gave me a quick hug. Good night. She ran over to Lucky and surprised him with a squeeze. Good night, Lucky. His voice was gruff when he told her good night. I smiled at him, afraid to even imagine that we were becoming a family unit. It shouldn't be this easy, I thought. But it was. What's this? I tilted my head, trying to figure out what he was talking about. The maps? He nodded. I was trying to map out a few escape routes, places we could go. I told you we didn't have to run. I know I was looking before you told me, but also I think it might be better to have a plan. What if they change their minds? They won't. How do you know? He stared at me, the muscle in his jaw visibly ticking. Were you going to leave here without me, Angel? What? No, but you thought about it. Admit it, I don't even have a car. He came closer, standing over me. For the first time, I felt a little bit intimidated by him. Not that I thought he would hurt me, but I'd never seen him like this. His face was so cold, so angry. But you did think about it. Lucky, tell me the truth. I don't want to get you killed, I practically shouted in his face. We stared at each other toe to toe. I think he was surprised by the vehemence of my response. I know I was. You can't leave me, Angel. I don't want to, this is all so new. I bit my lip and turned away. I just wanted a contingency because I thought. You thought what? I thought you were going to leave me. I heard his ragged inhalation behind me. His voice was so soft I could barely hear it. So deep it felt like a growl. Why did you think that? I turned around again. Lucky's face looked dangerously dark, but I paid him no mind. I was too emotional to calm down. Why, are you kidding me? He stared at me as I launched into a tirade. Because I have a kid. Because I have a sick kid with needs. Because I will always put her first. Because I won't have sex out of wedlock. Because I'm living on literal fumes. Because you had to pay off the mob for me. Because you had to dispose of a body. Because I may or may not be on a hit list somewhere. I can imagine a man alive who would sign up for all that. He grabbed my shoulders hard. I am that man. I love you, Angel. And then he kissed me. It was a shocking, almost violent kiss. For the first time, I felt his true strength. All that power he usually held back when we touched. I was so much stronger than me. He had such brutal strength. At first, I was frozen, playing catch-up with my brain and my heart. When his words finally registered, I threw my arms around him and kissed him back. Lucky loves me. The kiss was passionate, possessive, deep. It seemed to go on forever. His hands molded my body to his, and I curved myself to fit as close to him as possible. It was more intimate than sex. It was almost like we were baring our souls to each other. When we lifted our heads, we were both out of breath. Angel. He brushed my hair out of my face. I guess you better put Hassie to bed. My mouth dropped open. I'd completely forgotten about my own child. She was waiting for me. Thankfully, Lucky hadn't forgotten. Oh my God. Just the look in his eyes was so hot it nearly burned. Be quick. I nodded jerkily and raced up the stairs. When I got to the bathroom, Hassie wasn't in there. I peeked into her bedroom and saw she was already in bed. Her air filter was off. The window was cracked open. And I even saw that the sanitizing wipes were out with the lid cracked. She'd done it all. My baby had put herself to bed. I closed my eyes and shook off the urge to cry. It felt so strange. It was like she was growing up right in front of me in the blink of an eye. She'd always been mature, but I tiptoed across the room and pressed the lid of the wipes closed so that they wouldn't dry out, backed out of the room and shut the door. Then I tiptoed all the way down the stairs. Lucky was standing there staring into the gas fireplace. His hands were in his pockets. I watched him for a moment. He was so handsome, so good. I stepped on a creaky stair and he turned to look at me in surprise. That was fast. I held my fingertip to my lips. He nodded and crossed the room to take my hand. He led me into the bedroom swiftly. He closed the door and it was like a dam broke. We crashed into each other like waves, our hands and arms and fingers and tongues intertwining. I pushed Lucky's shirt off his shoulders and moaned at the feeling of his hot, smooth skin. Lucky pressed me against the wall. I reached for his belt buckle and he tugged at my shirt as we started moving as one towards the bed. You didn't mention all the things I would get just from being here. I didn't. My voice was breathy as he peeled my shirt off. He kissed his way down my body as he undressed me. My knees hit the back of the bed and I sat abruptly with Lucky following me down. No, he arranged us quickly, lying on top of me, his hands finding my nipples through my bra, skimming my sides and hips. His lips were on my neck, kissing me between sentences. I get to be near you. His mouth moved my collarbone. I get to see you, watch you. He kissed the swell of my breast and reached behind me to release my bra clasp. I get to witness what an amazing mother you are. What an amazing person. He pulled my bra free and ran his tongue over one nipple. I moaned, my fingers threading through his hair. I get to kiss you and touch you, and he lifted his head to stare at me. Someday soon, I'll get to do more. In that moment, I surrendered my heart completely. I had no power over this man. I could not protect myself from the love he gave me a second longer. My heart opened up like a flower. I wanted him so badly. I'd been afraid to admit it. Afraid that I would give in only to be hurt. Hurt so badly I'd never recover, but he was here with me. I wanted to stay, he wanted me. Loved me, Lucky. I breathed his name, saying it like it was a prayer. A prayer of thanks, a prayer begging for forgiveness, because there was no way I was going to be able to resist becoming one with him. I knew without a doubt that I was about to break my oath with God. Sure, just lie back, Angel. I'm going to take care of everything. I held my breath, waiting to see what he would do next. I had to try and keep my promise, though. I was so mindlessly needful. I didn't see how. He rose up, kissing me hard. His lips stopped me from asking him to break my vow. He stared at me, his eyes hard and yet loving. I know. He pulled away just as fast, leaving me breathless, leaving me wanting so much more. But he was already sliding down my body and pulling off my jeans. I moaned as he tugged my panties to the side. I felt his hot breath against my bare pussy. His lips found my center and he kissed me long and slow and deep. He kissed my pussy like he was kissing my mouth. I shuddered as an unexpected orgasm swept through me. He murmured something without stopping. I thought I heard him urge me to go higher. He plunged his tongue inside me and fucked me with it relentlessly. It wasn't long before my body arched up and an even bigger orgasm rode the coattails of the first. I was still trembling when he lifted his head to look at me. Very good, Angel. Now let's do that again. I barely had time to breathe before he lowered his head. This time he worked my clit, sucking it inside his mouth and stroking it with his tongue. His fingers slid inside me and stroked in and out. Everything he did was deliberate. He set the pace just a bit slower than I wanted it to be. He kept me riding the edge and teased me with the promise of another even bigger orgasm that was just out of reach. I knew he wouldn't stop until I came again. It felt like a wave, a big blue wave that lifted me up to the sky before crashing down and shattering everything around me. I felt like I was made of light, not flesh and bone, but sky and stars. He finally stopped and crawled up to my body to kiss me. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him close. I whimpered and rubbed myself on him. I was still wearing jeans and I wanted them off. I reached down and tugged on the top button. He caught my hand and groaned. He closed his eyes, cursed. We can't, let's just pretend. He stared down at me, an intrigued look on his handsome face. You want me to dry hump you, Angel? I was too shy to say yes, but I nodded. It sounded so dirty when he said it like that. Dirty and good. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Yeah, fuck yeah, we can do that. I have to leave the jeans on though. I thought we couldn't get closer. I was wrong. He gently lifted one thigh and wedged his hips between my legs. I felt him adjusting himself slightly so that his cock pressed directly against my center. Oh. He stared intensely at me as he began to move. At first, he rocked his hips a few times. Nani made a sound like an animal about to charge. Then everything changed. He kissed me as his hands found and gripped my hips. My other thigh lifted instinctively. I locked my legs behind him, holding him close as he started to ride me in earnest, his soft jeans rubbing against my bare pussy. It felt so good. I couldn't imagine sex feeling any better. The friction on my clit, the smoldering look on his gorgeous face, his hands wandering down to grab my ass. It was too overwhelming. He cursed but didn't stop. You're going to make me come, Angel. My head was tossing back and forth on the pillows when he stopped abruptly, reaching between us to stroke me. He dropped down and pushed his tongue inside me as his finger danced over my clit. The force of my orgasm brought me off the bed, sitting up halfway and gripping his head. I convulsed helplessly against his mouth as I came harder than I'd ever come before. Not that I had much experience. I hadn't been with anyone since Hassie's dad, and that had only been a handful of times. He'd certainly never done anything like Lucky did or made me feel anything close to this. I barely remembered it before, and now it was pretty much dust in the wake of Lucky. It was like it never even happened. Nothing existed but the man between my thighs. He washed it all away until it was only him. His body, my body, his mouth. Somehow Lucky had reset me to my factory settings. I was brand new. I shuddered as I collapsed backwards onto the bed, feeling as helpless as a kitten. Lucky rolled to the side, staring at the ceiling and breathing heavily. I curled against him, reaching for his pants. Angel, don't, did you come? He shook his head. I stopped right before. He looked at me, his eyes blazing. I'm too old to come in my pants. Let me, Angel. That is not an easy thing to do. I know you haven't been with anyone in a long time. No one since before Hassie was born. I'm bigger than most men, Angel. It's more than you can handle with your pretty little mouth. I bit my lip, not wanting to back down. I wanted to make him come. I needed to. I'm tougher than I look. Let me, you don't have to do this. I smiled at him as he released his death grip on my hand. I pulled his jeans open and stared in awe as his massive cock sprang out. Leaking precum from the tip, I licked my lips nervously. Lucky had not been lying about the size of his member. He also had not been wearing boxers or briefs. I tugged at his jeans and he helped me out, pulling them off and away. I was in awe of his body for a moment. His thick thighs, gorgeous calves, his flat stomach, and the monstrous gorgeous tree-trunk thick cock that rose proudly at the center of it all. Be brave, Kirsten. You on him, you want this. I slid my hand over his shaft and he flinched. I got closer, kissing the tip and running my tongue over the tiny hole at the top. He groaned helplessly and I felt my courage rise. If I can make this experienced, jaded man make that sound, I must be doing something right. I pushed my way between his legs. His rock-hard thighs felt good on my shoulders. His skin was hot and silky with curly hairs that tickled my bare legs. I bent forward and gripped his cock, pulling it up slightly and bringing my lips down to it again. Oh Christ. My tongue explored him, kissing him the way he'd kissed me. I looked up at him to see that he was watching me with an almost pained look on his face. Tell me what to do. Okay, keep kissing it, but oh God, yes. Take it into your mouth, but watch your teeth. Good. That's good. Oh my God. Angel, what are you doing to me? My hand cupped his balls, holding them gently. I felt them moving inside and figured I was doing something right. I was fascinated by the hot, dense weight of them. I licked my way down his shaft to kiss them and he cursed. Then I pulled him into my mouth again. Yes, like that, up and down, and he let out a muffled moan. I'm going to come. You can swallow it if you want, or I can finish myself with my hand. I shook my head and sucked harder, wanting him to come in my mouth. I was going to swallow it. I wanted to taste him almost as much as I wanted to have sex. I bobbed my head up and down, feeling like I was getting the hang of it. Angel, he shouted my name as I felt his cock expand. I kept going and was rewarded a second later with a hot splash of something salty and thick in my mouth. I swallowed it without thinking and kept going, pulling every bit into my mouth. It pulsed out of him as his body shook and his breathing hitched. His hands found my hair, holding me as he thrust into my mouth once, twice, and then he went limp. I looked at him. It looked like he almost wasn't breathing. His mouth and eyes opened at the same moment as he gasped for air. I licked my lips as he stared at my mouth and moaned, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself at the end. I was feeling shy, but I wanted to know if I did it right. Is that all right? He stared at me. All right? Are you kidding me? He grabbed me and pulled me against him, rolling us to the side. I've never felt anything that intense in my entire fucking life. Not even close. I kissed me. You are amazing. Really? He nodded. Yes, really. But I've never even done that before. He moaned and I felt his cock rising again between us. That's even more amazing. But it's not what you did, it's who was doing it. It's how much you excite me, and it's the loving way you did it. Oh, I smiled a little and snuggled against his chest. We didn't break my vow, no, we didn't. I felt myself drifting off to sleep, thank you. I can't wait to do this again. Chapter 31, Lucky. She wanted to do that again. My angel had turned into the best damn woman I'd met in my life. Not that I compared her to anyone. She was incomparable. I felt like I'd barely survived. Her sweet mouth wrapped around my cock. It had felt too good. I'd come so fast, I'd barely known what happened. I was still trying to make sense of what had just happened, and she wanted to do it again. I moaned, feeling the familiar ache returning to my balls. They were lighter now, free, but already filling up again, hungry for her. This woman was going to kill me. On the bright side, at least I would be smiling. The way she touched me, used her mouth. I couldn't believe how quickly she'd made me pop. It wasn't the sort of thing you were supposed to be good at the first time, but she was. She was so natural and loving that everything had felt good. She had kissed my cock like she was kissing my mouth. I laughed softly, realizing she must have imitated my technique when I was going down on her. My angel was clever. She was shy and gentle, but not ashamed or prudish. She was sweet and still sexy. She was smart and yet humble. In short, she was perfect. Too good to be real. Definitely too good for me. I was just going to have to do my best to live up to her example. I heard a soft little snore and laughed silently again. She was too cute. Then I sobered, remembering how I felt earlier when I saw the maps. When I thought she was going to leave me, my angel was not going anywhere, not if I had anything to say about it. I slid out of bed and pulled on jeans and my shirt. I watched her sleeping for a moment, then covered her up with a blanket and walked barefoot out to the deck. I had to be quiet because Hassie was sleeping upstairs. Her room faced the lake, so I would go to the front if I needed to talk. I texted a couple of the guys to see if anyone had any information for me. Callaway answered back first, heard the good news. So I guess you aren't going anywhere, you asshole. We still might. Angel is jumpy. I don't blame her. We all want to meet her before you go. Hopefully you'll do more than that. I want you to stand with me at my wedding. Oh yeah? Yeah, you bastard. I want you to be my best man. It would be an honor. Damn straight. Now where is Preacher? I need this wedding to happen fast. So it is true, what? She won't sleep with you until you're married. I cursed, ready to kill Whiskey. I hadn't said it that way exactly, but he'd figured it out from a couple of clues. Clues I'd been too desperate and worked up to hide the last time we talked. I was sure everyone was having a good laugh at my expense. You two are worse than women with your gossip. So, you're not denying it. I can always ask someone else to stand with me. All right. So, where is Preacher, you bastard? He's still in Mexico. Did you bribe him? You remember he tried to steal my bride away on my wedding day, right? I don't care. I'll try him again. It sucks that you cannot get laid. Tell him you'll detail his bike. Me? You can do it. Too busy. I'll be on my honeymoon. You are a piece of work. You know it. I was smiling as I slid my phone into my pocket. I had to get Preacher here. He might be a pain in the ass, but we trusted him, even if he was in a different crew. Plus, it was tradition. I got a text back from Jack about something else and grinned. I walked to the front porch to call him. What's up, brother? I have an idea. Yeah, I was sure Jack was going to think I was nuts, but I opened my mouth and started talking. 20 minutes later, I was off with Jack and calling Dev and seeing if the plan could be put into motion. I got off the phone a few minutes later and texted Jack and Whiskey. Meet me tomorrow, it's on. Chapter 32, Jack. Here. I planted one boot on an outcropping of bedrock, staring out over the lake. We were about a quarter of the way around the lake from Dev's old family place. The elevation was higher and the view was a bit better. Plus, it was even further from the road. This is the spot. Lucky came up beside me, bearing out over the edge. Is it safe? I nodded. No deck out here, just a big picture window. Deck on the sides and back. Can we build stairs down the path? It doesn't seem secure to me, I grunted. We could do all that and more. Our pain in the ass brother Lucky was settling down. I was acting different already. I noticed he hadn't cracked even one joke yet. Whiskey and I exchanged a glance. Lucky he had finally grown up. War hadn't done it. Riding with the Brotherhood hadn't done it. It had just taken one sweet girl, and the man had straightened out. I was definitely in the Kirsten fan club. She reminded me of Molly a bit, Kelly too. Just as sweet as pie, almost too good for this world. Not like the sexy she-devil I had at home. My lady was good-hearted but spicy, not sweet. She would get in anyone's face who messed with me, or anyone she loved. Hell, she'd even stand up for Lucky. Then again, Kirsten was pretty handy with a stiletto. Maybe he didn't need backup anymore. He'd have it until the day he died, though. We all would. Lucky took some photos and started planting stakes. Whiskey and I watched him. Then turned back to the view of the lake and surrounding woods. I still can't believe our Lucky is all grown up. I know what you mean. Cole Calloway was surprising, but this seems like aliens have landed or something. I cracked a rare smile. She's a great girl. She's a goddamn miracle worker. I grunted again. I agreed. He may have been a pain in the ass, but Lucky had always had a kind heart underneath all the trash talking. He just liked pushing buttons. He'd probably been bored all those years, unfulfilled, lonely, and now just like that, he wasn't. I was also extremely sexually frustrated for the first time in his life, a fact that we all found endlessly entertaining. People were taking bets as to how long he would last before he dragged the poor girl to Vegas or something. I was relishing each day the preacher dragged his heels. How long will it take to build? I almost laughed at the crazy look in Lucky's eyes. The man was desperate. I pretended to think about it. A year, maybe two. What? Whiskey slapped my shoulder and then winced and held his hand. He was almost as big as me, but I was the biggest. He's messing with you. We can do this in 8 months, maybe less if we start right away. Maybe 6 months if you bring in a good crew. I already called Drake. He's checking with his guys. I'll help when I can. Me too. Lucky smiled, looking like a kid on Christmas morning. He might be stressed and sexually frustrated, but he was happier than I'd ever seen him. Damn right you will. So is Preacher finally coming? 3 days. If the bastard doesn't get distracted by any beach babes. It's all a week then. Lucky closed his eyes. Fuck, I hope not. I smirked and slapped his back. It'll happen. Whiskey was trying not to laugh as we walked back around the lake to Dev's place. I said hello to Kirsten and Hatsi and introduced Whiskey. Then we went back out to my SUV. I checked my phone before we started back to town. I need to stop for pickles. Whiskey let out a hoot of laughter. Is she pregnant again? You two are like rabbits. I looked at him, then back at the road. A couple of things went through my head. We were like rabbits. My wife was very curvy lately. She was also sleeping a lot. She either did not know she was pregnant or was waiting to surprise me. I was getting less observant and had to step it up. And finally, I was 100% going to be a daddy for the 6th time. I was smiling all the way home. Chapter 33, Lucky. Come in, the water's great. I smiled tightly as Hassie and her ridiculously sexy mother splashed around in the lake. I was doing my best not to look at my angel. She was wearing a pair of sleep shorts and a t-shirt over a bra. The girls didn't have swimsuits, so they'd improvised. And my angel looked very, very sexy when wet, shower sex. We were definitely having shower sex on our wedding night. Every day for the rest of our lives, too. Every single day. I could almost feel her skin under my eager fingertips. I could tell my angel was slippery when wet. I groaned and reminded myself not to tug on my aching balls. And man, did they ache, but that was not appropriate around kids. I wanted to, though. My balls were heavy all the time these days, even with the nightly fun we were having. My angel was getting really good at taking care of me. Do not think about her mouth. Do not think about her lips. Do not think about just like that I was sprung. Ah, hell. I pulled my shirt and shoes off and ran straight into the lake. I came up sputtering and blessedly slightly less hard. I grinned at the outraged female faces treading water about 10 feet away. I'd done my best not to splash them. Lucky, you're wearing your jeans. I got more. My angel gave me a perplexed look, as if she knew something was off. I could tell she didn't know exactly what. Thank God she didn't need to know I was a walking hard-on around her. A man had to preserve his dignity, perma boner. That's what I had, and it sucked. Not that I'd change a damn thing, except the wedding date. I swam under the water and tickled Angel's cute little feet. She kicked out gently, and I grabbed her foot and tugged on it, then lifted her up out of the water in the air. Lucky don't. I'm not going to throw you. I dropped her into my arms and kissed her. Hassie giggled. Thankfully, she didn't seem to think it was gross when I kissed her mom. The kid was pretty much sunshine all the time. I knew better than to roughhouse with her, though. Her lungs didn't need any lake water in there mucking things up. She couldn't jump at the lake like I did either. She took the little wood ladder every time. Next time, I'd do it that way too. I decided I didn't want her to feel left out. And when we moved, we'd have our own beach with a raft. She could walk right into the water on warm days. I'd even get some pretty white sand to clean up the area and make it extra soft for my 2 girls and their cute little toes. I kissed Angel again and swam to the dock. I needed to get going to set up my surprise later, and I wanted to have towels waiting for the girls when they got out. I told them to turn around and left my soaked jeans on the deck railing. Then I ran buck ass naked through the house to grab towels. I wrapped one around me and carried 2 outside for the girls. I waved at Angel as she stared at my chest. Were her cheeks a little pink? I grinned and went inside to get a shower. I loved that she seemed to like my body so much. Not as much as I liked hers, of course. That was impossible. It was fucking hot and sweet. She might be inexperienced, but she was so damn sexy it didn't make a lick of difference. In fact, I loved that I was the only one to do most of this stuff with her. Her sweaty teenage boyfriend fumbling around in the back of a car didn't matter. Though, truth be told, I wanted to kick that guy's ass for a variety of reasons. The old me would be on my bike tracking him down right now. But the new me knew that I'd be missing out on all the good stuff right here, wasting time and energy on being mad instead of being happy. I was feeling pretty mellow. I was barely having more than a few beers now and then. I hadn't even logged into any of my online poker games, and I hadn't thought about kicking the shit out of anyone other than Jay-Z's dad, wherever he may be. The guy had turned tail the second she told him she was knocked up. Her family hadn't been much better, kicking her out at the tender age of 17. My girl had been on her own and raising a little one by herself all this time. I couldn't imagine anyone being such a dumb asshole. Being with Angel was a privilege, and so was having a kid, especially one as special as Hassie. I was going to be a good stepfather and love Hassie like my own no matter what, and hopefully someday I'd be a daddy to a little baby too. Just imagining being there right from the start, seeing my lady swell up with my child, holding that precious baby. Well, that brought up feelings I'd never imagined. I'd get to watch our child take its first steps, read stories to him or her at bedtime, be that dad who always came to watch soccer or ballet practice and more. Well, hell, I couldn't fucking wait for that. For a guy like me, it sounded like a dream. Something so far out of reach there was no point in wishing. Until I met my angel, and it all came tantalizingly close. So close I could touch it. I heard their cute little bare feet on the deck and realized I had to motor if I wanted the surprise to be ready in time. I hurried to finish drying off and dressing in the bedroom. I grinned and went outside to get the stuff Janet had sent Jack to drop off. A box and a shopping bag were on the porch. I grabbed them and started down the path. These precious packages were carrying my supplies for the evening. LED candles and battery-packed string lights. Jack and Janet had them from throwing Wissy's wedding at their loft. They were practically pros at hosting events. Truth be told, they were even thinking about turning the loft where they used to live into an event space. Janet already held her dance recital there. She had a knack for that kind of thing. And bless her heart, she was more than willing to help me set up this surprise tonight. After about 100 yards, I started. I switched on the candles one by one and set them down along the pathway to the building site. Up near the top, there were two trees that formed an almost perfect arch that opened up to the flat slab of bedrock where I planned to build our home. I strung the lights up there, then lined the edge of the cliff with a semicircle of candles. I stood back and took in the effect. The view was spectacular on its own, but the candles did something extra. They framed the view of the woods and lake and lent a magical quality to the night. Sunset was fast approaching, so I had to hurry. I barely had time to go back and get the girls before the sky started turning colors. I went into the house, combed my hair again, and went to get them. They were in the kitchen sipping cups of hot cocoa. I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "Put your shoes on, girls. I have a surprise." "A good surprise?" I smiled at Hassie and then at her mom. "I sure hope so." They looked at each other and then ran off to get their shoes. I watched them slip on socks and sneakers and decided the first thing I was getting them was hiking boots and swimsuits. Lots of them, specifically a bikini for Mom. I couldn't wait to see my angel in a bikini. "Where are we going?" Angel looked nervous as I took her hand. Hassie took her other hand and I led them partially down the path. It was still light out, but the sun was getting close to setting. I stepped aside when the candles came into view and nodded down that way. "Go ahead." Angel and Hassie's faces were lit with anticipation as they took a few steps and then looked back at me. "I'll be right behind you." That did it. They relaxed instantly. I was touched by their trust in me. They walked down the path without hesitation and up the incline. They gasped with pleasure when they saw the string lights. Hassie ran out onto the bedrock and turned in a circle with her arms spread. "It's so beautiful. It's yours." I stared into Angel's eyes and slid my hands into my pockets. "If you want it, I don't understand. I bought it, the land. I bought it from Dev. It's a good spot for a house, isn't it?" Understanding dawned and she nodded, looking thrilled. But I knew she didn't really get what was happening. "It's beautiful, Lucky. Hassie, will you come over here?" She nodded and ran to where I stood in the half circle by the cliff's edge. But not too close. Too close. Slowly, I lowered myself to one knee. Angel's hand clapped over her mouth. Hassie started smiling so wide I thought her face would split in two. I started with Kirsten, Mama first. Hassie nodded and I pulled out a small velvet box. "Angel Kirsten, I didn't know what love was until I met you. I want to ask you if you would do me the honor of becoming my wife." "Oh, Lucky," she sighed as I held up the ring. It was a simple gold band with a heart-shaped diamond. There were 2 emeralds on either side that reminded me of her eyes. Janet had helped me pick the ring out too. It's beautiful. Will you? She bit her lip, her eyes searching mine. Are you sure you're not going to change your mind? I smiled, although it broke my heart that my woman didn't know her worth. No, Angel, I'm not going to change my mind. Then yes. She nodded as tears filled her eyes. Yes, Lucky, I will marry you. I slid the ring onto her finger. She reached for me, but I shook my head. Not quite yet. I pulled out another box. This one was a little bigger. I opened it to reveal a heart-shaped locket. Hassie, would you be my stepdaughter? Hassie's sweet little face lit up. It took about a half a second before she threw her arms around me. I felt her tears on my cheeks and realized they were mixing with my own. I heard her whisper yes in my ear and finally stood up, lifting her with me. Angel was crying when I kissed her. We were all a big mess, standing there together on the rock that we were going to build our family on. I sat Hattie down and fastened the necklace around her neck. Then I finally pulled my woman into my arms for a real kiss. I did my best to keep it PG. Hassie was cheering as loudly as I planted a long deep kiss on her mama. The sky was turning from pink to dark purple as we held hands and walked back to the cabin. While we were gone, my family had worked their magic. String lights were wrapped around the deck railings. There were candles everywhere, real ones this time for keeping the bugs away. Cheers erupted from the deck as we came towards the house. The little gate above steps that led to the side of the deck was wide open and waiting for us. My angel stopped looking worried. You okay? These people are my family. Do they know what happened? Yes, and they would die to protect you and Hassie. But they don't even know me. You met Jack. Han vouched for you and it doesn't matter anyway. They know me. Oh, you ready for this? I squeezed Kirsten's hand and she nodded. How about you, kiddo? Awesome. Hassie gave me a thumbs up, then ran forward screaming, Jack. I shook my head and smiled at my woman. She's quite a girl. Yes, she is. What you did back there for her, Lucky. I saw the tears in her eyes and stopped her with a kiss. She exhaled in a long, happy sigh. You okay? Yes, better than okay. Good. I squeezed her hand. Let's go. We walked towards the party, hand in hand. 2 hours later, and I was still grinning from ear to ear. My woman was surrounded by a flock of pretty girls in the corner of the deck. Yassi was playing with the older kids, all of them redheads except for her. They'd been told not to get too rough, and my angel was finally going to be mine. She knew she was safe here. She was even relaxed and smiling. Her shoulders were loose for the first time since that night with Sal. I should have known the ladies would make her feel at home. Other than Kaylee and Janet, most of them had been strangers before a handful of years ago. Sally and Bex had started out as part of the crew at Mace, which was an extended family to the club. Molly wasn't from our town at all. She'd moved here because she'd found a nursing home that would take her brother. I grinned, watching Tommy wolf down another burger. I was excelling these past 6 months, doing summer school and extra credit so he could finish up just 1 year behind instead of 4. I was even playing sports like track and lifting weights, though nothing that involved potential head injuries. He'd come a long way, how far we had all come. Our little family had exploded to include wives and kids and stepkids and brothers. We were all settling down and getting on with life. Our wild and reckless days were behind us. Well, except for Drake and Mac. Those two were probably trying to find an exit plan so they could get back to the clubhouse and party. Mac was not a player, but Drake was a ladies' man. I was sure he'd be knee-deep in club girls by midnight. I turned my attention back to the drafting papers in front of me. Jack was leaning over the kitchen island like a giant, holding a pencil that looked like a toothpick in his huge hand. Drake, Mac, Whiskey, and Cal were all weighing in on the building plans. Dev and Donnie had thoughts too. They were even talking about all of us having houses out here at some point. There was plenty of room for us all. Devil's Lake, they were calling it. I could almost see it with all the kids playing together and growing up safe and sound. They'd have all their aunties and uncles nearby. We'd all grow old together and protect each other until the end. It was a really damn nice thought. I kept looking out the window at my angel, feeling a deep sense of contentment, unlike anything I had ever known. I was trying to decide how many bedrooms the new house needed when my phone dinged. I let out a whoop when I saw the text. The man I'd been waiting for this whole time had told me to hold on to my hat. I was coming. What is it? Preacher is on his way. What's his ita? He said by Wednesday. We should give him a day to dry out. He's salty enough without being hung over on his skull. So, Thursday, I grinned. I'm getting married on Thursday. Might want to check with your woman on that, Dev said before pulling on his beer. Trust me on that, right? Thanks, man. I headed out to the deck. I knew what he meant. Dev had nearly lost Kaylee when he tried to rush her into marriage. She claimed now that she was never going to actually break up with him, but he'd been a wreck for days. I'd been abroad, so I didn't see it, but the guy still talked about it sometimes. Dev never cracked, except where his woman was involved. I finally understood why. I would totally fall apart if my angel left me now. Angel, how do you feel about a fall wedding? All conversation stopped as the women turned to look at me en masse. Fall? It's fall now, I nodded. Everything is in motion. I just want to make sure it's okay with you. In motion? I just got an ETA from Preacher. ETA? She blinked. You mean estimated time of arrival? I nodded. That's nice, sweetheart. I tried to get him here sooner, but this was as fast as I could manage the rangy old bastard. Wait, when exactly is this happening? I grinned at her stupidly. I was getting hitched. My prayers would be answered. I was marrying my angel. 3 days. My angel looked like she might faint from the happiness. Chapter 34, Kaylee. All men are idiots, Janet muttered as we fanned Kirsten's face. Sally brought a cold washcloth from the house and pressed it against the poor girl's face. She looked like she was going to throw up. She'd managed to keep it together until her fiancé went back inside. None the wiser that he dropped a bomb on his bride-to-be. Meanwhile, Lucky was getting high fives from our stupid husbands. Stupid men, so stupid. My thoughts exactly. Get her a drink, a real one. Molly ran inside and grabbed a bottle of vodka from the freezer. She didn't bother with cups. She just handed it to Becky. One by one, we passed the bottle around. Well, except the pregnant and nursing members of our group, which was pretty much all of us from the looks of it. Even Janet demurred, and I stared at her. Janet loved vodka. Again, she rolled her eyes. Pretty sure it's early, so I haven't told Jack yet. I should probably get a diaphragm after this one. She stared wistfully at her husband through the window, though I'm not sure that would stop them. Them, his super seed. I'm starting to think he could get me pregnant from across the room with the slingshot. We all burst out laughing. I was nursing, so I had to skip it unless I wanted to pump and dump. Molly and Sally were about to burst. Now Janet was expecting. I stared at Becky as she passed the bottle. She was still breastfeeding, but I knew she always produced more than she needed, so she could easily skip a few feedings. You too? She nodded. We looked in a circle and laughed even louder. Kirsten, you better use birth control if you don't want to sprout. She stared at us, her eyes wide as saucers. You're going to terrify the poor girl. Janet looked around. I need a glass of wine. Damn it, but you're pregnant. I'll only have a couple of sips. Have a drink is not going to hurt it this early. Trust me. I didn't know I was pregnant with the twins until 7 weeks, and I definitely drank in that time. No hard stuff, though. Janet wandered off to get herself a drink, and the rest of us giggled. Even Kirsten. She was a beautiful girl inside and out, and watching her with her daughter had proven to us all that she was a good egg. We were all in agreement that she was one of us. She was in the sisterhood, whether she wanted to be or not. They're all high-handed. I patted her arm. You'll get used to it. Janet was back with her wine. I stared at it. It was pink. What is that? Wine and seltzer. Damn it, I giggled. I'd never heard of a red wine spritzer before. Judging from Janet's face, it wasn't all that satisfying. She took a sip and sat. So, it is true you won't sleep with him until you're married, Janet. Kirsten turned bright red, So it was true. I tried not to laugh. I'm not trying to trick him to the altar. It's a spiritual thing, we know that, honey. Sally reassured her. But Janet shook her head. I doubt that would work with this crew anyway. They don't do a damn thing they don't want to. But if you were tricking Lucky into doing something responsible, I would high-five you. Kirsten started giggling again. We told her to take another sip of the vodka. She needed it. She was definitely a little less pale now. He's so responsible. Eyes now. You did that to him. Trust me, that guy has matured rapidly in the past few weeks. Really? Yes, really? I don't think there's any way to delay this wedding unless you really want out. I don't. Good, it's just as well. That man won't be stopped. Not when there is sex on the line. You okay with that? You don't think he's marrying me just to know? Janet said firmly. Definitely not, Bex piped in. I put my arm around her. Not a chance, but it might have sped the process up a bit. This time we were so loud that the guys did hear us laughing. We were laughing so loud that a few of us announced that we had to pee. I pressed a kiss to Kirsten's cheek. She smiled at me. Thank you so much for letting us build a house here. I can't believe we're going to be neighbors. I linked my arm through hers. We're going to be more than that. The other girls nodded, knowing what I was about to say. We're going to be sisters. Chapter 35, Whiskey. Got it, yeah, I'm good. I held the arch steady as Calloway used a nail gun to slap the last few heavy-duty nails into place. The dock was now complete with an ornamental archway at the end, soon to be hung with twinkling lights. We got to work doing that, though I was sure the ladies would swoop in and readjust everything anyway. The dock now had railings as well, safer for the future, and prettier for the ceremony tonight. Can you believe our little Lucky has all grown up? Little Calloway snorted. Lucky was a big dude, almost as big as me, but he had been the most immature of all of us, so I still called him little. It was a bonus that it annoyed the ever-living shit out of him. I would not have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. She's a great girl. Bex already loves her. Em is too. Now we just have to tolerate that smug bastard and we're all good. Calloway laughed. I knew he loved Lucky as much as I did, but Lucky had doled out practical jokes and smack-talking for a long-ass time. Now he was going to have to take his lumps like the rest of us. I was going to enjoy taunting him about his period of forced celibacy for years to come. God, I hope they have lots of babies, fussy ones who don't sleep at night. You're cruel. I laughed and wagged a finger at Cal. Be careful what you wish for. I'm sure my kid is going to be just as sweet as her mother. You better hope so. Molly was a sweet girl. Calloway, on the other hand, was a reformed degenerate, and partied harder than anyone. The man was a legend, now reformed. We're having another, no shit. He pulled me in for a hug. Congrats, man, thanks. You're trying to give Jack and Janet a run for their money? I laughed. There's no way to catch up to those two, true that. I stood and stretched. I need to get cleaned up and get back here. I brought my jacket. Calloway winced. I was told I could shower here, fuck. I should have done that. Nah, you can bring the ladies. Girls are all at the loft getting ready. They'll need another car or two to get them all here with the kids. I nodded and slapped his back, waving to a semi-hysterical looking Lucky, who was hanging paper lanterns in the front of the house. It looked absolutely beautiful. Even I could see that. Not that I was going to tell him that. I'd leave that to the chicks. See you soon, man. You got this. He nodded distractedly. He wanted everything to be perfect. I understood the sentiment, though I was pretty sure he was more focused on the wedding night than anything else. Lucky had never waited for a woman in his life. He never even had to wait 5 minutes. If he showed the slightest interest, there were club girls of plenty ready and eager to get down with him. But he'd been like that since high school. It was funny as hell to watch him suffer. I almost wished Preacher had made him wait another week or two. I wanted to see what would happen. Maybe he'd explode. I drove home. Becky was still there getting ready and waiting for me to show for them to the cabin. When I walked in, it was anarchy. Becky was trying to saddle up 2 babies. She ran past me with half her hair and rollers and one high heel on. I laughed and scooped her up into my arms. Where do you think you're going? Jessie spat up on my dress trying to find a new one. Our sweet baby was having trouble keeping milk down. It was a worry for both of us, but the doctor said as long as he was gaining weight, it was all good. Some babies just had fussy tummies. Our firstborn was healthy as an ox, so we were spoiled. Our Petunia was the easiest baby I'd ever seen. She slept through the night too. God love her baby brother was a hell of a lot more high maintenance. Of course, my lady had thought I was cheating on her and taken off when she was first pregnant, so I hadn't even met Petunia until she was a few months old. Losing Bex was one of the hardest things I had ever gone through, even before I knew about our baby, but it made me appreciate them even more. And I knew Bex would never do anything so crazy again. I made sure of it. Keeping her happy was only one of the tools in my arsenal. Keeping her pregnant was another. The woman didn't have the time or energy to think about running off on me again, and I did my best to keep her happy as a little hummingbird with a belly full of nectar. I followed her into the bedroom and watched her rummage through the closet. I couldn't resist nuzzling her neck from behind and laying my hand over her softly swelling belly. How you feeling, sweetheart? She sighed and leaned into me, happy but frazzled. It's okay, I'm here. You sit down and tell me what to do. The kids are all dressed, but I still need to load the diaper bag and snack bag. I think I charged my phone, but I can't find it. I only have one shoe and no idea what to wear since my go-to dress has baby puke all over it. Is that enough? I chuckled and kissed her neck. Sit. I guided her to the bed and looked down at her. Take that off. She pulled the straps of her soiled dress off her shoulders and I wiggled my eyebrows at her. She made a scoffing sound. The woman still didn't know what she did to me. From the moment we'd met, I'd only had eyes for her. I always wanted her day and night, especially now with her curves getting even curvier. I liked my Bexes a little round around the edges. Hell, I'd love it if she'd put on 40 pelt temples, but I didn't tell her that. I didn't want her to take it the wrong way. She was perfect at any weights, any way you sliced it. She was the best thing since sliced bread. I turned to the closet and rifled toward the back where her dresses were. I wanted something stretchy, maybe with a pattern in case anyone puked on her again. I found a dress I remembered her wearing in the fall last year. It was getting warmer out now, but it was the right weight for a cool evening by the lake. And it always looked gorgeous on her. I pulled it out. What about this? She blinked, looking at it. Oh, I forgot about that one. How did you know it was there? Sweetheart, I remember all the sexy outfits you put on. Hell yes, woman. What do you think is going on up here most of the time? I tapped my temple and she laughed. Gear shifts and baby food. I nodded soberly, pulling her towards me. She was just wearing the slip she'd had under her dress. And damn if I didn't find that sexy as hell. Yes, and my lady's luscious tatas. Then I motorboated her. Whiskey. She was laughing when I lifted my head to kiss her. I squeezed her bottom and nuzzled her neck. As usual, I went from 0 to 60 around her. I was hard and ready for a little slap and tickle. You think we have time for a quickie? No, we do not, I groaned and kissed her again. She kissed me back, getting into it. I could tell she was in the mood or getting there. Ah! I muffled a curse and went back to kissing her neck while she laughed. I'll go get him, thank you. She looked up at me with those unbelievably pretty blue eyes of hers. Don't worry, I promise we can have some fun later. We can? I knew she was usually tired at the end of the day. With 2 little ones and another one on the way, it was no surprise that she was tuckered out. That's why I tried to get in some morning loving and afternoon loving. Early evening was a good time for loving too. Basically, any time she was awake, I was ready. Yes, she gave me a quick peck, I promise. I was wearing a stupid grin as I packed the rest of the supplies, rinsed off, and put on the bottom-down shirt Bex picked out for me. I loved that we picked out each other's clothes. I loved every damn thing about our life together. I stopped what I was doing and just looked at her as we loaded the car. What? You're so beautiful. My lady was smiling as I drove our little family to the cabin. This afternoon, we got to watch hell freeze over. It was really happening. Lucky was getting married. Chapter 36, Molly. Oh, it's so beautiful. I stood arm in arm with Sally on the deck, staring at the twinkling lights and flowers. I imagined we looked pretty silly. Both of us were looking like balloons that were ready to pop. God, I hope there are comfortable seats. My ankles feel like sausages. I snickered at Sally's comment. I knew how her ankles felt. Mine felt the same way. She was even more pregnant than I was, but only by a couple of weeks. Apparently, joining the Devil's Rider sisterhood included getting knocked up at the same time, and now Janet and Becky were pregnant again too. Kaylee and Kirsten were the only non-pregnant females over the age of 18 in a 10-mile radius. Actually, Kirsten was the only one we knew without a doubt wasn't currently pregnant, and that was only because Calloway had told every single guy in their crew that Lucky wasn't getting any. The guys were relentless when it came to tormenting each other, but it was all in good fun. I giggled and then groaned, holding my bladder. Laughing made me have to pee, I need to. Me too. Sally and I hurried into the house. Someone was using the downstairs bathroom. We looked at each other and raced up the stairs to the bathroom. Racing being a fast waddle in our case. I let her go first since she was a little bit more pregnant. I danced from foot to foot, waiting my turn. She had barely moved out of the way when I practically threw myself on the toilet. Sally just held her belly and laughed at me. Your face. I think I've seen your face, Smalls. I started laughing and peeing at the same time. Well, it does feel really, really good. We were still cackling when we came downstairs. Janet was bustling around telling everyone what to do. We offered to help and were told to head outside and find the 2 seats that had cushions and footstools. There were rows of seats set up to accommodate the guys who were invited. Not the whole club this time because of the sensitive nature of the wedding couple's predicament, but enough that the whole deck was filled with chairs, all facing the dock where the ceremony was to take place. We settled into the wide plastic chairs Janet had left us near the front and side as we put our feet up on the little plastic footstools. She'd even put cushions on the chairs for our sore backs. Janet could boss me around any day, I decided, especially when she seemed to think of absolutely everything. There were even water bottles under our seats and snacks. I grabbed an organic fruit leather and unwrapped it, biting in. Hey, where's Angela? Home with Mrs. Donahue. I started giggling again. You're Mrs. Donahue. Sally started giggling too. Well, the other Mrs. Donahue, the OG, that had us in feet for a while. The seats around us started to fill in. Kaylee and Janet were with Kirsten upstairs, helping her and Hassie get ready. Bex and Whiskey took seats next to us with their 2 tiny rugrats. I cooed at Jesse and Bex offered to let me hold him. He was too cute. Such a handsome little man. I rested him on my belly, which he seemed to love. Whiskey slipped away, and we knew time was getting close. I watched as Dev, Jack, Donnie, Mac, Calloway, Drake and Whiskey led the procession down the dock. I wondered for a minute if it would tip over with all those big guys on it. I snickered a little, thinking all those musclemen lined up like that looked like they were in an all-male review, especially since I wasn't used to seeing them in suit jackets or anything other than leather. Preacher was the last to make it to the end of the dock before the music started. Are you allowed to have that many best men? Sally and I started giggling again. The baby hormones were making us punch drunk. We whispered to each other that we had to pee again, as Lucky took his place. Jack walked back down the aisle and the flower girls came out. Kirsten's little girl Hassie led the pack, followed by Jack and Janet's oldest two girls. None of the littler kids were up there because of the dock. I sighed wistfully as they tossed flower petals on the deck and down the aisle. I turned my head as Jack reappeared with Kirsten. I sighed again. She really was exceptionally pretty. Lucky was right. She did look like an angel. Even in a borrowed last-minute wedding dress, the sky started turning colors at that exact moment, almost like God was using a paintbrush to add to the celebration. I knew without a doubt that I was going to ugly cry. Never mind the lady hormones. The wedding was just too beautiful. I held Becky's little baby boy tight as my tears started to fall. Chapter 37. Lucky. Deep breaths, Lucky. Game time, let's do this. I was waiting nervously by Preacher as the flower girls came out of the house. I was giving Hassie an encouraging smile when her mother appeared behind her. My smile faded as I stared at her in awe. Time itself seemed to stop as my angel walked down the aisle towards me, her dainty arm resting over Jack's giant burly one. Nobody should be that beautiful. Nobody else could. She seemed to float. Literally float as she walked serenely towards me. That simple white dress she wore had short sleeves and a tiered skirt with long ruffles that seemed to flutter around her as she walked. Her long, beautiful hair fanned out around her, gently bouncing in graceful waves. And her her beautiful face was shining with love and light. I definitely did not deserve this woman. I was going to marry her anyway. Jack handed her off to me and stepped away. I felt the dark move beneath me slightly as he stood with the rest of my brothers. I could not tear my eyes off my angel. She was mine at last. She was truly mine. As soon as Preacher got around to saying the words, instead he leaned over to me and said, "Seriously?" loud enough for the crowd to hear. Everyone laughed as he continued. "How the hell did a grunt like you end up with this glorious woman?" Kirsten looked shocked at his words. I gave her a sly wink. "You, my lovely girl, are far too good for this jag-off. Are you absolutely sure you want me to go through with the ceremony?" Bless her heart. My angel said yes. Preacher gave a long-suffering sigh and raised his eyes to the sky as if to question God himself. I wasn't offended, though. I was right, it wasn't just me. She was too good for any man on earth. I was just going to have to take the job anyway and do everything I could to make her happy. I was a lucky son of a bitch. Preacher echoed my thoughts a moment later. Good evening and welcome. We are gathered here today to join in holy matrimony, this gloriously beautiful woman and this unworthy son of a bitch who does more than live up to his name. He cast me a disparaging look. For some reason, this obviously charitable woman has decided to tie her life to this delinquent. Hassie giggled and I gave her a quick smile. My angel still looked shocked, but she may have been starting to get the joke. We were bikers. We didn't do traditional weddings. We liked our ceremonies salty and honest. That's why Preacher was in high demand up and down the West Coast. Plus, he didn't mind getting paid in tequila. And if my angel thought his weddings were bad, I would have to make sure she never saw one of his funerals. Kaylee, Bex, and Janet were laughing softly where they stood on the other side of the deck across from their husbands. Kirsten had asked all the girls to stand with her, but the two extremely pregnant bride matrons were lending their support from comfy seats. Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife to have and to hold until death do you part? I stared right into my angel's gorgeous eyes as I answered without hesitation. Hell, I barely let him get the words out. I answered so fast, I do. And do you, you beautiful but foolhardy woman, take this son of a bitch to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold until death do you part. Now keep in mind I can always arrange for you to be widowed if you do decide you want to try an older man for a change. We have a lot going for us, you know. Stamina, for one thing. Angel blinked at him, her pretty eyes wide. I do. She looked a bit confused. To the first part. Ah, such a shame. Well, you leave me no choice. By the power vested in me by the state of California, I now pronounce you man and wife. They may kiss the bride. He smirked at me and winked after I do. He dipped Kirsten back and laid one on her without tongue. It was a good thing too, because I already wanted to ram my boot up his ass. He'd taken his act a little too far today. I was not amused, but I was too eager to kiss my bride to let him sidetrack me. I grabbed his shoulder and pulled my startled-looking wife away from him and in for a kiss. I kissed her long and hard, and I did use tongue. She was staring at me a few moments later when I lifted my head. What just happened? I grinned at her. We got married. Yes, but I scooped her up and carried her down the aisle while our friends and family went wild. I wanted to be alone with her just for a minute, just to catch our breath. I carried her into the bedroom on the first floor and sat her on her feet again. I stared down at her, marveling at how pretty she was. What are you doing? Nothing. I pressed her against the wall and nuzzled her neck. Why did he kiss me? He's a colorful character. Do you want me to punch him for you? I was grinning, but I meant it. I'd gladly punch him, and Preacher would not mind all that much. He liked brawl as much as the rest of us, but I doubted my angel wanted a brawl on her wedding day. Plus, it was too risky with women and children present. We kept our family safe from violence, not the other way around. Still, I'd be more than happy to toss his ass into the lake. No, it's just what is it, Angel? I married you, right? Not the other guy. I burst into laughter. Yes, sweetheart, you are my wife. I pushed against her, unable to resist the urge to rub my body into hers. I groaned as our bodies made contact. Just a little preview of what was happening later. And I'm your husband. Oh, good, she nodded to herself. It was the cutest damn thing I'd seen in my life. I was about to tell her so when the door burst open and Cal stood there grinning with Drake and Mac. Well, you can't ditch your own party. What the fuck? I was surrounded and dragged out of the room, kicking and screaming. Well, not kicking, not with Angel so close, but I put up a fight. I saw the girls crowding into the room behind me, dragging my beautiful bride out. Come on, Kirsten, it's time to party. Chapter 38, Kirsten. So, he performed your wedding too? Molly nodded, holding her belly. She was so tiny and round and pretty that she looked like a doll. After only a few days, I adored her already. She was sweet, yes, but she also had a backbone and a quiet strength I admired. I'd liked her from the moment we met. Is he always like that? She giggled. I think so. He's a horny old goat. Janet piped up from where she was sitting with Sally a few feet away. She had Sally's legs on her lap and was rubbing them. I smiled at the two of them. They really felt like sisters. I didn't know how it had happened so fast, but for the first time since I was a little girl, I had a family. It had been my little girl and me for so long. But I found I had room in my heart for every one of my new sisters. I think he's handsome, Becky offered. The rest of us agreed with his white hair, broad shoulders, and leather jacket. Preacher was a very striking figure. Don't tell Whiskey I said that. Well, he is, but he's still a horny old goat. That set us all off. Then Sally announced that she just peed her pants, and we all burst into laughter. We were still laughing when Lucky swooped in and dragged me away. Dance with me. He walked backwards, pulling me to the center of the deck. Mac was strumming his guitar softly. I almost jumped when he started to sing. He sounded so good he could have been on the radio just like Sally. Wow. I don't think I've even heard him talk. Yeah, he's quiet, but he can sing. I can draw too. You have fascinating friends, lucky family. They are my family. He corrected me with a squeeze. They're your family now too. I nodded, smiling. They weren't just words, he meant them. I'm sorry we can't take our honeymoon quite yet. I want to start on the house tomorrow and it doesn't seem right to leave Hussy. I didn't expect a honeymoon, Lucky. I didn't expect. I gestured around me. Any of this? What about me? He gave me a lopsided grin that made my heart do double time. Did you expect you'd end up with a guy like me? I didn't even know guys like you existed. He squeezed me and pressed his lips to mine. I never imagined anyone like you either. I smiled shyly. So, we're both unicorns, I guess? He laughed and twirled me around. I like that, unicorns. He kissed me again. Then he whispered in my ear. I can't wait to be alone with you. No, you don't. I was lifted off my feet by Drake while the guys pulled Lucky away. Not until we toast you. And you have to open presents. Janet shouted out with a grin. Lucky moaned as we were pushed into two chairs in the center of the deck. One by one, the guys and girls stood in front of us offering toasts. Halfway through the toast, and my ears were already burning. This man stayed up until dawn. He never met a card game he didn't like, but he never got really lucky until he met Kirsten. Everyone cheered, here's to Kirsten and Lucky. Tonight he'll really get lucky. I buried my head in my hands, but Lucky just chuckled. He pulled me out of my chair and onto his lap and whispered in my ears, "Are you blushing, sweetheart?" I nodded, still unable to show my face. So everyone knew that we hadn't. My whole body blushed as that information set in. This is the most embarrassing moment of my life. The happiest too, and it didn't stop there. Dev made a toast though, it was more PG-13. Then Donahue, even Jack came up and said a few words. Lucky is the little brother I never had. He's annoying, but I still think he's cute. Everyone laughed at that. Unfortunately, he knows it. Jack lifted a champagne flute full of ginger ale and toasted us. "To you, little brother." I love you, man," Lucky shouted. I was laughing along with everyone else. Lucky was cute, and he did know it. "He knows you well. You think I'm annoying?" Lucky pretended to be offended. "No," I ventured, feeling unaccountably shy. "I think you're cute," he grinned wide at me. "And you know it." Lucky pulled me in for a kiss that was a lot hotter and sexier than any we had shared so far. It was a kiss full of promise with nothing held back. When he finally lifted his head, I was already out of breath. He looked around and whispered, "Let's get out of here. But the guests, they will go home soon enough. And Hassie Calloway knows the drill. They have plenty of room. They already cleaned the whole place with vinegar and ran the air filter all day." I nodded. "All right, let me say goodnight to her." But when I looked around, I saw that she was already dozing on Molly's shoulder. I bit my lip. My little girl was happy and I'd see her in a few days. For now, we were going to have a mini moon right here at the cabin. "Let's make an Italian exit," I giggled. "What's that?" "It's when you sneak out without saying goodbye to anyone." "Oh, all right." He took my hand and kissed it. And then, without a word to anyone, we slipped away. He led me up the stairs to the bedroom I'd been sleeping in since the first night. Jay's things were already packed in Cal and Molly's car. No one would come up here no matter how long the party went on. The open window faced the woods, and we could hear the soft murmur of voices. "Do you want me to shut it?" I shook my head. "No, I love the fresh air." He nodded and looked at me. He just looked at me for the longest time. I was starting to feel self-conscious, when he finally crossed the room and pulled me into his arms. His lips met mine in a soft, reverent kiss. I sighed and melted into him. Just like that, it was like a dam broke. All the emotions we'd been holding back poured out of us and crashed into each other. The kiss literally exploded. His grip on me tightened and he guided me towards the bed. His tongue delved into my mouth, seeking and stroking. His cock swelled, pressing hot and hard against my belly. I felt my feet leave the bed as he lifted me, then lowered me onto the bed. He reached for his tie and loosened it. I sat up and helped him unbutton his shirt until it was open. He stared at me as I undid the buttons on his pants. I looked up at him, breathless and overwhelmed. I was so ready for him. I had been since I saw him that first night. The truth was, it felt like I'd been waiting for Lucky my entire life, and now he was mine. We belonged to each other. He slid his fingers over my collarbones and under the edges of my dress in a smooth caress. "Turn around." I knelt on the bed facing away from him and lifted my hair. The sound of the zipper coming undone did something to me. It really brought it home. This was happening. This was real. I was really Lucky's wife. He ran his hands over my skin as my dress fell away. I leaned back against his chest as he undressed me, kissing my neck softly and pulling me back against his arousal. I arched my back like a cat, wanting more of him, wanting him inside me. We'd known each other barely longer than a month, but it felt like I'd been waiting for him forever. I turned into his arms and we fell back onto the bed together. We stared into each other's eyes. I brushed a lock of hair off his forehead. "I'm sorry for what, Angel? I'm sorry I made you wait so long. I would have waited the lifetime for you." He gave me a wicked smile, but I'm real glad I didn't have to. He kissed my shoulder and eased my bra strap over it. I slid his shirt off of one arm. He unclasped my bra. I pulled his shirt off the other arm. Bit by bit, we revealed each other's bodies, pressing soft kisses to every inch of skin that was bared. I think we both knew that this was a marathon, not a race. The urgency was still there, but this was more than just the clash of two bodies. This was a celebration, an exploration, a joining of two lives as well as two bodies, and neither one of us wanted it to be over too fast. Once we were naked, things started to happen faster. Lucky kissed his way down my body. I tugged at him when he settled between my thighs. "I don't want to wait." He caught my hand and laced his fingers through mine. "I'm big. I need to make sure you're ready." He gave me a hot stare and kissed my quivering inner thigh. "And I really like making you come." Oh, I didn't know what else to say to that. I lay my head back and closed my eyes as Lucky began tasting me. I sighed at the sensation. He always made me feel special, valued, but there was something sacred in his touch tonight. My hips rose off the bed to meet his tongue as he began to thrust it inside me. Again and again, he drove his tongue inside me. My fingers laced through his hair and I gave into the rhythm. His fingers danced over my clit, brushing the sensitive knob again and again, faster and faster. He applied a little bit more pressure as the tempo built. I closed my eyes and called out his name. Chapter 39, Lucky. That's it, Angel again. Come for me again. My shoulders were under her thighs as I urged my angel to come for a third time. I was using 2 fingers to open her as I sucked her clit into my mouth and flicked my tongue against it. The time for teasing was over. I was going full throttle and it still wasn't enough. My angel was still too tight on my fingers. And then she came. This time was harder than the first 2. I felt her flutter against me and open slightly. This was it. I had to try. I didn't think I could wait another second to be inside her. If I was too big, I would stop. We'd find another way. But if there was any chance in hell I would fit, I had to try. Angel. She looked dazed as I positioned myself above her, guiding my cock to her slick and slippery pussy. I dragged the tip up and down her lips to get her wet. The feel of her was so intense, it almost hurt. She was soft and hot and welcoming. I stared into her eyes as I slowly sank just inside her. I only got a few inches before she let out a whimper. I froze, staring down at her and using every bit of my willpower not to move. Am I hurting you? No, I want, my angel drew in a shaky breath. I want you to. What is it, sweetheart? Tell me what you want me to do. Don't stop. A ragged sigh of relief escaped me. I pushed forward until I was fully embedded inside her. I was in heaven. I had no doubt that this was heaven itself. This girl was paradise for me. I kissed her lips once and then I began to move. Slow, deep thrusts without withdrawing the whole way. I couldn't bear the thought of pulling out more than a few inches. I tried to maintain my tempo and control. I wanted to make this perfect for her. I wanted to stay in control and use all my skills. But I couldn't. I simply had no control where she was concerned. All I could do was give and take and feel. It didn't take long until I was driving home faster and faster. I lost my thin sliver of control as I felt my angel start to come all over my cock for the first time. I didn't last a second after that, angel. Oh God. My hips bucked wildly out of tempo as the tip of my cock exploded with my seed. It felt like a beam of pure light radiating straight from the base of my spine and out through my shaft, filling her up as I came. It seemed to go on forever, and I thrust into her again and again. When it was over, I felt empty. Empty, but not in a terrible, lonely way. I felt empty in a clean way. Like everything that came before her was wiped away. All my burdens and doubts were gone. All my fears, and only my angel was left behind. I rolled with her to the side before I collapsed. I kept our bodies connected, we were one. I lay there utterly dazed. I wasn't tired though. I was energized and hard, really hard. More than anything, I wanted to do that again. I flexed my hips and sent my cock all the way back inside her. Lucky, I kissed her lips softly. Are you sore? No, she breathed. I tweaked her nipple. Are you sure, sweetheart? Yes, I'm fine. I gave her a wicked grin and rolled her on top of me. Good, I held her hips in place and started to thrust. Chapter 40, Kirsten. Oh. Lucky guided my hips as he slid into me from underneath. I was shocked at how insanely good it felt in this position. I was shocked how good it felt in the other position too. Sex with Lucky was all new, unexpected, mind-blowing, even better than all the other things we'd done before. He was slowly fucking me from beneath me, and I was loving it. He lifted me up and rolled me to my stomach. I felt him hoist my hips up, so that I was on my knees with my chest against the bed. I whimpered, a purely an animalistic sound. I felt so exposed in this position, but not for long. I was only there for a millisecond before I felt his hand on my ass and his cock brush against me. Then he pushed into me from behind. He gripped me and started to ride me slowly. His cock filled me so completely it blotted out everything else. It was a steel hammer covered in hot silk, hard and long and so deep it felt as if he was a part of me. For a long time the only sound in the room was our ragged breathing as we moved together as one. As one, he turned me over again so that we were face to face. He bent his head to lick and suck at my nipples, yell without stopping the relentless machine of his hips. I came twice more before I felt him swell inside me. Oh, angel, fuck, I'm going to come. He let out a low guttural moan that sounded like it came from deep inside him. I felt my body instinctively clamp down on him, pulling him deep as the first gush of his essence flooded my womb. I came so much harder when it was with him. It had only happened twice, and I could already tell the difference. It was like his body was sending mine little electrical signals that set me off, making me come harder and harder. I convulsed on the bed, held in place by his cock like a butterfly pinned to a board. Lucky was shaking too, grunting like an animal as his big body jerked out of control above me. For a while neither of us could move other than the tremors that shook us both. He rested his forehead on mine as the aftershock started to slow. I opened my eyes to find his staring into mine. His lips were open as he drew in a deep breath. God, I love you, Angel. I felt a warmth spread through me at his words. I felt too shy and it felt too new, but I whispered it back anyway. I love you, Lucky. He opened the second window and looked out at the lake. Everyone is gone, it's a good thing too. I giggled. Why? Because you sounded like a wildebeest. He grabbed at me, tugging the covers away and tickling my ribs. I squealed and tried to get away, but he held me firmly in place. Oh, I did? Did I? Yes. I was still gasping for air when he hoisted me up and carried me to the shower. We rinsed quickly and wrapped ourselves in the giant fluffy Mr. and Mrs. robes Janet had gotten us as wedding gifts. We padded barefoot to the kitchen to find all kinds of leftovers had been stashed away for us. We sat on the floor by the gas fireplace and had a midnight picnic, eating with our fingers and drinking champagne. We made love again on a blanket on the floor, sticky fingers and all. Lucky carried me up the staircase and put me to bed. I woke before dawn to find us entangled with the sheets, his thick leg covering mine and his arms wrapped around me. He woke me up again a few hours later with his hands and lips and cock. It was an hour later when he finally rose and pulled on some jeans and a button down. He pressed the keys to my forehead. Get some rest. Where are you going? To check on the site. They are working already. Today is the start date. They are still waiting on some permits. But they got a couple of things rushed like the foundation. But the plans were just drawn up a few days ago. How do they do that so fast? He winked. It pays to have friends in high places. And the club has lots of friends. I drifted off once he was gone and slept another hour or so. When I finally woke, I stretched and took a long hot shower. I felt sore and heavy, but good. My muscles were relaxed in a way I hadn't experienced since running track in high school, and my heart was full. I pulled on my favorite jeans and a t-shirt and headed downstairs to make coffee and see if we had any eggs. I was sipping a hot cup of coffee and planning a big breakfast when I heard something outside. I assumed it was Lucky and opened the door with a big smile. I froze, confronted by the large object on the painted wood floor on the porch. A basket. A gift basket, but it was massive. It was sitting just outside the front door. Whoever left it there had come and gone without a word. They'd been just on the other side of the door for me. I was alone here. Lucky would never have made it back in time. It wasn't just the sudden appearance of the basket that had my heart beating like a jackhammer. It was what was in the basket that had me turning white and feeling woozy. My mind started racing wildly as I stared at it. It was all Italian delicacies. Good stuff too. Tins and sausages and cheeses and several bottles of wine. Everything was elegant and expensive looking. I forced myself to bend down and pick up the envelope sitting on top. I closed my eyes and opened it. Best of luck in your marriage. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. That includes kicking your husband's ass, B&T. I knew it was Vincent and Tony. They didn't need to sign their own names. In fact, I had a feeling they never did because they were under federal investigation almost constantly and had been since turning 18. But it wasn't the card that made me feel woozy on my feet. Inside the envelope was a large sum of money. I had a feeling I knew how much down to the dollar. I had a feeling it was $30,000. I fainted. Chapter 41 Lucky. I was whistling as I came back from meeting with Drake's crew. They were creating a driveway today by cutting down trees and bushes. They staked it out and compressed the dirt. Then they would come back with gravel and asphalt. It was a long-ass distance to the main road, but thankfully I was getting the supplies at cost. All the building supplies. The other half of the crew was framing out where the foundation would be poured. They would need to drive steel poles into the bedrock in several places before the cement trucks came later in the week. We would also reinforce the path that wound around the lake with asphalt or something more permanent and extend it to go beyond our new site. In fact, we were thinking about creating a safe path the whole way around the lake to other possible locations for the rest of the guys to build cabins. Of course, our place was going to be a bit spiffier than the average cabin. I was pleasantly contemplating waking up my wife as I turned the corner. A figure was slumped in the open doorway. My heart stopped, then resumed beating at a rapid pace. Angel, Angel. I ran faster than I'd ever ran before. I was kneeling by her side in an instant, pulling her into my arms, checking her pulse, touching her face. She was alive, thank you God. She's alive. I pressed my palm to her cheek, trying to wake her. Her pulse fluttered in her throat and her eyes opened. I stared down at her, still terrified out of my wits. What happened? Are you all right? I must have fainted. Kirsten looked around in confusion as I helped her sit up. Can you stand? I think so. I guided her to her feet and into the house. I deposited her on the couch and ran my hands over her carefully. Then I got her a glass of water and sat there, staring at her while she drank it. What happened? Do you remember? She tilted her head to the side. Then her eyes got wide. She tried to stand and I wouldn't let her. The basket. There was an envelope. I'll get it. I grabbed the huge basket from the porch and carried it over to her. Who's it from, sweetheart? She just shook her head. You better open the card, Lucky. I grabbed the thick envelope and looked at her. Then I looked inside. Money. Lots of money. I ran my thumb over it. All hundreds. It was thousands and thousands of dollars, but not crisp bills from the bank. These were bills that had worked. Bills that had paid for drinks and dinners and fancy clothes. Or, more likely, gambling debts. Those bastards. I was smiling when I said it. Did you read the card? I pulled out a very nice, very classy wedding card printed on heavy paper. There was an ornate cross on the front. I read the inscription and burst out laughing. I told you everything would be okay. How did they find us here, Lucky? I shook my head. That's a good damn question. Then I shook my head again. Doesn't matter. They never meant you any harm. I guess you were right. I pulled her into my arms. We are far enough away that no one is going to come looking. Nobody knows what happened except Polly. And he's loyal to Vincent and Antonio. Only the other girls who worked there even know you were there at all. You're right. I know you're right. She looked at me in wonder, the color starting to return to her cheeks. Could it really be over just like that? Yes, it could. I'll keep you safe, Angel. I promise. I pulled her into my arms again, just holding her. I was afraid to let go. When I saw her lying there, I'd never been so scared in my life. I love you, Angel. Don't ever do that to me again. Faint, yes. Okay, Lucky, I'll do my best. I kissed her softly. So, what do you want first? She smiled at me softly. What are my options? Eggs, sausage, you're my sausage. She blushed bright red and murmured, I'll take option 3, please. She was so sweet and shy, my heart swelled up with love for her. It was too much love, I couldn't possibly contain it. I had to tell her how I felt. Better yet, I was going to show her. Good girl. I lifted her up and carried her up the stairs. 9 months later, Lucky, and the capital of Wyoming is Hatsi, had her little head tilted to the side as she considered her options. We were all out on the sun porch that overlooked the lake. It was almost entirely glass, so it was warm and bright even in winter. We were out here a lot. That is where Kirsten gave Hatsi her homeschool classes. Next year, our little girl was starting a new school. But for now, she was getting caught up and then some by my brilliant and beautiful wife. My angel rested her hand on her swelling belly and smiled. Find it on the map. Okay, Mom. Hatsi hopped up and got the oversized almanac out, searching for the map of the United States. Before she could find it, my angel let out a surprised shout. I ran in from the kitchen where I'd been preparing lunch. What is it? Kirsten looked at me, surprise written all over her beautiful face. I think my water broke. I smiled calmly, even though my stomach did a flip-flop. I was ready for this baby. I wasn't ready to watch my wife hurting for however long labor took. But I knew we would get through it together. We had to, she had to be okay. And our baby did too. All the old worries starting running through my head again, just like they had since we found out she was pregnant. So yeah, I was pretty keyed up. But no matter how scared I was, staying calm was my job. I was going to do my job. Damn it, that's good. That's what's supposed to happen, right? Hatsi, get your mom's bag. I'm going to call the doctor, right? My wife looked terrified. Beautiful but terrified, but she was hiding it well. I kissed her and took her chin, forcing her to look into my eyes. We got this, babe, right? I gave her a nod and made the call to the doctor. Looks like this baby is coming right on time. Her water just broke. How far apart are the contractions? I looked at Kirsten and she gave me that same blank stare. Did you have a contraction, sweetheart? Yes, when was the last one? It's happening right now, okay. When was the last one? It just ended and started up again. Oh, okay. I took a few steps away and spoke low into the phone. Seems like they're right on top of each other. You might not have time to get to the hospital, son. No shit. Sherlock, what do I do? I'll talk you through it. You need a large table, towels, and a bowl of hot water for washing your hands. I can do it right next to the kitchen or in the kitchen if that works. Is it clean? Spick and span, Doc. Even better. How's she doing now? She looks scared. Well, get her walking if she can manage it. That helps take some of the pressure off the lower back. Gather your supplies and call me back. Will do, Doc, thanks. I'll be here. I looked at my beautiful wife and smiled. This is good, we don't have to go to the hospital. She grimaced and I realized she was hiding her pain. Let it out, babe. You can make noise. Don't want to scare Hatsi. I'll send her out for a walk or Jack and Janet can come pick her up. Okay. Try and walk around a little. Come in and lean on the island. I got you, babe. I helped her to stand and guided her to the kitchen. Then I ran for the linen closet and started getting things ready. I dialed Jack with one hand and loaded up my other arm with towels and pillows to make her comfortable. The baby is coming, I blurted out as soon as he answered the phone. Are you at the hospital? No, coming too fast. Doc said to do it here, Jack cursed and shouted for Janet. I'd never heard the man shout before. He told me he'd called Calloway and Molly. She wasn't a nurse yet, but she was hard at work studying for her degree, and Janet had given birth so many times that she would come to help too. Thankfully, every one of our friends lived a hell of a lot closer than the hospital. By the time I got cursed and up onto the island with a towel underneath her, there were engines rumbling outside. I helped get her propped up with pillows under her back, cute little ass, and both knees. Hassie answered the door and heavy boots clumped inside the mudroom. They took them all off, of course. We had a dust-free home for Hassie's breathing issues. I looked up to see my crew and their wives standing there. All of them. I nodded as Molly and Janet washed their hands and ran over. Janet told everyone else to get out of the kitchen. Kirsten grimaced and I took her hand. I knew another contraction was coming on. Can someone take Hassie for a walk down to the lake? Sally nodded and grabbed my daughter's hand. Come on, sweetheart. Everyone else went into the living room or outside on the deck. I took another look at Kirsten and knew she was still contracting. Baby, you got to make noise. Is she gone? Yes, Angel. There you go, sweetheart. I tried to smile, but I was so damn scared. The doctor had told us to call back again when the contractions got so bad she had to scream. I figured we were just about there. She's dilated. Molly looked at me. It's time to push. Oh my God. Is this really happening? I looked into my beautiful wife's eyes and nodded. Push, Angel. She pushed. I see it. I see the baby. It's facing the right way. Breathe in and out. That's good. Just like we learned, sweetheart. Kirsten nodded and did as I asked, breathing out with a whoo sound. Breathe in now. She inhaled. Push. My angel bore down with all her might. Her beautiful face scrunched up with the effort. Molly had her hands out like a catcher. Janet stood at Kirsten's knee. They cheered her on with each contraction. My angel went through the process again and again, breathing, waiting, pushing. After about 20 minutes, we heard it, our baby's first cry. It's a girl. I squeezed my angel's hand and kissed her while Molly and Janet washed the baby and cut the cord. They wrapped her up in a clean towel and walked over beside us. I smiled at my beautiful, unbelievably brave wife. I was in awe of what she'd just done. She had made a tiny human and looked absolutely beautiful doing it. Are you ready to meet her? Kirsten nodded and held out her arms. Molly gently laid the precious bundle in my angel's arms. I stared at the perfect little face in awe. Her name is Marie. She looks like you. Kirsten shook her head. I think she looks like her daddy. I grinned and took my turn holding the baby. We sat there while Janet and Molly helped clean up. Is it okay if I show everyone? She nodded and I walked out to the living room. Hassie and Sally were back. Everyone was waiting. They didn't rush me all at once. They came up one at a time and stared at the little bundle of joy in my arms. I laughed when Jack solemnly took the baby's hand and shook it. Introducing himself as Uncle Jack, our baby girl was going to be very well loved. That was for sure. Hassie came up and stood beside me, smiling at her little sister. I looked back over my shoulder at my wife, who was slowly sitting up and hanging her legs off the edge of the kitchen island. My eyes were shining as I stared at her, then back at our baby and our little girl by my side. Now I have 3 angels. This concludes Luck of the Devil by Joanna Blake, narrated by Troy Duran and Kendall Taylor. Copyrighted by Joanna Blake. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Joanna Blake, care of Hirschman Rights Management LLC, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright there too. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.